This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Well, a very good morning to all of you, and I wish those were the scenes right now here in Zagreb, but unfortunately, when we turn to live pictures, we're going to be showing quite a bit of rain, and yeah, it really is pouring down right now here in Zagreb. We were rather pessimistic about the weather when we ended our broadcast yesterday, and unfortunately, some of our pessimism has indeed come true. So, as you can see very shortly, the covers are firmly on here. The rain's absolutely tumbling down, and it's going to be one of those big downpours that we all kind of dread in this sport. It's the kind that would normally have players scurrying off the field, but nobody's gone on the field. It's just been pouring all evening as well, and of course, had it overnight, and now woke up this morning and saw quite a large shower. So the start of this much anticipated contest between the Zagreb Chiefs and Afyonkarahisar has unfortunately been delayed. We'll keep you updated as we, of course, track the weather, and we'll tell you if any play gets underway. But in all honesty, the situation looks pretty grim, and the odds of us getting this opening match of the day are rather slim. You got a feel for both these sides, of course. The Zagreb Chiefs have really turned their fortunes around in this tournament after having a rather disappointing campaign last year. They really surprised everyone with their surprise performances. They've had some great individual showing, and they're really starting to build an identity as a cricket side. So looks like there is something brewing for this Chiefs side in this year's ECS. On the other hand, of course, Afyonkarahisar making the trip over from Turkey, so they'll be rather disappointed that they've turned up here in Croatia, and Cyclone Boris has hit and put their chances of getting some cricket rather slim right now. They got a young, promising squad with plenty of talent. Of course, we got to see them a little bit over in Bulgaria, where they probably didn't quite perform at their best, but I'm sure we'll see some improvement here in Croatia. Of course, yeah, the weather's going to be the main talking point throughout this day, and we'll try to give you a lot of news. Stay connected to all of our social media accounts, and I'll try as much as I can to come on here on comms and give you some updates and also monitor the chat. So, yeah, just a quick reminder, of course, that you can get all the information you want about this European Cricket Series over on ecn.cricket, europeancricket.com. So it's time to go back in time. We'll go back a couple of years in time to the 21st of October. We'll be showing you match 19 from the European Cricket Series in Croatia to sunnier times when Zagreb Sokol took on Ljubljana. So it's time to head over for a classic match.
Nej, jo, penalty.
Horns. First 6 of the day for the Ljubljana guys. And that brings the over to an end, and the score goes to 9-0. So it was a calm start, and then ECS Ali gets the ball in his area. He launches him over square leg, and that's Maximo. So at the end of the first over, as you see the graphic of the top scorers, or top batters and top bowlers, Abdul Hassan miles ahead of everybody else on 207 runs at a strike rate of 209, so he is dynamic. And the bowlers, Shinwari, he's the pick of the bowlers out of both teams. He's taken 6 wickets, but look at that economy rate, 5.6 to the over. And that's what you really want. I see Karim's back in the side. He had a little bit of an ankle injury. We thought he might have been bitten by a snake. As Suresh wants to come around the wicket, and pulls out. He obviously got his run up wrong, and Abdul Hassan practicing a shot over square leg. Here comes Suresh again, round the wicket. Right across him, he just slaps it through the covers, and that's 4 runs. Laced away through the covers. Watch out for the cars, don't get knocked over. Yeah, look right, left and right again, or left, right and left again. Depending on what part of the world you're from, but wide, juicy, full toss. And again, Hassan, the top batsman of the tournament so far, he makes sure that he capitalizes on that. It's either him or Mike Davies from Belgrade that are trying to get the purple cap. Or, yeah, is it purple or orange? I don't know what the IPL is. Cash John's gone. Big wicket. Suresh around the wicket. Balls hit straight to Ahmed. And that's the first wicket. So Sohail Ahmed takes a nice catch there at cover. Hassan, the danger man, he's gone. And that's a big wicket for Sokol. Good catch there. Spikes it into the ground there. Back to the bowler. And yeah, good first wicket there for the Sokol boys. They'll be very happy with that, as you could see. Stopping Hassan from getting going. You know, once he gets going, as you saw the stats there, he's scoring at over 200 strike rate. So big wicket there. And Suresh going to keep coming around the wicket. So ECS Ali will have to go the other side of the stumps. As the bowlers and fielders wait for the new batter. Don't know where he is. There he comes running onto the field. It's Rashid Ali Mamad Kel. Rashid Ali Mamad Kel. He's coming in at number 3. Nice red helmet he walks in with there. As Sohail's giving some more words of wisdom and advice to Suresh. Suresh gathers the ball from the umpire. Comes back. Scores 13 for 1 after 1.2 overs. Suresh into big. This is the difference, folks. Look how hard he's gone from first ball. Rashid having a big swing. Now he's practicing some sort of late cut, but it didn't look anything like this one. So he just walked down and just tried to helicopter that down the ground. Always got a smile on his face, does Rashid. Suresh around the wicket again. In he comes. Beautiful delivery. Really good delivery, and you see Ali trying to launch him down the ground again, and he just can't make any contact. Excellent bowling. So obviously the Ljubljana boys got some instructions just to go hard. They have a lot of batters in their armory, so there's no need to hang around. Suresh in again. Good delivery. This time there is bad contact, and it goes down to cow corner just for a single. So Ramesh is off the mark. So Rashid is off the mark. Ali. And that brings ECS Ali back on strike. He's sitting on 7 or 4. In a big 6 the last over, the last ball, the last over. This is the last ball of this over. Goes big again, but I don't know if he's watching the ball. Beautiful bowling by Suresh. He ends his first over. He's gone for 5 runs, and he's picked up the valuable wicket of Hassan. So that's an excellent start by Suresh. So 2 overs bowled, the score 14 for 1. And Wasal Kamal coming to bowl the 3rd over. Ljubljana looking to score some more runs here in the power play. As we look at the standings, Belgrade gone top of the log with Sokol sitting second and Ljubljana sitting third. Who's going to get the second spot here? Sokol still have an opportunity to go top of the log. Kamal again. Good bowling. Ali trying to hack that across the line. Not very attractive. Couple of agricultural shots here early on. I don't know how much time these guys have spent on the farm because really it's too agricultural for me. Ali swinging wildly for the fences. Kamal seems to have his number. Can Ali respond? In he comes. Charges him. Big swing and another dot ball. So really good bowling early on here by Wassal Kamal. Fantastic to see. He keeps his composure even though the batsmen are charging him every ball and just swinging hard for the fences. Just say hello to everybody on the chat. I'll get to you guys now as Wassal comes in again. Shot over the top. 4 runs. Great shot by Rashid Ali. He was going to connect at some stage. That one was a little bit fuller, allowing him to get his bottom hand in. And as we see, we got another fan on the road. Even though the balls come flying past him, I think they got to have a make sure that they don't get in the way of the ball because that could do some damage. Rashid Ali lining himself out there. Wassal Kamal going for 2 boundaries. Both boundaries being conceded by him. 4th ball of the over. What is his response? Same delivery. This time Rashid Ali completely loses his shape out of half of the bat and it goes down toward the boundary and they're only able to get 2 runs. So hello ILMF and James Stewart. How's it everybody on the chat? Hello Sandori. How's everybody doing? As you see Niels putting in the hard yards there. Beaten to the ball by Dinesh as Wassal Kamal comes in for ball number 5 of the over. Better delivery, bigger, oh no LBW shot. Might have just been sliding down leg. Will be called a leg by. Ali unable to get contact to that. And the score moves to 21 for 1 after 2.5. Big swing there as you see there. He's looking up at the sky. He's got to watch the ball a bit more. As Izaz Ali and Kamal just share a bit of a note about Kamal's bowling. Here comes Wassal. Last ball of the power play. Well bowled. Beautiful dot ball as acknowledged by Mark Davies. And the good power play for the Sokol boys comes to an end. Only conceding around about 7 and over. So brilliant bowling. 21 for 1 after 3 overs. And so far I would say advantage to the Zagreb Sokol team. As we see Suresh coming to take the 4th over. Got a couple of fans, got someone filming the game there. It's TV rights here, my friend. No, spread it around the world. Spread it all over the show. Show them what's happening here. Got another car there. We've got someone on his bike. We've got a car watching. It's great to see the eyes that are being attracted as Suresh looks to continue from the 1st over. He bowled fantastically well. His 1st over, picking up the only wicket that's fallen so far. Ali faces him, 7 off 8 he's on. Walks down the track, tries to launch him down the ground, doesn't get much of it. This could be 2, although Gurpreet Singh comes flying off the boundary and he gets the ball in, so only a single. A lot of encouragement coming on from the fielders to the bowlers. They're saying they need 1 more of this over, they want 1 more wicket of this over. Izaz Ali, will he give them his wicket? Suresh around the wicket. Good delivery, wide, low Yorker. Izaz Ali only able to hit that down the ground to Gurpreet Singh, who does some smart fielding once again. He's not donning his traditional white hat. Speaking of traditional clothing, it's great to see Rico wearing his, well, not traditional peacock shirt, but one of the most exuberant shirts that I've seen for a while. And as I talk about his shirts, shot. Suresh gets launched over the deep backward square leg. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, 4 runs. And as I said, I welcome back into the ice box Rico Full. What do you think about that, Rico?
Well, that's a great shot. I was very excited when I saw Rashid Ali Mamgatel bat briefly yesterday. He sort of comes in, he's got one thing on mind, that's to attack, and I think we saw him come in and he hit his first 2 balls for 6s yesterday, and that's what he does. I mean, he's one of those guys that in the power play, he can really click for you, give you valuable runs, and or he can go quickly, but if he does get going, if he faces an under 10 deliveries at this rate, well, he's going to get his team to a good start. Well, this time he loses his head, is in the air, but he's going to get lucky. He just dropped short of Gurpreet Singh, who comes charging in, and well, totally loses the ball, but still fires it in. Gurpreet Singh, he seems to be on another level sometimes, but he's pumped for this. These 2 teams, remember, 2 teams that met in the final last year, and it was Sokol that ended up winning it. But, well, what a match it was, the final, 149 to 144. It's absolutely sensational in favour of Zagreb Sokol. So, well, these 2 teams, a lot of people thinking that we could be watching the 2 teams that maybe will be in the final tomorrow. Well, we'll have to wait and see on that one. But at the moment, they're going to entertain us with 2 great matches here today. As this one has been launched. Balle, balle, kinna zona, shaka, Well, Paul there thinking, okay, this is the way you take it, because with Vivian Kingma that went after this one, but he's nowhere near it. There's Stubbsy there for you. Great bit of action, great shot. And then, well, it just places out on the offside. I think that's clever. Clever batting, good batting.
Yeah, good batting there. Take the single. You've already hit a 6, so take the single next ball and make sure that you retain the strike for the next over. So after the 4 overs, Rico, the score is now 35 for 1.
Well, look, I love the way you gave me a nice compliment about the shirt that I'm wearing. It is Peacock Friday. Well, where's your shirt, buddy?
It's under there somewhere.
It's under there somewhere. And, well, we'll probably go to Comscam in a minute and just have a look at just look at the Iceman. Well, you're called the Iceman because I thought you liked the cold weather and you like the ice. What's going on here?
I like ice baths, Rico. I don't like cold weather. It's not my favourite thing.
Look, welcome, folks, and welcome. It is Friday. That means it's always Peacock Friday here on the European Cricket Network. And I'm wearing my shirt. Somewhere in there is a shirt. And, he looks like Frosty the Snowman at the moment. Oh, there it is. There is a Peacock Friday shirt in there. Look, welcome, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed the Croatia experience so far from this beautiful Budneka Oval Cricket Ground. We certainly enjoyed these 2 teams going head-to-head. It's going to be an exciting finish to the day, as this one will be called a wide. So 4 overs down, 35 for 1. Starting to get the recovery in here now, Ljubljana.
Yeah, definitely starting to recover, Rico. And like you told everybody earlier, they've got loads of depth in their batting. So it's one of those situations where they know how to play this T10 format. They're not worried about losing wickets. They just want to go hard.
So Al-Mamun once again in the attack. And he's just going a little bit too wide. Hey, listen, how about this, though? I mean, we keep talking about facts. We talk about facts between the ages of the 2 wicket keepers the other day. One is 16, one is 67. What about the combined ages of the 2 wicket keepers we've just seen? We saw Popovic behind the stumps before. He was 68. And now we got Mark Davies behind there, 67.
So what's that, 145?
When does that happen? When does that happen? It's crazy stuff. Anyway, there we go. Mamun gets this one better. And Davis makes the stop there. So joining the dots up once again after... It's going to be... I think this is the way this is going to be. It's going to definitely be an up and down seesaw sort of ride. And very warm welcome to all of our viewers, wherever you're watching from around the world, our global cricket family. And hello to everybody on the chat. I can't actually see the chat at the moment because... my laptop got busted thanks to Winton Burton, who absolutely smashed a big 6 our way. And talking about big 6s, this ain't going to go for 6. It's going to go into the hands of, I believe, from the red cap. That's got to be Sohail. So Sohail Ahmed takes the catch. It is indeed diving forward. This one is not easy because it's dipping on him. It's been well struck, but look, he's dipping sharply. Takes a really good catch. I think he, yeah, look, he celebrates. As he celebrates, he slips as he throws the ball in the air. But it's all delight for Sohail Ahmed because they've got the hard-hitting Izaz Ali out for 15 of the 11th delivery that he faces.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal catch, Rico. You can see he's off balance, slow. He's got both hands to it and just plucked it out the air, so really impressive. So you see yesterday, this was him with his son out there teaching him how to play cricket.
Yeah, it was wonderful.
And his wife.
It was absolutely delightful, and this is what it's all about, isn't it? And we mentioned about the importance of kids playing cricket, the importance of junior cricket, and this is where you start them early. So Sohail Ahmed with his son out there, and I must admit I went out there a little bit later on, and a few other people came out. It was just a lovely way to end the day.
Yeah, lovely way to end the day there, Rico, as Al Mamun comes in. Beautiful bit of delivery, just jags back into the batter, and he's only conceded 3 runs off his 3 deliveries and picked up the vital wicket of Izaz Ahmed.
Yeah, Abdullah Al Mamun. New batter there goes out there. Jay Rana. Seeing if he can get a partnership going here with Rashid Ali. I say partnership. I think this man, he's just looking to do one thing, go big. And he doesn't want to try and change the way he plays. I don't think he's still got to play his normal way. And this time he just slightly shorter ball. They're bowling well to him as well because he's the sort of batter. His eyes up a second, but he's not going to get the over. He's the sort of batter, if you put it on that length where it's a sort of drivable, he's going to smash it. He really is. And just bowling slightly shorter to him. You see, he's not getting it where he wants. And he just guides this into the vacant sort of point area to take the single. It's a new batter, Jay Rana, back on strike. He's got one of his very first ball. Let's see if Rana can get things going here.
Yeah, Rana wasn't used too much yesterday, so I think he's quite fresh. He'll come in hard. Abdullah in again to him. Good length delivery, inside edge. Somehow it doesn't hit the wickets, and it should run away to the boundary, Rico, and I'm wrong.
It just holds up as it hits a cluster of grass cuttings there. It slows the kookaburra. How about this? Look, you see some close ones. I cannot believe this does not go on to hit the stumps. That's quite amazing. He manages to get the finest of inside edges to that. That's the old French cut. And the ball goes, just stops before the boundary. The bowler can't believe it.
Yeah, Abdul Ali Mamakel getting away with one there. As Rana's now on strike. No, Ali's back on strike. Rana got away with one. Big shot. Launched, Rico. Dropped and 6.
Yeah, it goes all the way. And I think Gurpreet Singh, I think he may get fingertips to it. But I got the feeling that this was always going to make its way. The only thing I think Gurpreet Singh could have done here is trying to get one hand on this and sort of smash it back into the field of play. You see there, it does go all the way. And he's a little bit disappointed. I think he will be disappointed because I think he knows that he needs to be on that boundary waiting for that to happen. If he's on the boundary and he's in the right position, he's catching that. He takes himself away from the boundary, and as a result of that, that ball does go all the way. That's the scorecard so far. So Rashid, he's on 20 of 13, and he's hoping to put a good partnership together with Rana. It was also the end of the over. So at the halfway point, very evenly balanced, 48 for 2. I think then the sort of score that Ljubljana will be looking to score here probably would be about the 110, 120 mark. They will know about the strengths of Zagreb Sokol. So I think they're looking to get the acceleration in here.
Gurpreet Singh around the wicket now. Does well there, sneaks it inside the line. So it looks like he's decided after yesterday's antics that it's much better for him to come around the wicket. So a lot more control, it seems, and a lot less work for Mark Davies to do. Although Mark Davies wasn't behind the stumps yesterday, so he would have been fuming if he was getting deliveries like he was happening yesterday.
I just wish you didn't use those words, a lot more control, because you know what was going to happen sooner or later. But this one is short. It was down the leg side. It doesn't quite get the middle of the bat. The batters do come back for 2. Yeah, I mean, Singh, he's quite amazing. You see him bowl. I mean, he's opted to go around the wicket here. But, I mean, yesterday he bowled 3 beauties over the wicket. And I mean beauties, great deliveries. And then it went all wrong, all pear-shaped. And he bowled, I think he was a man who bowled 2 5-wides on the spin yesterday, right?
Yeah, he tried to bowl one in the first game. When I say that, it just didn't have enough pace to go to the boundary. In the second game, he did 2. So he had his problems.
There we go.
That's actually beautifully bowled, Rico.
You think that's okay?
It's just inside the line.
Well, okay, that's well bowled. He gets this one right.
It's a great call there.
Suleiman Saeed, he's the umpire. Yeah, that is well bowled. You can see how wide it goes once it goes past that line. It's a good take there for Mark Davis. So, yeah, well bowled. He sneaks this one in. He didn't seem too happy about it, though, did he? As he comes in again.
Again, great delivery, just inside. And the batsman needs to realise that with that angle, he's much better off trying to hit that through the offside.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, if you're going to bowl around the wicket, for me, what you're trying to do is you're mimicking a left armer, what a left arm delivery would be. And this is exactly it. So if you can keep it here, thereabout, yeah, is useful. Because the batter will have to change his stance and change his approach and how he wants to play these shots. But can he keep that line? This is the difficulty that Singh sometimes has.
Uh-oh.
Well, there you go. That's exactly right on cue. And, yeah, that's the problem with Singh. Normally, once one goes down there, another normally follows. Well, Singh is saying, yeah, I know. Random, pata wide ball segi, mino pata chini segi. Next one will be good, he says.
Well, it's good to see that the skipper's actually at cover this time. The last time Singh was bowling wides, the skipper was at car corner and didn't really say anything. So at least he's had a word now. And he's responded well.
Yeah, good. That's good. Gets it. Gets it right. Gets on the money. I think what he may have tried to do with the one before was try to attack the stumps. And he decides, look, if I'm getting dot balls in this area, that's where it to be. That's the perfect delivery for me. That's spot on.
Yeah, and Rana again trying to get that over mid on, over long on, and over cow. Much better to do with that angle. Try go over cover. Try go through point. Even long off if you must. But think about the angle the ball's coming. Around the wicket, last ball of the over. Pulled away. Should just be one. They aren't pushing. Ali is, but Rana is not having any of it. Closes out the over. It's 52 for 2 after 6 overs.
Yeah, good throw from the fielder as well, saying, no, you don't. Not to my arm. So, yeah, good start from Singh. This is what Aman Mashwari would want from him, and he does deliver a very fine over.
Yeah, very good over there. Only going for 4 runs is Gurpreet Singh, so he must have gone home and worked on his bowling action, because a lot more control today. Only conceding the 1 wide that over, and it was only a wide, just down leg. It wasn't a monster. So Abdullah coming back on. Yeah, Abdullah bowled a decent first over. Still went for 13, but did pick up a vital wicket. Well, Rana just slaps this down the ground. Gurpreet Singh does the fielding, charges in tidily, and good throw back to the bowler. Just a single.
Yeah, single taken. So I think this is at a point now where I think both batters will know it's time to get the acceleration going. They're going at around about, well, under 9 per over. They need that to be around about 11 to 12. So got to get going. They've got to pinpoint and target a bowler and go for him. Well, this is in the air. It's catchable, and Singh puts it down. And now he's got to get the throw in. He's taken forever. They will take him on. In comes the throw, and if he had reacted straight away, he would have got the man. So that's not good from Gurpreet Singh. And he's disappointed that he puts the catch down. Of course he is. But the right thing to do is say, well, worry about that later. It goes down. It happens to everybody. Forget about that. Get to the ball and get the throw in. And by the time he does, the batters take 2.
Yeah, you're spot on there, Rico. Get over your disappointment and get the ball in. Talk about it later. Get on, move on. Next moment, next ball. Focus, concentrate. In he comes. Chance again.
Oh, dear. Well, Singh is not happening for him here. He puts the catch down, then the next ball, the same batter hits it down the ground to him. He needs to stop this one. He doesn't. So he's Mr. Nice Guy. He brings us loads of goodies every time he comes, but well, at the moment he's having a few troubles. I mean, it wasn't probably the easiest of bounces to deal with, but I think still, if you're alert and you're watching and you're keeping your eye on the ball, you stop that one. So not a good sign for Singh. I wonder if the captain's thinking about moving him out of that zone, because, well, that's 6 runs that have come in that area. That shouldn't have happened. And in fact, the batter who's hitting the ball shouldn't actually be there.
Oh, big swing, Rico. He doesn't leave anything behind.
No, he doesn't. But the better delivery from the bowler. Abdullah decides, okay, I'm going to just go a little bit wider there, and he gets it right. So I think that Mohammad Goodell has to be expecting that here now. Has to be expecting this one will probably be again short and outside the off stump. Let's see if he's able to maybe get the uppercut in or guide this into that vacant third man area. No, he hits it down the ground, and this one is another one that goes down. So, well, he's certainly having all the life and the charm at the moment. Is Ali Mohammad Goodell. He hits this one again into the area of the fielder. different guy involved this time. Comes across and down the catch goes. So they're not doing themselves any favours at the moment. And this time it's Suresh Shanamagam that puts the catch down.
Yeah, I just hope these chances don't come back to bite them as the last ball of the over. He charges him, good delivery. Runner really struggling at the moment. Runner sitting on 8 of 10. But Ali Mamadkal is on 27 of 17. Score is now 60 for 2 after 7.
Yeah, 60 for 2. 8 came off that over. So it's not quite the acceleration they need. As we have a look at our schedule, finals day tomorrow here in Croatia. Then after that, we pack our bags and we go to Malta once more. Looking forward to being once again back to the Marsa International Cricket Ground. 2 weeks of action coming to you from Malta before we go back to Spain to finish our season. 5 weeks in Spain in Barcelona, and then we take a 7-week end of season break. But that will soon fly by, and we'll be back again early in February to do it all over again. And what a stellar season I think we've got coming up next year. We'll probably be able to give you some more information on that from when we're in Barcelona. There are plenty of cricket still to come your way. As this one gets missed out is the captain, Aman Maheshwari, that brings himself on to see if he can get the breakthrough and the wicket of Rashid.
Yeah, Maheshwari, a big unit, just angling the ball into the right-hander through the gate, but just doesn't hit the wickets.
Launches into this, and this is gone. Balle, balle, balle. Kinna sona shaka lagya. That is out of here. That is a Bizaway supersonic hit. You cannot bowl it there. Don't bowl there because it will disappear.
Yeah, it will certainly disappear into his arc, out the park. Oh, quicker delivery, just hits him on the hip. Looks like he's pushing for 2 and then said no. Niels Cornell comes across and does the fielding. Ever smiling, always happy. Had a good chat with him yesterday. He's had a laugh of note, Rico. Does Domino's pizzas. He lives in Warsaw, Poland.
Rana, got to start going. Hits it in the air. And this time it's been dropped down again. They will have to go for 2. They don't. So I think it's that right thing for Rana to do here. He's just got to swing at everything and try and get some valuable runs on the ball for him and his team.
Yeah,
if he goes, it don't matter. Let somebody else in. He's chewing up too many balls.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe it's one of those situations you told me about with regards to you don't want to get him out. But this man you want to get.
Chance again for Singh, and he gets it wrong again. Well, I don't know what's happened to Singh. And, well, it's all going pear-shaped for him. That's 2 catches he's put down. And it's, well, it's Rashid that gives another chance of Singh. Well, he dropped him on 20. Now he drops him on 32. And look, nobody likes doing this, but eventually Singh does get replaced. It's the captain decides, okay, enough is enough, especially when it happens off my bowling. You're out of here. And he gets moved. Keep an eye on where Singh goes, because I can guarantee you this, the ball will go there. Hit hard. And this is going to be in the gap. 4 runs. 4 carreras. Que guay. Que genial. Que grande. Tengo mucha suerte hoy, Ali Maheshwari, but he's making it count. He's got the luck, but he's saying, well, okay, if it's going to be my day, well, I'm going to make the most of it. That's 4 more to him. So he certainly is getting the acceleration in, but he needs Rana to step up to the mark as well.
Yeah, Rana needs to step up to the mark, but as long as he's facing, the total looks like it can get up to about 100. There's 2 overs to go. The score is 74 for 2. And 12 balls. I wouldn't be surprised if Ljubljana touched the 100 mark here.
Yeah, but for me, it all depends how many balls that Rana faces. Look, you got batters still to come. I mean, Sharma, I'm actually quite surprised that Sharma wasn't the batter that came out at number 4. I know what he can do. You got something like Waka Khan that can smash it. Hassan Ahmed, the captain, come out and can give it a whack. So I'm bit surprised. I also think, look, it's a horrible thing to say, maybe you have to do, but at sometimes, especially when the balls are getting away from you, sometimes you got to be saying to a batter, look, I don't want to be mean, I don't want to be cruel, but you're not just doing it. You're going to come out, retire out, somebody else is going in.
I was just about to ask you that, Rico. Do we retire him out?
I mean, that's another dot. So I'm saying to myself here now, right, okay, you got this delivery. If you don't get me anything productive in this delivery, then yeah, somebody else is coming in.
That's a good call. Brave call, but the right call. Gurpreet Singh again around the wicket. Angles it across, cuts it away. Looks like it should just be one. Sohail does the fielding. He's been taking some good catches today. Really good fielder.
Yeah, he's picked up 2 catches, hasn't he? And got the catch to remove Abdul Hassan. We know how important that is. And then also took a really good catch to get Izaz Ali. So here we go. Back to the fireworks. Singh bowling to the informed Mohammad Cadell, a man that he dropped twice. And, well, a bit more luck his way. The ball is going towards the boundary and will not get stopped. Here's Gornell that goes after it. There's going to be 4 more. So he's swinging wild. He gets himself into the 40s now. 43 of 23 deliveries.
Yeah, just a bit too wide there. And, again, throwing the kitchen sink at it, a little bit Calypso style there with that finish of the flurry of the bat. And Niels had no chance in stopping that. So what does Gurpreet Singh do now? Does he change his length? Does he change his line? Does he take some pace off? Let's find out.
Yeah, one thing he hasn't quite done is, the pace of delivery. Anything different? Hit hard, travelling. And they, between them, managed to save this, but the take 2, that's really good backing up, though, actually, from Suresh. Suresh, he backs up the fielder that makes the initial attempt to stop it. It's never easy. I think on outfields like this is the way to do it. Good bit of team effort, bit of team fielding there.
Yeah, very good, Rico. They backed each other up as you see Gurpreet Singh coming in again around the wicket. Better delivery there. I think Ali Mamakdel he's got an opportunity of he might pull his shoulder out of joint here, Rico. His back, he is swinging so hard. Unbelievable. That was a good delivery, I must say.
Yeah, he bowls it well, doesn't he? And, he's got a lot of things on his mind here today. There's Gurpreet Singh. Things haven't gone well for him in the field, but he has bowled a lot better than he has the last few days. Again, this is right up there. And is this going to carry the hands? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Shaba, shaba. Sare bolo, shaba, shaba. Well, kinna badia. Kinna sona catch. That is really nicely taken. And Danish Kurupasamy takes the catch. We saw him behind the stumps yesterday, and we also saw him out in the outfield. He normally was fielding sort of in that point area, and he was brilliant there. Where they've changed him, he swapped him for Singh, who's doing the bowling, and he's saying to Singh, "Hey, this is the way to do it." They get the wicket, and it's the important one. When the little man, he's done well, hasn't he? He's smacked the ball all over the place. He almost gets to his half century, but what a really good catch that was. Look at this. Everybody all together go,
Yes, I would do. I wish I could be sleeping
look
there with
at
him.
that. that is just, listen, that looks like you wrapped in the blanket. That's the only thing missing. I think you need to be there with him. That's absolutely lovely. Isn't that cute? Also, maybe that would put a smile on the face of Gurpreet Singh as well. He's bowled really well, actually. It's probably been one of the best or better bowling performances from him. He picks up 1 for 11 of his 2. New batter comes in, and this is out of reach of Sohail. They've got to go for 2 here. They don't. I don't know what they're thinking. Look at the situation. Look at where you are. We are into the last over.
It's an interesting move here, Rico. Sohail Ahmed's come on to bowl the last over here, so he's bowling his gentle Meadows, and it's big responsibility. They must trust him a lot because it's his first over and it's the last over, so maybe he's a bit of a specialist.
Slice away. Well, he actually, Sohail, don't forget, he's the one I said watch out for.
Yeah.
Because he took a 3 for yesterday, 3 for 15, and I know he was guilty of a few wides, but when he got it right, he was swinging that ball wickedly. So, again, it's another surprise for me. I think both teams have been surprised with. First of all, how they don't go with Sharma. Sharma's still not out there. How they don't use Sharma early with the bat. That's Ljubljana. And now for Zagreb Soko, how this man is only bowling this, the last over. In the air, shouts to catch it. Will it carry? I don't think it will. It dropped short. Who's going to get there first and stay on their feet? In comes a throw. It's a spicy one, but they do get 2 runs. So looking to finish into sort of a 90 score. they have slowed down a little. And you thought at the halfway point with 48 for 2, they would get that acceleration in. But they weren't able to. And bear in mind, they've only just lost that third wicket.
Oh, he's followed him.
Shot. I like that. This is what I'm talking about. Be a little bit imaginative. Be a little bit creative. He stands there early and he says, there you go. I'm giving you all 3 to hit if you want it. So Sohail says, yeah, I want it. He goes for him. But that's a nice shot played. And Mike sort of maneuvers that to the boundary. He created that and he gets it.
Yeah, I think that the option there when the batsman gives himself so much room or walks so far across is go at the stumps. You know, go at the stumps or go at him outside off. Don't go down leg. It's just a free shot. Oh, he hasn't got any of that and should just be a single. Oh, hello. Looking for the second. I don't know how, in what world there would be 2, but not able to get it. Only a single. Ahmed in again. He's got 2 balls to go. So 2 balls in this innings. Is it possible? No, 1 ball in the innings. They can't get to 100 unless it's a no ball or wide. And there's a dot ball. How I've never, what?
That is a dot ball. That's a perfect delivery. So Sohail Ahmed, he'll go for 10 of that last over. But, well, you've got to be swinging everything at this. He just looks at it. And really, that sums it up for me. Jay Rana, unfortunately for me, I mean, he's used 15 deliveries. And, well, so basically, he's batted a quarter of the innings just for 11 runs. That is not good enough. And I think that was that's something that certainly Ljubljana will look to change. It doesn't go right at all for them. So it will finish on 91, only losing the 3 wickets as well. They'll be very disappointed with that, especially when they're 48 for 2. So we weren't able to get the acceleration in. And I think a lot of that was about not being ruthless enough and probably saying to the batter there, Rana, look, it's not working. You've had 10 deliveries. Come out. Let's give somebody else a go. As we have a look at the highlights.
Yeah, Rico, there was some cracking shots early on here. But this was a big wicket. You know, we know how our son can get going. He's the highest run scorer so far with one of the highest strike rates. And he wasn't able. He got 1 boundary and then he was caught by Sohail Ahmed. Very good catch at cover. And then it was interesting to see them bring Iran out. But, sorry, Ali Makmal, and he just started swinging from the hip. Unbelievable to see how hard he went at it. Got away with a couple. That was a cracking stroke over point. And Izaz Ali also hit the ball miles. That was the first maximo of the innings, as we see Paul Stubbs showing us how it's done. And then they got him. Great catch at cover. Sohail Ahmed, brilliant.
Yeah, very good catch. He's taken 2 catches in that position, but that certainly was the hardest one when it is dipping. There was a little bit of luck there. Well, you say luck. I don't think so. I think they did the right thing, not get him out, because he just chewed up deliveries and he kept that score down to 100. I think him gone, somebody else in, it would have made all the difference. And not being me, but you just have a look at the batter who did come in, and Waka Khan, he faced 4 deliveries and got to 9. That's the sort of rate that you wanted. And, well, Rana seems to have done a big favour for Zagreb Soko. But still, they have got the runs on the board. And that man there, Gurpreet Singh, nothing going right for him. He drops 2 catches, also gets the big misfield in there as well. But you have to say, he did bowl very well. Just 11 runs conceded off his 2 overs. The captain, he came in and he thought that Gurpreet maybe would take the catch for him. It wasn't to be. And before you know it, and he was moved from that position, and they thought, right, Dinesh Kurusasamy, you're the one we're going to need out there, because I reckon you're going to catch one. But this one could have been caught if they had a field in the right place. It wasn't. Gurnell chases it, but the wicket did come, and it was Singh that got it. There was a hit down the ground. What a good catch this is coming up here. First of all, these 2 managed to keep this one in play. A bit of team relay fielding, and this is the one. Good catch. And Dinesh says, I'm not going to let you down, Skip. I'm going to take the catch. And it was Singh this time who's got to be thankful. And I think that's Dinesh saying to Singh, hey, this is the way you do it. This is a good cut, good shot. Got a little bit adventurous and showed the bowler what he wanted to do and then executed it pretty well. But unfortunately, once again, it was Jay Rana who was unable to get bat on ball with the last delivery. Plays out a dot ball, 91 for 3. I mean, runs on the board, but I'm guessing probably at least 15 to 20 runs below where they wanted to be there, T.
Yeah, definitely. And we see the pick of the batters there. Rashid Ali, Mamak Kel, 45 of 26 deliveries. Izaz Ali, 15 of 11. And Waka Khan, 9 of 4. And like you said, Rico, It was better that they kept Jay Reiner there, because 11 or 15, he's doing more damage to your team than positive. You know?
Yeah, I mean, when you think of all the batting they got there, I mean, I'm going to go again at Tarun Sharma batted so well yesterday. I know the captain can whack a good ball as well. You still had the likes of Shinwari there, who didn't use. So that was a bit of a surprise. I'm pretty sure they might change things up there slightly. Bowling figures, well, we saw wickets there from Suresh Shanamugam. He bowled pretty well. I think all the bowlers, when you have a look at those bowling figures, there's nobody really that you're going to say, right, okay, they let the side down. I think everybody chipped in, but certainly wickets there for Shanamugam and also Mamoon. But you got to say, pick of the bowlers there, he wasn't at his best in the field. Got to be Gurpreet Singh, 1 for 11 of his 2 overs.
Yeah, and only 2 wide, so it's very good from them from the extras column. And what do you think, Rico? Sokol got this in the bag?
I wouldn't say they got it in the bag, but they'll be the happier team of the 2. But I think a lot depends on the way that they start. I think we've said about these teams that you pick up 3 wickets early, then you've got a chance. They certainly do know that they've got to get Sagar Mansoor quickly. He wasn't on form yesterday. He's a good batter. Watch out for him to return back to form. Wasal Kamal also, he batted beautifully yesterday. And then the captain, Aman Mashwari. They're the 3 you want to get. You get those quickly and you get those in the power play, then you've got a chance. If you don't, one of those could take the match away from you. There's a match summary. Going to leave that up for you of match number 19. Rico Full here and Jerome Peters, the European Cricket Network. We'll be back in around 10 minutes time for the conclusion of this match. Volvemos en 10 minutos.
Well, I wish I had better news for you all, everyone, but it doesn't seem like the rain is letting up at the moment. It's been rather relentless. It's an extremely great overcast day, and one where you start to wonder if we're going to get any play at all in this first match. Everyone at the ground is doing the best they can to, of course, get play underway, but the rain simply hasn't stopped. It's been really relentless, and yep, we can all feel the frustration, can't we? It's frustrating for the ground staff, for the players, and of course, we understand for all of you at home as well. But it looks like today is going to be an exercise in patience. Of course, we're all excited for this big day of cricket, but so far the weather isn't playing its part. That's the nature of cricket, isn't it? It's always at the mercy of the weather. So hang in there with us, folks. The cutoff time is 9:50 local time, which is about half an hour from now, and I'll be hoping we can get you some more good news from out in the middle. Just fingers crossed. Let's hope this downpour eases up and we can get a quick game underway, a shortened match underway, and also put all those raincoats away. So we're going to return to our classic match between Ljubljana and Zagreb Sokol. Zagreb Sokol are going to be batting in the second innings.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. Bienvenido de campo de aquí en Croatia, the Budneka Oval. Hello and welcome everybody to the Budneka Oval for the conclusion of match number 19. Ljubljana have had a bat. They've got 91 on the board, runs on the board, score in the 90s, going to be competitive, but I think they'd be disappointed that they didn't push on to get over 100 score. And I think Zagreb Sokol will believe that they've completed the first part of this match pretty well. I think if they were given, their captain were given that score to try and get 92 for victory, he would have settled for that. So it's going to be interesting that how they start. And I can tell you that it's going to be Midwas Shinwari to bowl the first. He's one man that probably be a little bit disappointed that he wasn't able to go out there and have a bit of a bat. And he's somebody that has shown us already that he's more than capable of playing a good innings and getting good, valuable runs on the board. But he's got to do it with the ball, and he has been exciting to watch. Mansoor is the opener, Sakar Mansoor and Wasal Kamal. These two are very, very strong batters, and if they get going, if you don't get them early, then they can hurt you. Mansour will face the first. We just Frederica Constant from Geneva say, yep, you can go. Thomas says, off you go. And it's a good start from Chimwari, just beating Mansour outside the off stump. Yeah, Kamal yesterday batted very well. Scored runs at a good rate, and especially in the second match against Voss, scored 47 of 19. And in the match before, it was the captain, Aman Mashwari, 41 of 16, and then Mansour, who made 33 of 26. So that's why it's so important. But this one is a big moment, and he gets put down. Oh, dear. Well, catches win you matches, and when you don't take the key ones, you're always going to be in trouble. And, well, this one is a big let-off. It goes up in the air from Mansour, and it gets built badly. Now, that's a bad drop. So what a let-off that is, and how important could that end up being? You've got to take those when you get the opportunity. Just flick this out. Good one-hand pickup from the fielder. That's Ghani Khan this time. So again, it's aerial. Doesn't quite have enough control over this. Sort of wants to flick it rather than hit it. We've seen a lot of batters that get out when they don't bat themselves to play the big shots. They're just going for the flick here. And that one again just could have gone anywhere. Be a single once more, so the two batters seem to be pretty content at the moment just to take these singles. Hit hard, and this time it will find the gap and go to the boundary. That's what I'm talking about. There's no point trying to just push the ball around and give yourself a chance. You're going to hit it hard, give it a whack, and that's what they do. That's a good shot. 4 runs. Shinwari just a little bit too short this time. It's right there in the slot, and that gets absolutely clubbed away, and it goes all the way as well. It goes the distance. So Kamal was dangerous yesterday. They're looking to be the same here in this one. It was all about him and his captain, Aman Shawari. Shawari had a good day. Mashwari, 41 and also 21 in the 2 knocks that he had yesterday. Batted far sensibly than we saw him before. This one's down the ground into the long on area and gets fielded by Izaz Ali. I'm pretty sure that he will get ready to bowl the second over as that one comes to an end. 10 off it. 10 without loss, so the perfect start, and they're right where they want to be. Rico Full here, and alongside me is a man who's still wrapped in the blankets. He's shivering a little. He's certainly feeling the cold. Jerome Peters.
Yeah, hello Rico. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the warm welcome. It's the only thing warm about today. Yeah, one thing I must say, Rico, is I do love how the SoCo guys are approaching this innings. You know, they haven't been fine in the middle of the bat, except for the one that Kamal hit out the ground, but they go hard at everything.
Matches without a goal ball now, 90. So
it could be one.
Could be the. I mean, I did say one thing I've been saying is these two teams could provide us with one, and that one just out of the reach of the fielder, and makes a good effort to try and get there. Hassan Ahmed, the captain, but just out of his reach. So it's say half an opportunity, bit of a miscue. Gets the bottom off the bat. I think if that's hitting the middle, that's going to be sailing away. So Izaz, the bowler, making a few changes here with the field.
Yeah, the captain's not having the greatest day in the field there. He's already put one down, and just half a chance as Izaz Ali comes in again. Wide outs it off, filleted away, misfielded, but no run taken. So another dot there. So 12 for naught after 8 deliveries, 1.2 balls gone. Kamal back on strike, sitting on 10 or 5. Short, pulled away, beaten for pace, so he just splashed it around the corner for 1. And Ghani Khan and Josh Hobbich, they come and do the fielding.
Yeah, it's got to him a little bit quicker than he expected there. Kamal. So you can see he does get bad onto it, but he didn't have any real control on that at all. And he wants more. Short down the leg side, gets away with it. Ali looks like he's cut down his run here today. He's not running in from a long run up, just a couple of steps and he comes in, but just doesn't get his body shape right there. Fires it down the leg side, so the bowler wide, you can see he's a bit disappointed. Let's see if he can come back well. Well, it's short, and this one has got put away. Well, he got away with it to Kamal. Well, Manzoor, he's completely different. He does play that shot pretty well. It's a bit unlucky, actually. That just holds up there just before the boundary rope, so he doesn't get the reward that he deserves for this shot. Plays it right quite nicely. Good timing. And just here, just at that point, ball just holds up and says, all right, not going any further. And Josh Hobbik is there to do the fielding. Nice to see him out there as well. Certainly would love to see him get an opportunity to get a bowl. That's well bowled in the slot. Should be taken, and it is taken. And is that man again? I don't know what it is about him. Abdul Hassan just likes to take catches one-handedly. We saw him do this yesterday, and we thought it was a bit of a fluke, and we said he's taking the catch while he's got a mug of coffee in his left hand. He does the same again. This is quite outrageous. He said, man, what about 1 point doing it with 2 hands? I've got a good right hand, and he does it again. Well, I'm going to call him the right-hand bandit because that's what he does now. He doesn't use that left hand for anything unless he's batting.
Yeah, no, I don't even know if he uses too much of that left hand when he's batting, Rico. So all right-handed. And that's bringing to the wicket the captain now. He's a monster walking to the wicket, and we've seen him hit some lusty blows, has Aman. And if you watch him, guys, he is the most wristy player in our tournament, without a doubt. His feet don't move too much, but the hands just go. So Aman Maheshwari is walking to the wicket now. Love his bat. Nice gun and moor. Doesn't even think about asking for guard. He knows where he's standing. And Izaz Ali's coming in at him. Good delivery first up, and he just pushed that into the covers for no run.
Yeah, I mean, if you've watched Maheshwari bat, one thing that if you know him, you know you don't want to bowl into his pads. You don't want to bowl short to him where he's able to get that ball whipped away over the leg side boundary. You've got to be bowling to him outside the off and full outside the off, because that's when he's going to struggle. So good over there once again from Ali. Keeps it nice and tidy, just the 6 runs from it, but picks up the wicket as well. And this is why this contest is so important. Belgrade top the table with 12 points. And Zagreb Sokol, if they pick up 2 victories here, well, without any question of net run rate or anything, they could be the ones that take that spot. But Ljubljana, they need 2 victories themselves to get the opportunity to do it. And it's not going to be easy against a team that they weren't able to get past in last year's final. Big Hoik here, gets lucky, chased on for Hobbik. And will he get there? Will he not? He does. So doesn't give it up, gets the throw in. Lovely to see him out there. What a story Josh Hobbik is as well. Somebody who started playing cricket after seeing it on the European Cricket Network. Started practicing himself by home, bowling indoors and breaking a few of his ornaments. And then he got to a club close by. And ever since then, well, the rest of history. And he certainly is an amazing story. Khan once more, short, hit down the ground, and this is going to go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya. Nice shot. Waits for it, and boom, off it goes. Right out of the meat of the bat. Good hit, 6 runs.
Yeah, great hit there by Kamal. He's been all business today. And he goes again. Beautiful shot over the covers. This should run away for 4. And it does. He's moved on to 23 off 9 deliveries now, Rico.
Yeah, he's continuing in the good form that he was in yesterday. Last time we saw him out there with about 47 of 19 in that win against Vis by 27 runs, putting 114 on the board. Vis getting to 87. He was good. And he made good all-round performances yesterday with the ball and with the bat. And he's certainly somebody who's coming good just in time for his team. Wasal Kamal. Round the wicket now, says Ghani Khan. Gone for 12 of his first 3 deliveries. They beats him with this one. like Ghani Khan as well. He just gets the ball, gets on with it, runs in, delivers, goes back to his mark straight away. Doesn't mess around, doesn't create any dramas, just wants to get on with it. And he's thinking about it as well. He's seen those few boundaries and said, okay, well, I'm going to try and change things around a little bit. Gets the first one through.
Around the wicket, sorry Rico, it's coming around the wicket again.
And this time, doesn't make the cleanest of contacts, but it's not one that Ali can get to. Yeah, he's another interesting one, because when he's coming around the wicket here, he's right behind the umpire, and then he just pops out from nowhere. So liking this, I'm just wondering whether... yeah, well, look, the batter is saying, I can't... And, well, it's tough. There's nothing against this. That's what Kamal is saying. Hey, he's running right from behind you. I can't see him. There's no problem with that at all. Look, this is what he's complaining about. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. He can come from wherever he wants.
Yeah, and as he does that, he seems to have lost his run-up. So after 2.5 overs, the score is 29 for 1. We know that the Ljubljana boys won 21 for 1 after their 3 overs. So far, the Sokol boys are 8 runs ahead of where they were. Can they make the most of this last delivery?
Hello to Ivan B on the chat.
Shot, Rico. Did you see that?
Oh, that's
4
class.
runs. Jeez, he just slapped that no feet. Just whipped it across with those wrists. And that's 4 runs. 33 for 1 after the 3 overs in the power play.
This is what we know he can do. Have a look at this. Oh, he just stands and delivers. And, well, if you like the old helicopter stuff, I can tell you what, he's pretty good at that as well. If he's there long enough, and if you can get an innings in, he'll do it. But look at the size of the man. He is huge. He's massive.
Monster.
And it's a pretty good power play as well. 33 for 1. So they gain along nicely, exactly where they need to be at the moment. Just the 1 wicket that they've lost. And that was off for Sagar Mansoor, who, well, after starting this series brightly, he's run out of form at the moment. But I'm sure he'll come back strong when it matters for his side.
Yeah, as we see, it looks like Hassan coming on to bowl now. He bowls these little quick offies. So I know he was bowling yesterday. That was the first time we saw him bowl. So obviously he's a bit of a late bloomer. See him rubbing it on his pants there, the ball, that is. And Kamal looks to line him up. In he comes. First ball, nice and full. Just plays and misses at that one. Bit of a different approach from Kamal as we see the stumps getting knocked over. One of the worst things for the umpire, when the ball just gets rolled back to the bowler and it hits the stumps.
Nice start, though, from Abdul Hassan, the man who, the one-arm bandit, who took the one-handed catch. And, well, that's the hand he's using here with when he's bowling. This one has been hit pretty well, and when he gets all of the power in this shot, it stays hit. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. ¡Qué guay! ¡Qué genial! ¡Qué grande! Eso es una Ariana.
Yeah, it's a launched over cow corner. He's got his bottom end all the way through that one. And Kamal cruises to 30 of 13 deliveries.
Yeah, good hit from him.
Oh, just toes that back to the bowler. It's wide outside off. He's better off going through the covers there. So 3 balls gone in the over. He's just conceded 6 runs. In the arc down there. Is it a chance? Short of the fielder. Bit of a nutmeg there, and Maheshwari wasn't coming back for the second. So 52 balls, 52 runs more required. It's pushed out into the covers by the skip, takes a single.
Yeah,
very
intelligent.
responsible.
Intelligent. This is what he did yesterday, T. And sometimes he's always in a hurry and wants to hit every ball to the boundary. But what he showed yesterday was, well, when it's not in the area of his strength, take the single. When it's in the zone, put it away.
Yeah. Oh, he's just beaten him there. But too slow. He was through with the shot and he wore it in the stomach. So at the end of 4 overs, the score is 41 for 1. And they're at least well ahead of the rate here.
Yeah, well ahead of the rate. He'd be disappointed that he's missed out on that one. He just plays that far too early. And yeah, I mean, they're looking to get this win under their belt. Looking for 2 wins here, aren't they, to try and keep the pressure on Belgrade, who is sitting at the top there. I mean, they will know, get 2 wins, and then they finish top of the group easy with 2 points. Ljubljana, though, they need the 2 wins to be on the same amount of points of Belgrade and then hope to have a better net run rate. So we've seen a battle here of 3 teams that could finish in the top 2, which of course gives them the chance of getting the double chance to get through to the final. So everything to play for from these 2 teams.
Yeah, and can you imagine how the Assassins are feeling right now?
Yeah.
You know, they've snuck their way into finals day. So they've got the day off today, nice and rested and relaxed, probably smiling at home, watching the telly.
Yeah.
And then they know they're in for tomorrow, and maybe they put up a couple of surprises.
Look, the Assassins, one thing that we know about them, and Zadran Zhankov, he's had a few issues getting the team together, but they picked up some good players towards the end. I mean, Gouda comes into their side, he's performed well for them. Then Yogesh Balaj has come into the side. So if he has everybody available, they're a team that could be the dark horses here, you know. They could come good when it matters.
Waka Khan this time. Outside edge gone. Don't know how that ball went there. One of the miracles of cricket where the batsman has tried to hit that through mid-wicket. Somehow got the back of the bat and an easy catch for the keeper. Waka Khan gets a good wicket here, first delivery.
That's a huge wicket because they're getting the captain, Aman Mashwari, before he really gets going. He's only hit the 1-4. But that's you got to get. I mean, this is what it's about. When the big players give you a chance, you've got to take them, and they do. So that's a big one, and nicely done by the keeper. Rashid makes no mistakes. So well done to Waqas Khan. Comes in, picks up the wicket, and just like we said, they're ahead where they need to be on the rate. But losing the big wicket there of Mashwari now makes things a little bit interesting because Sagar Mansoor has gone, Mashwari has gone as well. So now you get to a point where we're saying, right, okay, you're looking at batters coming in that haven't really performed. I mean, Gurpreet Singh coming in, we know what he's all about. He's an attacking player. He will take you on, but he will give a chance. You could say the same about Usman Haider. So batters coming in now that really haven't made any inroads in this series so far. There's a good delivery first up, liking that from Khan, not giving Gurpreet any easy ball to play. Gurpreet, to his credit, plays it nicely. Not only does he fend it off, he gets a single as well.
Yeah, he gets that single, but you know he knows only one way, Rico, so
yeah,
it's hit or miss with him. And as we say that, he just pushes his first one gently into the covers. So maybe he's taking more of a responsible role here. Oh, shot down the ground. Probably just going to be a single. Now, how important is Wasal Kamal? Because if he goes now, then Ljubljana are straight back in this game.
Yeah, he's the big fish now. He's the one that you know that Ljubljana want. They get him, and then basically I think they've got all the big guns already back in the shed. Those 3 wickets are the ones that you want to try and get off. So yeah, he's the one they've got to work at. Singh, he is he's been worth his while in getting some big hits for you, but he hasn't scored a big score yet. Well, he'd be looking to make a good innings here, but he's not going to, is he? Oh, well, Singh himself dropped 2 clangers, and this is another one that's been dropped. Singh ends up on the deck. Hopefully he's inside his crease. Well, he's not right now, I don't think. So if they wanted to whip those bails off, they could, because bat not being held means you could be out. Here's the shot. Now you got to take this catch. This is Tarun Sharma who puts it down. So Singh, well, he dropped a couple of batters. Now look at this. You see here right now, when he lets go of this bat and he sat there, watch, he lets go of it. You take those bails off, he's gone, you know.
Sneaky. You are right though, Rico, 100%. So Waka Khan is bowling a very good over so far. No boundaries off it. And this is a make or break time for them. Here he comes in again. Kamal is not on strike. Gurpreet Singh's on strike. Bowled him. Waka Khan through the defences. What an over. 2 for 4 in his over. And they're right back in this game.
Yeah, well bowled indeed. And what I'm liking about him, he just takes that wicket, turns around. He knows the over's over. Gets his cap and says, right, okay, come on, let's get on with this bowl. It's not a good shot at all from Singh. I mean, look where he ends up. He's going back, goes down the leg side. He's nowhere. Shows all of his stumps. Doesn't play a good shot. And he ends up going. I mean, he likes to come down the track and hit. And that's what he needed to do. He doesn't. So he makes his way back. Well, he did give a chance. He got dropped. But fortunately, Sharma and sees that Singh is only able to add one more run from the moment that he put him down. So he can breathe a sigh of relief. So Singh has to go back for 2 of the 3 deliveries that he faced.
Yeah, he only got 2 runs off 3 deliveries. So one positive, he didn't waste too much time. But the score, the game's 50-50 now with 5 overs to go, because Zockel are only on 45 for 3, so that's 9 and over. And they require 9 and over. And the 3 big players have gone. So the 2 batters that are in now, for me, are their last recognised batters. Kamal's still dominating the scoreboard. I think he's got 31 out of the 45. So 33 actually out of the 45. So there's been 12 runs from the other players, and that's including extras.
Yeah, it's going to be Abdul Hassan, who's going to continue to bowl. Bowling key second, bowling to Kamal, who probably does feel now that he's the one who's got to try and bat all the way through and hit the winning runs for his side. He's been joined out there by Sohail Ahmed. Don't take anything away from Sohail Ahmed. We know that he's somebody, as you said, who can give the ball a good crack. He probably is the last sort of recognised of the batters. We know Usman Haider can also come in and give the ball a thump, but he's probably not. He's probably more of a hitter than a batter, if you know what I mean. So this partnership is crucial.
Yeah, 100%, Rico. This is the most crucial partnership in this game, and the next 2 overs are going to decide it, in my opinion. So there's Ahmed wide outside off. Kamal's gone hard at it. It's pierced the field. Not going to run away from 4, but they will get 2. So Kamal's going to move to 36 of 20 deliveries. His strike rate slowed down quite a lot since the wickets have been falling at the other end. But Wiley's got Ahmed with him, and while he's there, for me, the Sokol boys are still favourites. So let's see what the Ljubljana boys have to say about this. Hassan again, good delivery, hit down the ground. Only a single should be. Shwari does the fielding. He'll be a bit upset that he didn't get a bat, like you said earlier. You know, he's for me the pick of the bowlers is Shinwari. Hassan in again, full this time. Ahmed goes after a chance, lands just short, and it could be a run out. No. And make it through for the single, and all of a sudden the Ljubljana boys are starting to become favourites in this game.
Yeah, they are. I mean, what you'll probably find is maybe by the end of this over, you'll see that the teams are pretty much like for like where they were. And at the end of 6 overs, it was 52 for 2. Is where Ljubljana were. You can see the score there, 51 for 3. Ball to go, and there'll be no run. So yeah, I mean, they're almost even Stevens, but yeah, as you said, I think this is the partnership that matters, and I think Kamal is the one that can change the direction of where this match is going. You get him, and this man has bowled beautifully well. Don't forget he spelled so far. He's 1 over, produced 2 wickets, and only just 4 runs came off it. He's got 1 more to bowl. Maybe this is going to be the key over here. This is where this match could be decided.
Yeah, you're right, Rico, definitely. In this situation, it's all going to happen in the 7th. So 41 runs needed in 4 overs. The run rate required is now gone above 10. Still 1 big over away from just sealing this game are the Sokol guys. But then on the other foot, 1 good over with the ball could put the Sokol boys in the pound seats. Khan, good delivery. Ahmed misses it, and there's a weird appeal for I don't know what. Maybe just happy he caught it, so Ahmed just not impressed. He just looks around thinking, hang on, my son's watching. Let's not try and cheat me here, guys, please. Just hit the ground.
Yeah, he misses out on that one. But yeah, Rashid Ali Mumakadel gets a bit excited about something. Launches into this, but doesn't really get the power or the timing into it. Will be fielded there on the boundary by Haris Karim.
He's back in town. We thought he'd done his ankle.
Yeah.
But it seems like he's recovered pretty well.
He's recovered pretty well. I mean, they've used Karim to open the bowling. Haven't used him yet.
Yeah.
Bit of a surprise, but there's been that sort of match at the moment. Been a lot of surprises. This one he sneaks it in. Good delivery. The batter asking the question.
Yeah, good delivery.
And the umpire just says no. Nothing wrong with that. I think when you'll see this again, he's landed this in perfectly. Yeah, what a delivery that is. Spot on. I often say, if you can get train your bowlers to bowl that 9 times out of 10, you're not going to get too many runs scored off you.
Another good delivery there, Rico. Waka Khan bowling a fantastic spell of bowling here so far.
Yeah, just have a look at the foot of the batter. Look where he plants that foot. And when that foot goes there, there's no way he's going to get to that ball. The foot is in the wrong place, that front foot. He's got to be going, planting that foot outside the off and then getting a shot, looking to play it through covers or over cover. So he's got to get the feet in the right place. Up in the air. Will it be safe? I think it will. Drop safe. They'll take the single. And Kamal just losing his shape a little bit. And, needs to get himself back composed. And that will probably help. He just gets to the other end for a ball to go in this over. And if they can get through this over of Khan and he can survive, then maybe he thinks, okay, I've survived it. I can go on from here. I haven't got to face another one from him.
Yeah, they need a boundary, Rico.
Up in the air, opportunity. Fielders come. Oh, well, they can't get to it, and the batters should be thinking going two, and they will. Well, they were both on collision course here, the two fielders. They charge at it, and then both of them sort of run past the delivery. Goes a long way up. I mean, it's a full toss. It should have been put away. Goes more high than length. And just wait. Just drops in. Oh, that one could have turned nasty, couldn't it? Just manages to move away or deviate away. These two teams, they do it again later. And, well, it's pretty hard to say which way this is going at the moment. You just feel that with that rate now just starting to creep upwards at around about 12.5, that Ljubljana would probably feel that maybe they're the favourites. But while Kamal is out there, you can't write Zagreb Sokolov. They still need to get his wicket. So with this one in the balance, and that could really mean that the next one's so important. Ljubljana are looking to win both if they are to take themselves joint top at the table with Belgrade. And, well, we know that Zagreb Sokol know that they too, if they win both the matches, that, well, they will be clear top by 2 points. But winning just one means that net run rate could become absolutely key.
Yeah, and then it becomes about how did you lose the game.
Yeah.
Because if you lose badly, then your net run rate takes a pounding. So at the moment, the Ljubljana boys are definitely the favourites. And see how it's just swung in their favour over the last 3 overs. Chance, this is big. Landing safely, they won't take two. Izaz Ali does the fielding of his own bowling, and again, still no Karim.
Yeah, and the thing is, I mean, if you want to know where this game could have been won for Ljubljana, well, just look at the bowling figures for Makas Khan. 2 overs, only 8 runs, 2 wickets. I mean, that wins your matches.
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant bowling, especially in a situation like this, and especially when he came on, they were flying.
Firmly hit, but will be straight to the fielder. Just has to watch the bounce and does really well. Ghani Khan.
Yeah, Ali's bowling some beautiful line and length at the moment. If you see that, it's not bowling into the arc at all. It's just outside off. The batsman having to slap it down the ground. This is the big battle. What's going to happen? Oh, almost got through his defences. Somehow he's getting the ball to jag back off the seam. And Kamal is just not finding the middle of the bat.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, how that happens? You saw the way he started. His time is good. He's fine in the middle. Then all of a sudden, because the pressure's on, he's lost his rhythm. He's got to be running. And in the end, a direct hit, and it would have been curtains. I mean, this is where I think Kamal is a bit silly, really. He doesn't want to go, then gets forced into it. He's the one who can't afford to be out here. Look, he stays, he doesn't want to go. So Hel Ahmed convinces him to say, you got to go. And if this one hits, he would have been gone.
I don't know what's going on there, Rico. How has that even happened? So Kamal now got to start making up for some of these mistakes he's making. Just pulls it away now, straight to the fielder. It's only going to be a single. And I think it hasn't been a boundary for the last 3 overs at least. And the run rate has completely changed. And the Ljubljana boys are looking favourites to take this win.
Yeah, certainly are. You're absolutely right. The boundaries are just not coming. And they're having a few issues here. Just getting back where they need to be in this match. It's tiki-taka when they need a bit of boom-boom. Well, that will help. Oh, that's a sensational save. That is a sensational save. And it's Just Hobbik who then comes around and tidies up. What a stop this is from Rashid Ali Muhammad Kadel. This is 5 all over it. That is fantastic.
I'm going to say it now, Rico, that was not a legal delivery. Watch how bent that arm was. Gee whiz, he's fallen away completely, and that's why it's shot down leg side. He's just trying to go for too much pace.
He's asked. This one gets past the wicketkeeper. It's rolling, then he goes all the way to the boundary. So that is going to be 4 byes. So boundaries are not coming off the bat. They're dried up, but they get one somehow. And these extras here, well, they could be exactly what Zagreb Sokol need.
It's just too quick for the keeper. Beating the batsman on the inner half there, just missed leg stump. And the poor keeper has done a fantastic job up until then, just can't get a hand on it. And that is, like Rico said, the first boundary we've seen in about 3 overs. Look at that, the graph there. We haven't seen a big over since the 3rd over. And 4th over went for 8, and then it was military 4, it was 6, 4, and the last over it looked like was another 9 runs. So at the moment, the Zagreb Sokol need 26 runs in 12 balls. We've got a cracker on our hands here, folks. 1 big over here. Ahmed on strike. Shinwari, the best bowler, in my opinion, from the Ljubljana side, the most consistent at least. He decides coming around the wicket. Angles it across. Launch!
Smashed. Oh, that is big. And that has been absolutely hammered. What a hit this is. We're right on cue. Sohail Ahmed sends one out of here. What a hit this is. It all happens in the 9th. 13 required per over, 26 needed. Well, we'll take 6 away from that because that is massive. That's a Bizway supersonic hit.
Awesome to see. His wife and his son are watching. They're smiling now. Let's see if he can do it again. Another good one.
And
Is
the
it enough?
fielder is going to be 2 in 2. Shaba, balle. Kinna Sora. Kinna Badashaka. This one was beauty. It was just all time in the fielder. Thought he had it for a moment, then sees it sails over him. Look at them jumping up and down with joy. What a hit. And now he plays this down the leg side. It could be 4 more here. 6, 6, and 4. Sohail Ahmed is hungry for more. And just like that, he's changing the pattern of this match.
Yeah, 100% Rico. Changing the pattern of the match. Shinwari decides he wants to come over the wicket, this time just feeding into the pads, and he whips it away behind square for another boundary.
Oh, sensational stuff. And everybody now up on their feet. So Zagreb Sokol, they thought they were down and out for a moment. Now they're up and about. And it's all because of one man. Oh, 82 now. He'll go again. And will he go for 2? I think they'll settle just for the 1. I think Ahmed is saying, right, okay, I'm going to just calm myself down at the other end. I've had 4 balls. I've done my bit. And he's probably saying to come on, hey, buddy, come on, get back with it. You've gone on a bit of a go slow now. Get your momentum back. And that's probably exactly what he's saying to him. He's saying, look, 2 balls to go in the over. Have a look at the score. We need 10 runs in, what's that, 10 runs? No, 9 runs, right? 9 runs, 9 in 8 balls. So you know what we've got to do here? Just relax. Don't go crazy, but at the same time, don't go into your shell. And he goes for it, hits it pretty well. He should get at least 1, and yeah, they'll settle for that. So the ball to go here, and I tell you what, Sohail Ahmed is going to go after this. He's going to go after this. He's going to go for the big hit, no doubt about it. Shinwari. Leans into it, hits it pretty well. It will be a single. They'll settle for that because it means that he stays on strike. 85 on the board. So that one goes 19 of that over. It almost goes magical. And 3 wickets down. So they all happens in the 9th. And that's why we have that saying, because it does all happen in the 9th. So we go into the last over with 7 needed of 6 balls.
Yeah, Ghani Khan bowling now. 7 runs needed, 6 balls. Can we have a golden ball? If he only goes for 6, we've got a golden ball. But I've got a funny feeling that Sohail Ahmed is going to try and finish this in the first 3 balls.
I think he'll have a go. The Ghani Khan hasn't bowled bad. He's bowled pretty well. So he takes up his mark. Remember, golden ball is when we go to, if scores are tied, 1 ball settles it. And, any batter that has not been out faces it. Any bowler can bowl it. And 2 will be required.
Yeah, as we see Ghani Khan getting sucked up for this last over. Sohail Ahmed. Here we go. Ahmed on strike. Strap yourselves in, folks. Smash down the ground, just a single this time. Kamal wants another one, but Sohail, yeah, and they take it off the misfield. Shinwari makes a mistake. Good running there by the batsman. And Sohail Ahmed back on strike, so they need 5 runs or 5 deliveries, and I don't know about the golden ball anymore, Rico, because they need a couple of wickets.
Yeah, or a dot ball or something. But yeah, Shinwari's probably still thinking about the last over, gets this completely wrong, gives away an unnecessary extra, so keeps Sohail on strike. And he goes up in the air, big moment, really huge moment, and the catch has been taken as he spikes this into the ground. What a moment that is. It goes a long way up. You got to take the catch here. And he knows the match is at stake, and he takes it cleanly. And, well, does he take this one-handed as well?
Yeah, it's the same man that's your friend, Hassan. He just takes it one-handed, has a look around, waits for everybody to look at him, and then spikes it into the ground.
I don't know how he does that. Hey, look, we're going to leave that out there because with that wicket falling, it's now 5 required of the 4 deliveries to come. Sohail Ahmed, he made a good impact, didn't he? He certainly made things happen, but he now goes for 27 of 13. And of course, what that means is because of the new rules, a new batter comes in.
Yeah, Haider there. Haider, another man mountain walking to the crease as
Let's
we
have a
see
look.
this.
Does he take this one-handed? I mean, here we go.
I think he does, Rico.
As the ball comes down. Yeah, I think you're right. I think the other hand's up there, but I think he takes it one hand. He's the one-line bandit.
I think there's something up with that hand because it's always closed. I don't know what's going on. Maybe he's holding some sweets or something.
Right, here we go.
Oh, man,
It
it's
could be
out.
another. It could be 2 and 2. It is going to be 2 and 2. There's drama here. Haider comes out, and I don't think for the first time, I'm sure he did this yesterday. He's out first ball. It's going to be a golden duck. So we are now looking at 5 needed of 3 deliveries. Well, the bowler collides with the non-striker, but the wicket will stand, and Usman Haider will go for a golden duck, and we got drama.
Yeah, drama on the cards, yeah. Yeah, let's have a look at all these hat-tricks. Now, Rico, I wanted to show you what I saw the other day. Look at number 16. There's another 4 and 4 there.
Yeah.
That happened in Rome.
Yeah, there's Rome 4 and 4 there. Well, we know we've seen what a hat-trick here already. Mike Jones, you know what? I'm gonna call this a hat-trick. I reckon there's going to be a hat-trick here because, look, you know the situation. You need 5 runs of 3 balls. The new batter has come out. He's going to want to go after this. He's feeling pressure. He's feeling tense. In comes the bowler. Ghani Khan. Oh, it's in the air. And he just plays it out. Why is that man not in a little bit closer? They take the single. That will just take, well, I was going to say it takes a little bit of pressure off the new batter. It does. He gets to the other end. 4 runs required of 2 deliveries. How did they get from there? They needed 7.
They needed
7 of 6 balls. Now it's 4
and then they
of
needed
2.
5 of 5, and now it's all gone to 4 of 2. What would you do, though, Rico, if you, Kamal,
Yeah.
are you going to go, listen, pal, just sit on your bat there, I'm going to hit this out the ground, or I'm going to try and win the game with a boundary?
If they're going to win this match, Kamal is going to win it for them. So he's got 2 balls for me to hit 4 runs.
Here we go, folks. Top ball.
Oh, wow.
Wow, wow.
So we go to the last ball. 4 needed for victory. Well, I don't think there's going to be a 3. So golden ball could be out of the equation. But what a good delivery that is from Ghani Khan. Well, I did say to you when you said, look, it's all over. I said, nah, it's not all over. Ghani Khan, he's a good little bowler. Gets the ball right. He's the guy I said just turns around and does what he does best. Well, okay, he's got to go for this.
He conceded 17 in his first over, Rico.
He's got to go for this.
Shot.
Smashes it,
Gone.
and this will be it. They win it with a maximo of the last ball. And look at this, they're all running to the pitch. What a victory this is. And, well, it is Kamal that does it, and we said it, that he was the one that had to stay there to win the match. Well, he went through a little blip, didn't he, when he couldn't get the ball in the middle of his bat again, but when he needed to, he got the winning runs, smashes the last ball for 6. A 4 would have done it, but he says, why go for 4 when you can hit 6? And unfortunate for Ghani Khan, he will go the distance of the last ball, and it is a victory for the reigning champions. They get the victory over Ljubljana. So Zagreb Sokol, they continue their emphatic run. Only lost once in this championship so far, but what a hit that is, straight down the ground. And what a match that we had. We did say that these two teams are going to provide us with 2 humdingers. Well, that's the first one. The good news is they do it all over again. And as the two teams wait to congratulate each other on what has been a marvellous match, an entertaining one, well, let's have a look at the highlights, because there's plenty of things and plenty of thrills for us to watch again.
Yeah, Rico, Kamal started off like a house on fire, just smashing them all over the show. Mansour did not have a good time today. He struggled the last 2 days with the bat. As we see the one-handed bandit just taking the catch there. Ghani Khan's first over travelled miles. He was getting hit to all parts of the ground by Kamal, over cover, back over his head. You know, so for him to come back at the end like he did, unbelievable. There's another one where the skipper then whipped him through the mid-wicket area, and Karim could do nothing about it while he slid on the ground. That was a large one off his son. Some big shots, and at this stage, you thought there was no way in the world that the Sokol side could lose. And then Waka Khan came on with a bit of magic. Somehow found the back of the bat there, and good catch by the keeper.
Yeah, if there's one man that kept Ljubljana in the match, it was him. His 2 overs were fantastic. 2 wickets for 8 runs, and I liked his way. Just did what he had to do, knocked him over, walked back, took his cap and said, all right, next please. And really good, clever bowling from him, so I like the way he used the variation as well. But we knew that as long as Wasal Kamal was there, anything was possible. He could be the match winner for him. But then don't forget this assault. How important was that little cameo from Sohail Ahmed? 27 of, I think it was just 13 deliveries. That was an amazing. That got them back in the match. And it all happened in the 9th over when Shinwari got taken apart by Abdul, and this was it here. Some of these shots were just absolutely huge. That was the first.
Yeah, he got stuck into that one, Rico. That was the second.
That was the second. And this one just pure timing. Look at them up there. They're up and about. They're loving it. That's the first time I think they believed that they could win it. And this one was hit. That was 2 6s and a 4. And really, I think he put his team in the driving seat there. At that point, before the start of that 9th over, they needed 26 runs, so they needed 13 and over, and they brought that right down to just 7 needed off the last. This was a big moment though, this one.
Yeah, one-handed bandit, just showing how it's done all over again. He only catches with one hand, and one of Vinny's favourite things, the spark happening there. Then it was 2 in 2, and we thought they'd bottled it there for a second as we saw Ghani Khan bowling a dot ball with 1 ball to go, so it was 4 runs needed off 1 ball, and what happened?
Yeah, what happened? It went boom, blasting as it flew all the way over the boundary. So what a way to finish. And look at these crazy scenes as they all ran onto the pitch to congratulate Kamal. He makes 48 not out of 32 deliveries. He did get bogged down, didn't he? I think once he got into 30s, he sort of went off the board. He went to tiki-taka mode. You said it. There was a period of time where we didn't see a boundary at all. But look, how important were those 4 byes? They couldn't get any boundaries. All of a sudden, we got the big wide that the wicketkeeper Rashid did really well to stop. The very next ball, 4 byes, and that got them going again.
Yeah, after that, Sohail Ahmed decided he was going to put his foot down, and he went 6-6-4. And then as soon as you said he was hungry for more, he scarred one to the one-handed bandit, and then it was all left for Kamal to do once again. And if you look at those bowling figures, Waka Khan, outstanding, bringing them back into the game, 2 for 8 of his 2 overs. And Ghani Khan was 17 of his first over. Then he went for only 3 of his first 5 balls. And then the last ball getting launched out of the ground to take Zagreb Sokol to victory. But they're going to do it again, Rico.
Yeah, these 2 teams going to do it again. Well, I said that at the beginning of the day that I could see this one being even the the spoils shared evenly between the two sides. So Ljubljana are looking to bounce back strong, but they certainly did provide us with an entertaining match. Going to leave you with that match summary up there, but remember, these two teams go head-to-head one more time for the final match of the day. It's also the final match of the group stages, and well, by the end of that match, we will know exactly what final stage schedule is going to look like tomorrow. So join us in about 10 minutes' time for the final match of the day. Match number 20 coming up. Ljubljana take on Zagreb Sokol, the reigning champions, one more time. Volvemos in 10 minutos.
Well, hello everyone. Very good morning to all of you, wherever you're joining us from around the world. And well, it's official now. The match has been abandoned. Match 21 has been called off. The rain simply hasn't let up, and while everyone's tried to give it their all to get a game going, unfortunately, Mother Nature has had the final say in this match. It'll be frustration for both the Zagreb Chiefs and Afyonkarahisar, especially the Chiefs, of course, who have been playing some good cricket over the course of this series, and they would have been itching to get out there and keep their momentum going. For Afyonkarahisar, of course, they made the trip over from Turkey, so they won't be too pleased that this match has been called off. It's a tough pill to swallow for both those teams, and they'll share the points, 2 points apiece for these two teams. Unfortunately, as things stand, it's still raining, so we'll keep you updated about what happens in terms of the weather. The rain continues to fall fairly steadily. At the moment, it's looking pretty bleak out there, and we're certainly at the mercy of the weather gods for today. So it looks like it's going to be a waiting game. It could be one of those days where I might be coming back regularly on comms to give you some pretty frustrating updates. So I will inform you if the weather clears, but at the moment, things are looking pretty grim. So just stay tuned to our broadcast. I'll, of course, come on and give you updates whenever I can. Have a look at our social media pages, and just have a look at the chat as well. I'll try to get you any updates as soon as some more information comes my way. So stay tuned with us, and hopefully we bring you some cricket.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Well, a very good morning to all of you, and unfortunately, it's more bad news. It looks like the start of our second match of the day is going to be delayed as well. It's still raining here in Zagreb, and unfortunately, it just hasn't let up. Based on the forecast, it looks like this could easily be the case for the next couple of hours. Of course, we hope that it does clear up and we can get some cricket underway. Of course, we're supposed to be at the start of our match between Belgrade and the Afyon Karahisar, the two tourists who have made the trip over to Croatia for this European Cricket Series. Of course, Belgrade are a side who have enjoyed quite a bit of success over the years in this ECS in Croatia. They, of course, won all the way back in 2022 in what was another rain-hit final, of course. That time around, Ljubljana took on Belgrade, and Belgrade came out on top by virtue of the fact that they finished higher during the group stages. And I'm sure they'll be eager to get out there and play some cricket, but unfortunately, they're going to have to show some patience, as well all of us here at the ground. So yeah, hoping to get some better news in a few moments' time. We'll go back in time. We'll go back to 2021, our first ever European Cricket Series final here in Croatia. It was over in Split, and we'll just take a look at that. So stick around with us. We'll continue to give you some updates. Just monitor the ECN social media as well as the chat. I'll try to get as much information as I can over to you. And for the time being, enjoy a classic match.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. It's finals time. Well, we've been waiting all week. 23 games finished, and it's game 24. It's the GF, the holy moly one, the grand final. And one of these teams will walk away with a beautiful trophy and bragging rights as being the first ever team to win the ECS in Croatia, which is a monumental feat for a lot of these teams. And well, we have Zagreb, and they will go in as the hot favourites, you'd imagine, but Ljubljana have turned it on at the right time. 2 wins already today, and all of a sudden they find themselves in the big dance. I'm your commentator, Corey Rutgers, and it's been an absolute honour and privilege to bring you these 23 games in Croatia for the very first time. I'm looking forward to this one. And, well, Ljubljana, they've got nothing to lose. And I think that's how they played last game. They went pretty fearless mentality, and it paid off for them in the end because they got the chocolates and knocked out a really good side in Belgrade, as the umpires to my right seem to be walking out to the middle. And that's what we're playing for. Not the Fanta bottle in the back, those beautiful trophies. Although that Fanta bottle, half drunk, that could be nice as well. But no, those beautiful trophies will be for the European Cricket Series winner of Croatia, our very first time here. And what an opportunity for these club sides. And we're almost underway, just a couple of moments. It gives me a good opportunity to say welcome back to our viewers in India via fan code. I hope you're all doing well and excited for more T10 cricket coming up in the next few weeks. Hope you're watching the World Cup and the T10 cricket at the same time. And all our viewers on YouTube, welcome back. It's been great interacting with you all week. It's one of our niches, interacting with the fans. I've really enjoyed that, and good to have you all back. And please, if you've got any more comments that you would like to get in or talk to anything about European cricket, you are more than welcome to ask. It looks like Wajwa is going to take the new ball. Siddiqui will miss out in this match. The rumour mill has come in. He's on his way to hospital, and we wish him all the best from the ECN crew and everyone involved. We hope he's okay and it isn't a serious leg injury. But let's focus on what we have here. Well, there's one man that's walked out there. Peter Ahmad. He is probably one of the favourites to go for MVP player of the tournament. He must be right up in the reckoning. You know, I reckon maybe Lazaridis would be talked about, maybe Dizia from Belgrade as well. Abraham from Split, India Broder Split would be talked about as well. But my man, Peter Aman's played beautifully all tournament with bat and ball, and he's partnered by an aptly named nickname, VB, because of his season in Australia. His real name, Viraj Bama. He'll be opening the batting, and these two well, they really go hard at anything, and they'll be looking to get off to an absolute flyer. Gives me great pleasure to bring back for the final in the ECS Croatia, good friend, good commentator, and my co-commentator this one, Vinny Sanduk. Vinny.
Hello, Corey. Hello to everyone. Happy finals day, happy final match. And yeah, you're right, Ljubljana, what a day they've had. I'll tell you what, who's to say they can't go all the way? They really have been surprise packets. They came out pretty flat yesterday. They only won 3 games out of 5. They won 2 today on the spin, so they've got a 5-5 record going into this final. I guess, can they find one big push? And they're going to have to play well to get past Zagreb Sokol. They were so impressive, weren't they? And they did it batting first. Here's the first ball of the final. It's dragged away by Peter Aman. It's dived over at square leg. This will probably run away for 4. It will. It was Ayaz Qureshi who dived at that. It's good to see him going for it, but just got under him, and it's a good start for Zagreb Sokol. Aman off the mark immediately with the boundary.
Well, Aman, aka Brooklyn, the party continues for him. He's been sensational all week, and he gets a ball back of length, just helps it on its way for 4. Well, if you're Ljubljana, you need to get him out ASAP.
Yeah, quick, smart. And then you've got a few to get through, don't you? Probably got Lazaridis coming in at 3. They've had some good performances as well from Majwari, who's gotten better as the tournament's gone on. Sharkat as well. This will be 4 more. This time it's a thickish outside edge. I think Aman just knows that there's nobody back at third man, so he feels comfortable, gets plenty of bat on it, and 2 boundaries off 2 balls.
Yeah, well, Peter Aman, he's off to a flyer as per usual, 8 off 2. 2 boundaries to start this final, Vinny. You couldn't ask for a better start if you're a Zagreb fan.
For sure. I'm a bit surprised they don't have a third man in place. They've got someone inside the circle, very, very fine. And a big gap between him and the man at, I suppose, a deep gully. Swing and miss. So, well, you know one thing, it's going to be exciting. So, what are you thinking in this final? I'll ask you your thoughts about what kind of a total Ljubljana will feel comfortable chasing. So it's good bowling from Ujawe. He takes first over duties in the absence of Siddiqui.
I think anything over 110, Vinny's a little bit worrying. If they keep him under 110 and, well, Akil Mirza or some of the other players, Shahid Ashad, get themselves back in, then you never know.
There he goes, leg side. There's nobody down here. It's going to bang off the fence. Maximo! 6 more to Aman. Name a tennis player.
Stands for Vinka.
Oh, is it Vavrinka?
Well, I'll probably mispronounce it. Wawrinka. Yeah.
I'll pay it.
There you go. Jeez, we've done well with the tennis players this week, I feel.
Shows you how many tennis players there are. Rank in the hundreds and still be famous. But anyway, it's been a good start, hasn't it, for Aman? Missed out on a couple, but still 14 off this over with the ball to come. Oh, it's going to be 6 more. And, well, I guess I'll have to name one.
Yep.
Maximo.
Name a tennis player.
Amanda Kutza from South Africa.
Well done. And that takes the first. 20 for none. Wow, what a start.
Magical start. Shows you get it right twice out of 6. And you beat the bat, but still go for 20. Aman off to the races. And he certainly is, for me, the man to beat for MVP. I guess I'll have to find out which way it's decided. You can tune into the trophy ceremony afterwards, as we will be giving away the first ever ECS Croatia trophy. Now, question from Mr. Zimki in the chat. He wants to know, is there a chance to organise a tournament like this in Belgrade? Well, I know, speaking to the organisers here, and speaking to Richard Props, for example, from Croatian cricket, that I think the idea would be that you have these teams basically sharing hosting duties of a tournament for this of this nature. So you could host it here, you could host it in Serbia, for example. You could even host it in Montenegro or Slovenia. I think you would have a local flavour and then 2 or 3 touring teams or teams from other countries. I think that's cool. And I think that's the chat has been around here. But Croatia have been wonderful hosts for us. And I know all the players, no matter where they come from, have enjoyed this experience. But great question. This has worked away nicely, but they've got 2 men guarding that leg side boundary, and VV gets off the mark immediately.
I guess this is where we would usually have seen Siddiqui, but I guess they're gonna have to use a different bowler. But yeah, they've been great hosts here in Croatia, and yeah, I'm sure we can bring more cricket to these parts I'm sure we want to as well. We love expanding the game.
Yeah, we sure do. This is Akil Mirza, the Carnival. Call him because it's always an entertaining ride when he's out there. Yeah, Sadiqi's just a big loss with a bat and the ball, isn't he? Fielding? I bet he's watching right now. Hello, Shoaib. Hope you're going okay, and I'm sure you're watching, and we're really hoping that it's not too serious. And I know that all your teammates are playing for you. There's a lot of sore bodies out there as well from all sides at this stage of the week, Corey. Shoaib Sadiqi just kept getting better and better as the week went on. Anything can happen, and I like the batting of Shahid Arshad. I love the way he hit the ball. Mirza, well, he's X-Factor personified, isn't he, with the bat as well. And right now, you've got to try and curb this opening partnership.
Yeah, absolutely. You just got to get a couple of early wickets and hope for the best a little bit. And, well, you've got nothing to lose if you're Ljubljana. I don't think they expected to be into the final today, but they are in the final. So just enjoy it, and anything can happen from there. This looks like just a slight delay, small technical issue.
Ringing the changes, as looks like Shahid Arshad is going to make the long trek to deep backward square leg.
Yeah, small technical issue. It looks like we've just lost a little bit of power on the sideline here for our scorers.
It's a great opportunity. I want to say very warm congratulations to Shub from ECN, who's one of our umpires in ECN. Also, he's been match referee in the past, and his new wife Dora. They get married today in Hungary. So Shub, from everyone here at ECN, I just want to say we wish we could be there. Unfortunately, we can't because we have other duties, and I know Shub knows all about that. But wishing you all the best. I know you're expecting as well. So Shub, hope you're having a fantastic day. We're all thinking about you today, and hope you have many, many years of happiness ahead.
As he comes back now, that's hit hard straight to mid-off, and slight hesitation, so they will not run for a single.
And the thing is, there's not much that Shub enjoys more than umpiring a cricket match. It's almost sick how much he loves it.
Really?
But I tell you what, I bet he's loving his wedding day as well. And Dora, I know you're so supportive of Shub's journey with us at ECN. Now this time, driven down the ground. And we'll get one here. So just holding it back here now, the Carnival. Akil Mirza, after the first over, saw 20 runs leaked from Ljubljana.
Peter Rahman's away again, isn't he? Just really, really consistent. Already raced into the 20s.
Left-hand, right-hand combination is pretty effective as well, isn't it? Test the bowler, having to constantly adjust his line.
Yeah, never easy as an opening bowler. You want the ball to swing, but every time there's a lefty-right, it just makes it a little bit more frustrating, a little bit more difficult.
Full toss is going to be a no ball. Yeah, this is just one that slips out, I think. And it's going to cause a free hit, and Barma will be the beneficiary of that one. Let's have a look at this one.
Oh, that was massively high.
Yeah, that's chest high, that's heart high. He's lucky that one doesn't disappear. Couldn't get his hands through it in time. Otherwise, that was a ball, I think, was disappearing over that leg side fence. Free hit, but doesn't get the middle of the bat on it. Won't be an easy stop out there. And, well, I think this one's gone for 4. And so Mutler.
Yeah, it is now. Well, yeah, he's given it good honesty there.
Yeah.
It's gone for 4.
Yeah, have a look at this on the replay. It's never an easy one. You see, look at him bobbling around, and then it just pops off his hands and across into the rope. So Ljubljana, at the moment, struggling to make an impression. And this one is going to be more runs. It's going to be 4 more runs for VB, who moves to 9. And after 2 overs, it's 32 for no loss. Zagreb Sokol on top. They are the team to beat in this final.
Yeah, they are the team to beat. They're off to a fly. And hey, if you want to stick with us for more T10 cricket, we've got the Cyprus Encore. The Black Caps up against the Cyprus Mouflons. Mouflons?
Yeah, mouflons.
What's a mouflon?
It's a horned animal.
What?
Yeah, it's a mouflon.
A mouflon? Is that a word?
Picture.
Are we allowed to say that on air?
It's a sheep. It's a type of sheep.
Nah, someone's pulling my leg. Is that an actual
There it is.
name?
Look, and they got...
You've stitched me up.
Nah,
A mouflon?
yeah, and they do think that mouflons are the ancestors to all modern sheep. Cyprus
Tell you
mouflons.
what, in my circles you can't say that word, but all right.
Yeah.
I'm backing them in the mouflons. Good on. Good luck, lads.
Have a look at that. That's a mouflon right there.
What is that? So bloody...
It's a horned sheep.
Jeez.
Okay, here we go. Can you have a look at this?
What do you mean?
We'll try and show you a mouflon.
I don't think the viewers want to see a mouflon.
Yeah, hey, they do want to see a mouflon. What else do they want to see?
Ooh.
After this ball, I'm going to show you a mouflon. I have to move all my things to show it.
Oh, it's the spinner. Pandy back to the action. He's bowled well all week, and that turns.
All right, here we go. I don't even know if this will work. Here you go. Have a look at this. This is a mouflon. Can you see that there? It's probably not a good angle, is it?
No, it looks like a blank screen.
Yeah, it's there. Some people turn the brightness up and you'll see that.
No.
That's a mouflon. Here you go. Got it. Bingo. That's technology for you.
That did not work at all.
Probably could have just sent it and shown on the broadcast, actually. Here's the next one as it's driven away.
Great fielding by the local boy, Thomas Puzzler.
Yeah, Cyprus mouflons. And they're a pretty good cricket team as well there in Cyprus. I know a lot of people enjoying the action in Cyprus. Yes, Dan, I might send that one through. That would probably be a smarter way to do it than me holding my laptop up to the screen.
Yeah, well said.
Impulsive, though.
It's been a long week.
It sure has. We've been loving it.
I don't think I should do any more introductions for Cyprus from now on.
I do like your inquisitiveness. It goes up to this, but has he got the legs? You bet he has. This one's out of here into the tennis court. Maximo! Is it my turn?
It's my turn.
Go on.
Ferrer. Remember the Spanish? Was it Roger Ferrer?
Clay court specialist.
Yeah, he was really good at rallies. Jeez, how many sixes
He's really good at rallies. That's good. He's a good tennis playing.
How many sixes have we had into the tennis court this week?
Several. 100?
Yeah, we've had multiple.
How many a day? 6 days. Yeah, 20 a day. Oh, he knocks him over. And Pandey gets the wicket. He goes 6 and out. Peter Aman falls for 27 in the final. He tried to repeat the stroke, but Pandey is a clever bowler and he sneaks this one through the gate. So the first wicket goes down. Just have a look what happens here. It goes straight through his legs. Nutmegs him. And so Peter Aman, well, he's had an excellent tournament, but this one just does him, doesn't it? In the end, it's 38 for 1. That's the back of Aman.
Yeah, it's a great comeback. I mean, you get hit for 6, you've got to be brave, and he was. That'll end the tournament for Peterman as a batsman. He's had a sensational tournament as a batsman, though, so he can hold his head up high. A big wicket, and, well, this brings in one more, Dangerous Lazaridis, and I have a feeling he's going to fire today because he got out earlier, so cheaply in the earlier match. So
he'll like the left-arm spin, although Pandey's pretty crafty, but you always feel like the left-handed batsman has a bit of an advantage. $38 for 1. They needed something, didn't they? And Pandey steps up, getting one through Peter Aman. And so now Lazaridis is another man you don't want to let get away from you. Here is Pandey to the Zareb skip up. Works this one away immediately. This is going to be 4 runs. He's so strong off his pads. Pandey doesn't get it right to him and he gets punished.
yeah, he's such a dangerous player. I mean, it's just on his legs, and you still got to put it away first ball, and he does exactly that. Great cricket shot. Oh, I'd love to see Lazaridis bat for a period of time because you just know you're going to be entertained if he does. So last ball of the power play. It's all Zagreb at the moment. They look really strong and really confident.
Yeah, so 2 outfielders both out on the leg side. Punches this one to the offside. Goes on the hit. Because they went immediately, they do get through for the single. And at the end of the power play, Zagreb Sokol are 43 for 1.
Yeah, well, they're definitely ahead at this stage. And well, 2 dangerous players at the crease and 2 left-handers. So for the bowlers, you've got to try and keep it outside off stump and take it across them. But yeah, Zagreb, what an opportunity they have here now to be the nation, or to be the team, sorry, to win the first ECS in their home nation. It would be a thrilling moment for most of them. And still a long way to go on this one. And Ljubljana, well, they showed how plucky they are. They aren't going to give it away just yet. Gloriously sunny day. You can see in the backdrop, we've been treated to some beautiful weather for finals day.
Beautiful part of the world, isn't it? we've had that crazy win, but even that's all part of the experience in the Fancode European Cricket Series.
Yeah, bad experience. Geez, that was day 4 or was it
Corey,
day 3?
Hashtag worst day of your life.
Well, this will be a test for Raj here. I mean, he's not express pace, but he's bowling to someone that loves it in the slot, and anything on the legs, he really gives it a whack. So this will test him out here. He has to be really, really good.
So, Raj, here we go. Lazaridis with the target on his back. Pretty good ball. About Lazaridis, he's been pretty selective and pretty much from the get-go in this tournament. I think he's identified and he's got all the answers. There's a mouflon for you, Corey. That's what a mouflon looks like. That's a bit of look for everyone at home.
My word.
Good-looking animals, aren't they?
Don't want that
That's the
running at you.
horns. What do you think?
Not too sure.
Oh, this one's beautifully driven down the ground. This one's going to go Maximo! Straight through the line. There was no stopping this. Lazaridis gets his first as Zagreb so-called move up to 49.
Just a gorgeous cricket shot, isn't it? He's such a tall man and quite a strong man. He doesn't overhit. He just times the ball. And that's a glorious shot. Slightly overpitched. And, well, you got to put it away, and that's exactly what he did. And he's away now.
A beautiful shot. Mid-off was up in the circle as well. 4 men guarding the leg side boundary. Deep point there, 5 outfielders. Just works this one away to deep square leg for 1. That brings up the 50 for Zagreb Sokol in only 3.5 overs.
Yeah, a quick 550. I mean, they keep this up, they're on for 120. And you sort of feel they're starting to pull away in this match early doors.
Goes back and punches this out. So, I mean, the other thing is, even let's say, best case scenario from here, let's say somehow Ljubljana can keep them to say 100, which seems a bit unlikely. Still not going to be an easy chase when you think of how well Zagreb Sokol defended in the first game they played today against Belgrade.
Yeah, well said, but you never know. You've got to give yourself a chance in this final scenario, because that's well bowled. And that's a bit of Whippingtons there from Lazaridis, and will just be a single. He's building himself nicely into this innings.
Yeah, no cause for alarm is there. And it's got to be hard for the Slovenians. Get himself up match after match. Already 1-2 today. Just down leg side. Wafts after it, but it will be a wide down leg side.
Geez, we've come a long way since our first day. Do you remember our first day and some of the first things
so
we saw the first
crazy.
games?
Some of the stuff we saw in the first day.
The amount of wides in the first 15 minutes of the tournament.
Well, the Gale Day, that was one for me. Now this is powerful. This is the longest part of the ground, but I think it's still going to carry. We'll wait on the signal, but I'll have to check this one. Not 100% sure. Let's have a look here on the replay. See where this one bounces. It's in the shadows. So we'll have to wait. And now the signal comes. So Maximo. 6 runs. Like I said, it was the longest boundary on this Hotel Resnick cricket ground. And after 4 overs, it's 59 for 1. And it is Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, along with Corey. And you know Corey's excited because he's standing up. I'm still in my old man blanket, and I reckon old age suits me just fine because I'm going to be taking this blanket to Greece with me, I think. We'll be in Corfu from Monday morning. It's hard to believe, but in about 40 hours' time, we'll be doing match 1 from Greece, and yeah, Corey's excited about it. So am I. First time we've been to Greece for a Fancode European Cricket Series. We have 5 teams there, and we'll have the fixtures coming up for you shortly. And tune in the same time, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 p.m. in India. 4 matches a day. And during the week, we are going to hit 1,000 matches for the year. Exciting times.
Wow. Wow.
Here's Pandey. Left-handed left-hander. And this is in the air, but a bit of fortune. There's no one in the circle. Lazaridis on the leg side. And so they can get away with a single.
Yeah, a bit of extra bounce there. We still haven't seen the 5th bowler just yet. They're going back to Pandy. And a bit of extra bounce. He's bowled really good all week. A really talented left-arm off spinner. Can he get a breakthrough for his team?
2 left-handers against Pandey. Oh, beautiful sweep shot. And this one completely eats up the fielder. And it goes straight through him. And he's looking pretty sore there as well. It's been a long week for these guys. And the result is 4 runs. That was a well-executed sweep shot, though, and the power was just too much for the man at square leg.
He almost killed him. He hit it that hard, it burst straight through, and we might have lost that one as well. Yeah, we have. So we've already lost 2 this innings, and, well, when it's a left-hander bowling to a left-hander, Vinny, we might be losing a few more.
I'm so happy that we had enough balls, it looks like, to get through the week.
Don't say that just yet.
Did not look that way. Did it earlier, especially with the left-handers looking so dangerous. Now this one's a full toss. They'll run on the hit and they'll get through for a single. Tell you this though about Pandey bowling in this situation with his 2 left-handers is what they're thinking. Well, we've got to bowl him sometime, and you know they think he's the most likely to take a wicket. What do you think? Here's their key bowler, especially with no Siddiqui in the side.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, it's tricky. When do you bring him on? They're starting to go. They're still going at 14.4. So just I think they're desperate for a wicket, so they went to the spearhead.
Tosses this up and gets to the outside edge. But Lazaridis gets lucky and he gets 4 more.
Yeah, they're really running away with it. I dare say, I reckon they're maybe even looking at 150 here. A little bit of luck that time. Well, the keeper was back maybe for a reason.
So set up for an edge there. Clever wicket keeping from Waka Khan.
He's smarter than he looks, Waka. Had a good conversation at dinner with him last night.
What are you saying? He doesn't look smart?
No, I'm just saying that his cricket IQ is actually quite high. There's a reason why he's fielding there.
Yeah, there's some really clever people in this tournament. Another one, and this almost flies to Waka Khan. Once again, pick it off the hill. Back-to-back boundaries for Lazaridis, both on the outside edge. And at the moment, Pandey just cannot take a trick.
Geez, if you're a bowler, sometimes it's a tough game, and you just got to smile and say, it's just not my day, because that could have easily been a feather edge to the keeper. But both edges run away for 4, Vinny. And
putting back 3rd man.
Are they really?
Oh, I'm not sure if he'll stay there.
For the edge.
I think he might be coming up in the circle now. Problem is you've got 4 men guarding the leg side, and they've got a deep point, so can't really afford a 3rd man on the boundary. He's going to have to stay a very fine 3rd man. Last ball for Pandey. He's conceded 25. Has picked up 1 wicket. And this one's in the air, and once again, it's going to run away from the fielder, and it's going to be 4 more. So a hat-trick of 4s to finish the over. Lazaridis moves to 26 off only 10 balls. 5 overs down, and Zagreb Sokol are 77 for 1.
Yeah, nice batting. I mean, what he's doing well here, Lazaridis, he's just trying to hit the ball quite hard, but he usually keeps his shape, and you get a little bit of luck when you do that. He plays the ball on its merit, and, well, he got a couple of edges this over, but that was a nice shot. He's raced to 26 off 10, Viraj Bowman 21-8, and Peter Munn made 27-13. So that top 3 all in, you don't usually see that.
Yeah, I can see 3 batsmen past 20 in the first half of an innings as well. But Aman, it's a good contribution from him first up, got this innings moving. And just wonder who can stop the bleeding now for Ljubljana. And they're going to Omraj. He performed in the qualifier number 2 with 2 wickets.
I still wonder who's going to bowl the 2 overs that Siddiqui would usually bowl.
I mean, they've got
because he's out injured.
as another option.
Thomas Puzzler?
Option. Yeah, maybe Thomas Puzzler.
Wouldn't mind it.
He goes after this, but this is a big top edge. Now this has to be caught. And it's dropped, and it almost bounces all the way back to the other fielder. That's Dinesh Matla out there. He got in the right spot, but you see, he wasn't really set under it. It bounced off his hands into his shoulder. And the result is going to be a long single.
Yeah, well, he got under that. He tried to mow it across the leg side. He got himself actually into an okay position, but just the final execution. Tried to hug it in the end.
He tried to hug it in. And, yeah, when things aren't rolling your way, do have to take those chances and try and get back in the game. Oh, straight down the ground, but does this have what it takes? Oh, it's caught eventually by Pandey. So they get the wicket of Lazaridis. That's what they needed if they've got any chance of coming back into this match. And this one, I thought for a second, he might have grasped it. But look, another one straight off the collarbone, but he pinks it in the non-preferred hand. And Pandey, well, he's happy with that. It was a nasty fraction of a second when it popped out of his hands the first time. But in the end, it's the end of the road as far as the bat goes in this tournament for Dan Lazaridis. He goes for 26. It's 78 for 2.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that because that was in his area. That was in his slot. He loved to smash it straight. And a good catch in the end by Pandey, and they needed that wicket. Maybe that's a steadier, Vinny.
Yeah, he hit it hard, but he just didn't get the elevation, did he? He certainly hit it hard enough. But yeah, was a bit too flat, and Pandey, he didn't want to blip on his record. He holds on to this one. So new batsman is facing up, and he says Aman Maheshwari. He had a horrible start to the tournament with the bat. Took a pair on the first day, but he has shown that he's a powerful striker of the ball, and I think he's getting better and better the longer this tournament is going on.
I guess that's the good thing with these T10s. You do pump out the matches during the week, so you're going to find the way or your style to play in the end. And yeah,
plenty of practice, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. And he has gotten better as the weeks progressed.
Omraj, the successful bowler once again. He's driven away. Fairly careful start. Bummer, he's at the other end through all of this. He's 22 off 9. Hasn't done much of the strike. He's faced 9 out of the first 33 deliveries on this one, but he's been scoring at a pretty good rate. 2.5 a ball. I think he makes that one fairly comfortably. Wouldn't say he's winning too many 100-metre sprints though, VB. He gets something on his legs and he likes it here. Just gets a bit of bat on this. Stand-up sweep, 4 more runs. And that takes Zagreb Sokol up into the 80s.
Geez, they're running away with this, Vinny. If they don't stop the bleeding soon, they're going to make 150 plus. It's a poor ball just down the leg side, and all you have to do as a batsman is catch up with it, help it on its way, and VB does that, and you'll be happy with that shot.
He just got the other left-hander out, Lazaridis. He did it by getting the ball outside the off stump, but he gets it wrong to Bummer. 2 balls to come for Omraj.
Oh no.
One more time.
Oh no.
That's not a replay. That's another ball that's missing the leg stump. Omraj.
Was that not a replay?
Well, it could have been a replay.
That's almost identical, isn't it?
Back-to-back boundaries, and takes Bummer to 30. And despite the wicket of Lazaridis, Bummer has picked up where the captain left off.
Yeah, and they still haven't used that 5th bowler. I know I'm harping on about it, but it's always pressure to come on as the 5th bowler, and there's only 4 overs left. Last ball of the 6th.
Inside edge. So that'll save him on that occasion. It's the end of the 6th over. 87 for 2. Current run rate, 14.5. So you keep that up, you got 145. Well, I think that anything triple digit was always going to test Ljubljana. I mean, it's been that kind of a day. It's been that kind of a tournament where you have to expect the unexpected. You think about Akira Mirza, imagine him coming off just whacking 100 or something like that. Someone's going to have a big day out. You see that all the bowlers to a ball plus in this innings, and I do think they're short of bowling options. So the bowlers, even if they had a bit of stick, they're probably going to have to come back. But now they're going to Ayaz Qureshi. So there's your answer about who they're going to use as the 5th bowler. So I guess we'll see if he can perform. 4 overs to go. He's not going to have the easy task of keeping Zagreb Sokol quiet. The team we will see in ECL 22 representing Croatia as their domestic champions. And after we do finish the European Cricket Series this year in early December, a little bit of a hiatus, but we'll be back with the 2nd ever ECL in February. Big swing from Maheshwari. It's a pretty good start for Qureshi. I think we'll just put it on the spot, try and be accurate.
Yeah, good start from him. Can he be tight? Try and keep this dangerous Zagreb batting lineup under 120. Give themselves a chance in this match. Short run up, pretty stocky build.
Down leg side, this will be called wide. There's a bit of a noise that went past, but I think maybe it was just the bat flicking the pad in the swing. Yeah, the ACL will be great, won't it? We haven't had it since 2019. Corey, you were part of the winning VOC Rotterdam team.
Current champions, 3 years running.
Yeah, back to back to back without having to play again.
That will never happen again, I reckon.
Yeah, well, it'd probably be a big task, wouldn't it?
Yep.
But yeah, that'll be taking place. It'll look a lot like the ECC as well, I think. Well, this is in the air, but this could be a chance. It is a good catch, a really good catch by Akil Mirza. And it is Qureshi that gets the wicket, and Maheshwari, well, his tournament with the bat finishes a bit like it started. He goes for only 1. Good piece of fielding removes him, 88 for 3.
Yeah, good piece of fielding. It was right in front of the com box, 2 players converging, but it's Mirza, the Carnival, takes a nice, soft catch. And, well, you tell you what.
Rugby sidestep in that as well, in celebration.
Ljubljana, a plucky unit. They've had a day out today. Hey, they're not giving up the ghost just yet, Vinny.
He's fielded really well today, actually, Mirza. He took a good catch to get rid of Wintley Burton in the previous match. Stop, drop and roll in the celebration. And in that one, he didn't just have to worry about the ball, but he had to worry about Pandey, who was coming towards him as well. That had to have been on his mind. Had to be distracting. But Qureshi, well done to him. He stepped up and he's got a wicket. But it's not going to get a lot easier because this man whacked them earlier today. Mohammad Shaikat coming out to bat at number 5.
Yeah, he did give it a whack, didn't he? Well, he'll enjoy himself here. I mean, he's not got long to bat. Go have some fun.
That's one way to start. He goes big. And this is over cover. And this is another one over the longest boundary on the ground. Maximo, a perfect start for Mohammad Shaikat.
Yeah, wow. That is just quick hands, quick bat speed. That reminded me of watching the Belgians at the ECC a little bit. Just wherever it is, hits it in different parts. And he got that a long, long way. Big smile on his face as well. So both games he's played today, he got a 6 off his first ball to start the innings. It's just incredible hitting that.
Yeah, it's just missing his length. I think it's a bit of a challenge length, isn't it, from Qureshi. There's nothing too wrong with this ball, but he strokes through it. Yeah, like I said, he picked the longest.
Like that, he's still
boundary on the ground.
Still trying to swing it.
Goes full this time. Probably going to be 4 more. It was high. I don't think it was quite high enough to be called a no ball. It's going to trickle across the line, and Shaikat has 10 off 2.
Oh, that must have been close.
Yeah, I think it is close. The square umpire's got a good view of this one. My instinct was it was kind of between the top of the pads and the waist. Yeah, you see, it was around thigh height. But still, you get any bat on those, and they fly away. Close to bottom edge. Call a game too early here, but Zagreb Sokol, despite losing wickets, they've been good at sustaining the scoring today. This one pitched up, taken to a low full toss, but just played away carefully by Shaikat. Back to Bama, who, yeah, he's only had about, he's had 12 balls out of 41, so hasn't had much of the strike at all. And then had, yeah, a little over a quarter of the strike. Last ball for Qureshi, though. It's been a successful over. Credit to him for stepping up. This is a nice looking drive. Sets the task for Pandey, who dives over it. It's going to be 4 to finish the over. So that brings up the 100 as Qureshi ends up going for 16. But Pandey, he made good ground there, but just got done by the speed of it in the end. After 7 overs, it's 103 for 3. And already, I'm having a look at a few pictures from the Corfu ground. Some of our crew are there setting up already. And we've got 4 matches starting on Monday. Decathlon versus GEK to start things off. And then I love this team name, the Kalatea Sixers.
Nice.
From Athens, they're taking on Forgate in the final 2 matches of the day. So join us, and you can go to our website, europeancricket.com, find out a bit more about those 2 teams, have a look at all the scores and fixtures as they come to hand.
Do we have a favourite going into Greece, or?
I think again, you've got teams that are pretty inexperienced in the T10 format, so
Is there any
anything can happen.
Is it the ECL champions possibly in this tournament, or?
I'll get back to you on that one, but I'll have to go to my sheet.
I know a lot of nations at the moment are finishing their domestic seasons to see who will be the club champion and who will be
know by the end of
playing
December.
at the ECL. End of December. Safe bet. 3 overs to go here, Vinny.
End of October, I should say. So, pardon me. Well, this one's a bit short. No ball called for an overstep, and it's going to go all the way. Well, take me to heaven. Shaikat will take 7 off that ball from Arshad, who comes in, and he might have actually...
He flicked the bail,
He knocks
Vinny.
the bail off, does he?
Oh, no, that's a terrible way to give a no ball.
Yeah, and it didn't distract the batsman at all because he whacks it for 6. Yeah, so he knocks off the bail. You see the bail flying away there. So that is a no ball, and now it's going to be a free hit. So that's a worst case scenario.
Yeah, that's a worst case scenario because you're bowling to a man that's 17-4. He moves across his crease. And
that is slammed.
Oh, that is so. How's the hang
That's
time?
going to bring rain, and there's not even clouds. That is huge from Shaikat. Well, unlucky for some 13, unlucky for Arshad.
Name me a doubles partner.
Name the highest ball you've ever seen hit in cricket, and that might be it.
Can we figure out the hang time on that? That
would have hit a plane. You know how low the planes are today? This one is smashed off the middle of the bat, straight up. That's a risky proposition if you're taking off.
My word. that is
leave a crater.
That took about 6 seconds to hit the ground.
Well, let's move on. After this, he gets none of the next one.
Yeah, unbelievable hitting.
So Greece will know that who their champion will be at the end of October. So
Wow.
we don't know exactly who it is.
I'm going back to my homeland, Vinny, and looking forward to seeing some of the Greek officials. My Greek citizenship. It's going to be a nice touch for me to go back. Looking forward to it immensely.
Oh, it's good swinging, isn't it, from Shycat? But yeah, I love Greece actually. I've spent a bit of time there before.
Sure you have.
Greece is amazing.
Is it
Food,
warm?
oh, the food as well. I mean, I like the food everywhere I go. You know that.
Yeah, you eat a lot, eh?
Yeah.
Can we still figure out the hang time on that ball?
Someone go back and time it
Who's
for us.
that?
Someone in the channel do it for us. It's on the walk. Not looked like hitting a ball since. You start to believe your own hype, and why wouldn't you when you're Mohammed Shycat? You just hit a ball that might have knocked on the window of the International Space Station.
That went
and then
so high.
It went so high. And
didn't even go
it bounced
far.
off the clay. It didn't even. It was actually awesome. I like to see someone trying to catch that. Oh, he puts the lean back now, and he's going to launch this one as well. And this one, well, it's not quite as high. Still going to do the trick though. Maximo. This over goes from bad to worse for Arshad. He actually come back with 3 dots after giving 13 up off the first ball. But he better make that 19 as this one crashes off the fence. 6 more.
Yeah, nice batting, and yeah, he's got quick hands. He missed the last couple. And, well, when you swing this hard, it only has to hit a little bit of those big bats these days, and it carries the boundary for 6.
Skips across. Smart batting. They'll get it wide. And they don't really want the extra one. I think the Sharkat's saying, I know you've batted through almost 8 overs for 34, but I've got you in my sights because he's faced 9 balls compared to Mama's 13, and he's catching him up pretty quickly. He's on 29. He's one swing of the bat away from overtaking him.
Yeah, he is.
And goes leg side. Not quite off the middle, but who cares? And he does overtake him with Maximo. 6 to finish the over. Arshad goes for 26 after 8 overs. The wheels are off. It's 129 for 3.
Because there was 2 sixes into the tennis courts, Vinny, and we didn't say it, I'll say a doubles pair, the Bryan
The
brothers.
Bryans. Oh, yeah, that was such an easy option. Yeah, good call, though. The Woodies and the Bryans, they had some good battles, didn't they, in the day?
They did. Jeez, we've seen a lot of balls in the tennis courts this week. But 129 for 3, Vinny. I dare say we're going to see 150 cracked for the first time this week. Maybe even 160 if they go real well.
So that extra ball, because of the no ball, ends up going for 6. So, worst case scenario, really, wasn't it? And
I still
doesn't
think
even make that big a dent in the worm because that scale is 200.
This is why I think we need to change the worm, because it doesn't give justice to what that over was. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
We should get the
Worm's a
full
classic though.
Nah, let's get the full Manhattan. Well, the worm was
We normally got the Manhattan as well.
no, but the worm wasn't. The old worm didn't used to be the total of runs. It used to be the over, so it would go like
Oh,
that.
It used to be the run rate. You're talking
Yeah.
about, it's like a heart rate monitor.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it's always going to look like this. I don't
Yeah.
think it gives a fair representation to how amazing that over was. I'm going to leave that to you to fix before Greece.
Before Greece. I'm going to make a note of it now.
I know at the airport tomorrow you'll be enjoying that, as it looks like a ball's just being passed back, so we'll be able to get underway in a moment. But yeah, it would be good to add a few more new graphs. I wouldn't mind seeing dot balls instead of maidens as well in our bowlers graphics.
I don't mind dot balls.
Well, what about like...
What's a good amount of dot balls? Because
No, because there is...
dot balls are irrelevant. I'll tell you why. Not that they're irrelevant, but it's the overall runs that matter. So
What-
dot balls, you might have a lot of dot balls. You might have gone for a lot of boundaries.
What
So
about
what does it
extras
mean?
instead of maidens? Because that
Yeah.
point proves
Yeah,
a
yeah.
bit.
Yeah, why
Maidens
balls?
seems something we don't need on the graphs either.
Yeah, it's an old classic.
Let's
though, isn't it?
change. No, let's change it though. We're different. We're a different entity.
Yeah, I'd be happy for one, like you know, how the bowling figures are down there, just to show you that at the end. True.
Yeah. Oh.
Here's Rizwan Zahua. He's having a go, and although there's a bit of protection, this one's going.
Oh.
It's going to go to a lurker in the bushes.
There's someone in the bushes.
Hello. Oh, what's going on? Someone hasn't paid their ticket money. Who is that? Who's the mystery man lurking in the bushes?
Well, there is a mystery man in the bushes, and I reckon he's just throwing the ball back for us. So thank you, sir.
Is that Barry? Is that Barry in disguise? He's... Yeah, could have been the Zodiac Killer for all we know. Just,
They
I didn't
found-
know you could get over there. This one's bad. It's going to be a no ball. And we're going to have some extras. Count them up. Will they come back for 2? Well, VB thinks he's fast for a second, but then he realises he's not. So they'll just get the 1. I think I always want to get back there for a free hit. And so it'll be a no ball and a bye. Again, very harsh on the keeper. I think it hits the edge of the pitch.
Tell you what, do we have the ICC here at the moment? Because I reckon Zahor's just got to watch his action a little bit here. That elbow looks a little bit sideways. Got to be careful to get his shoulder into it a little bit more. Just going to watch himself and just get his hip and his shoulder over in that action. It's a free hit now.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, who loves a free hit is Mohamed Shaikat. He walks at him and cops it. And then he says, he's not happy with it, is he?
Well, he reckons his baseball throw that in. Look, I know it's a brown sore point, but it's
benefit of the doubt there.
It might be 16 degrees, 1 degree out. We might get cold here. That would be something. Yeah, so that's...
Oh, he knocks him over, and there's no problem with this one. And he goes half speed, and Shaikat, he's got to go. So here's the last laugh. And I think that one, to be honest, that one was as good as you're going to get. He slows it down, Shaikat. Well, he had it on a tee, but he couldn't catch up with it. What an entertaining knock, though. He goes for 35 off 12. He's hit the highest ball ever. He almost hit it out of the Earth's atmosphere. And in the end, he becomes the 4th wicket of all. 135 for 4, and over and a half remains.
Yeah, nice bowling that. Slowed that one up, and he's done him all ends there. The first few were quick, but he really slowed that one up, and he confused him massively.
He said, okay, I'll show you something a little bit different. Here's the thing. I mean, some bowlers bowl with bent arm, but it's whether it straightens or not. So I think sometimes people are very quick to jump on these things. You know, sometimes it's just the degree to which it straightens which is relevant. You're allowed to bowl with a bent arm. Really taking the speed off at the moment, though. This one's going to find the gap. There wasn't much of a gap, but Fazal Kamal, he is being held together with sticky tape, and he's going to end up getting a boundary first ball.
Yeah, nice shot. But yeah, I know what you're saying, but it's more the quicker ones that are usually that make the difference. When it's slow, it's fine, but when some bowlers do the quick ones, that's where the issue comes in. But
sure,
nice shot from Fazal Kamal. Yeah, he's been pretty sore, pretty stiff with his right quad. Brave to be out there.
Yeah, this one's fine. It's a bit of extra bounce, takes it over the stumps.
150, Vin. We haven't seen it all week.
You're going to do your last innings with your shirt off.
Next year. It'll be for the next match in Croatia. Oh, it's a shame that this is our last one.
We'll have you back next year. I wonder if we have a tournament here, which hopefully we can, in this region. It may not be in Croatia, it may be in Serbia, it may be in Montenegro, it might be in Slovenia. So I guess we'll have to see what happens in the 9th. And after 9, Zagreb Sokol winning the toss and electing to bat in this one. They're 140 for 4.
Good toss to win. That's one thing that's been nice all week. Every captain's chosen to bat first. None of this will bowl and chase the score down. It's been a pretty aggressive mindset.
Yeah, different tournaments, different thoughts. I mean, that's why I think across the board we've seen more teams winning batting first this year than batting second. But it just depends. Certain teams are more comfortable with the pressure of the chase, I suppose.
Looks like it's the Carnival, Mirza, to wrap this innings up with the ball.
Oh, the Carnival. He's going to have to try and pull it back here. I mean, just imagine they pull this off. Huge chase. It's been that kind of a day, though. Oh, and I'll tell you what, the Carnival says, see you later. And he gets a highlight. He's fielded very well on finals day, and he gets this one straight through Kamal, who tries to take him into another country. Instead, he makes no contact. You miss, I hit, and Akil Mirza does the job. 140 for 5.
That's a little bit of my slogan there, the old you miss, I hit. I like that one. Well said from you, Vinny.
I don't think you
We've been spending too much time together, haven't we?
Yeah, but that's classic 10s over bowling, isn't it?
Well, it's good bowling.
Ball that, I mean,
it's keeping
it straighter, and I think you can nail that one out of the ground, but it takes the chance. He's hobbling off there, Kamal.
I don't think they'll use him with the ball.
You don't think so?
I think he's struggling.
It depends on the situation. We know that's it's a war of attrition as well. These T10 tournaments. You might think, oh, it's only say 20 overs in the field every day, but you know by the end of the week, the intensity definitely takes its toll on these players. That's all part of the story. Shukla's the new batsman.
Well bowled.
Yeah, it is good bowling. They're going to take off anyway. And it's, he makes a late decision to go. Now he's had to run around the umpire. And now he gets sent back. And VB saying, I'm having none of that. He said, I've been here for 9 overs. I've only faced 15 balls. And a lot of chat. And so VB, maybe he's a chance for a half century. I don't think he has one in the series so far.
Yeah, he's been quite quiet because it just feels like he hasn't faced a ball in a long time. I mean, he's only
He's been a
faced,
spectator, poor bummer.
he's played 15 out of 55, but he's on 38 not out, so a really good innings.
High score in the series previous to this was 32. He's averaging 27.75 leading into this game. So I think he's been a quiet achiever.
Yeah.
Along the way.
Yep.
He certainly has performed well in the final here. 4 balls remain. This one hits him. The back pad angle, I think maybe just taking it past the stumps. I feel like he has to play himself in again. He's had none of the strike.
Bit of the
If that's
height.
close or not, but look where the bowler ends up. You can't call what you can't see. And Mirza ends up right in front of the umpire, so you're not going to get a decision. There he goes, but will this one have what it takes? It does. Maximo! That takes him to 44. He's within 1 swing of the bat of a memorable half century in the final. And Mirza gets a taste of his own medicine. That's 6. Pandey almost pulled off an outstanding catch. He's not that far away from it. In the end, the ball wins the race, 6 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. Now the race for the 50 and the race for the 150 as a team is on.
Yeah, now what do? Do you come back here? Don't think you're going to get the chance.
Well, you might now. Ooh.
So, good throw back in from Always Ikram, who's also looking like he's on one leg. Half of these guys are. So it makes it so exciting as well. And that will be the last ball I think that Bummer will face in the innings, barring an extra. So he's going to finish on 45 not out, but still a very good knock from him. Going at a pretty good strike rate too. And get your running shoes on, guys. That'll make it 149.
No 150s, Vinny.
You've done
The
it again.
shirt staying on.
And that will do it. And winning the toss and batting first, Zagreb Sokol. They're going to finish 149 for 5. Look, a bit of a team effort in their innings as well. We had 4 batsmen score 26 or more in the innings. But principally, it was Viraj Bummer, who only faced 18 balls out of the 63 deliveries in the innings. But he ends up with a very good contribution of 45 not out. I think he was the glue that held it together. When a wicket fell, he was still there. He had that stability. So a lot of people were scoring pretty quick runs in this innings. Peter Rahman, 27 off 13. Bummer with a 45 not out. Lazaridis, while he was there. And Shaikat with an explosive 35 not out. So really, Zagreb Sokol showing some of their batting depth. Some good fielding along the way. Mirza, that was a good catch. That got rid of Maheshwari, the only batsman really to miss out at that stage. And Shaikat, he lost that one to outer space, didn't he? When it comes down to it, it will have to be the chase of their lives because they're going to need 150 to win the trophy. But who's to say, Corey, because anything could happen. You get 1 or 2 batsmen that have a day out. And we know Zagreb Sokol, they're a little bit sore and sorry as well in the bowling stocks. At the end of the day, it's have to be something record-breaking, I think, if they're going to pull this off. It'll be the biggest chase that we've ever seen in a final.
Yeah, it'll be the biggest chase, but I mean, Australia hit 434 against South Africa once, and everyone said there's no hope in the world. It was a world record, and they came and chased it down easily.
Just look at England 11 against Belgium in the ECC final not that long ago.
41?
I think it was more. I think it was 148, 149. They'll have to bat out of their skins if they're going to do it. Don't want to miss it. Back shortly. Let's have a look at the scorecards. And see, the story is Bummer, he batted through the whole innings. He only faced essentially 3 overs out of the 10 as he scored 45, but still liked his innings. And he had 2 sixes but 7 fours, and he did it along the ground several times. Apart from that, Ahmad got him off to a good start, didn't he, with 27 off 13 balls. Lazaridis with 26, Shaikat with 35. Shaikat just came out and got them going. Yeah, they didn't lose too much pace with the wicket falling when they did. 149 for 5. Not too bad with the avoidables, just 8 of them in total. But let's see, a bit of damage in the figures. They were missing Shab Siddiqui, weren't they? single wickets to 5 different bowlers. See, probably it's hard to pick a favourite out of there. Maybe mirrors that one for 21 off 2 overs, you could say. That was a lot of damage from the moment that Jarway, they got up to him in the first over. It was a magical start. Come on, taking 20 off the first. So join us in just a few minutes. We will be back. The very last innings of this Croatian tournament. And it's been wonderful to bring it to you. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Max Molan with Corey Ruckers. Back for the chase soon. It'll be Ljubljana, the Slovenians, requiring 150 for the trophy. We'll see you shortly for more Fan Code European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back, and we've got some good news for you here. Looks like we're going to have a shortened match, a 3-over bash in our second game of the day between Afyon Karahisar and Belgrade. So match 22 was delayed due to rain, and just over an hour after our scheduled start time, we should be able to get some play underway. Of course, it was very disappointing earlier today when match 21 between Afyon Karahisar and the Zagreb Chiefs was abandoned, but the rain has stopped, and it looks like we're going to be able to get a 3-over game in. So T10 cricket is pretty short as it is, and now every ball is going to count just that much more. So this should be an absolute thriller, a real dramatic game. It's going to be so hard to predict what happens in this match. Anything could happen. I think it's one of those games where you throw all the stats out of the window because it comes down to 18 deliveries to determine who is going to win this game. Let's have a look at our fantasy dashboard for the upcoming match. And of course, Belgrade looks like they're a player short heading into this game. That's certainly going to be a big disadvantage for them. Afyon Karahisar, as you can see, have won the toss, and they have decided to have a bowl first, which you'd say is a no-brainer in these sorts of conditions. I think winning at the toss can be so crucial when you've got rain interrupting play. Players are, of course, making their way out onto the field. And yeah, this should be an exciting matchup, should be a quick-fire game. I mean, T10 cricket is pretty explosive as it is, but with even fewer overs, it could turn into absolute mayhem out there, especially with some of the conditions we've had over the last few games. So just imagine it. Every ball counts that much more. So thank you for hanging in there with us, folks. I know we've had some inclement weather. There's not too much you can do about the weather. We're at the mercy of the weather gods. We tried to keep you updated over the course of the last couple of hours, and here we go. It's time for some cricket. Finally, we're going to get underway with play. Of course, this Belgrade side, as I mentioned during my last update, they managed to win the European Cricket Series here in Croatia back in 2022. They finished on top of the table, and then, of course, they played Ljubljana in that final. That match was abandoned 7.4 overs into the first innings, and Belgrade were handed the victory by virtue of the fact that they had a better record over the course of the European Cricket Series. So, yep, looking forward to this one. And we're going to see a side who have won this tournament in the past and have generally been fairly consistent over the course of the ECS here in Croatia. And he starts off with one that's going to be given out, so gets a wicket off the very first delivery. What an incredible start here. Absolutely terrific start. That's a top delivery, and Mesut Öztürk, who of course had a brilliant ECS over in Bulgaria, grabs a wicket off his very first ball. Let's take a look at this delivery one more time. Yeah, oh boy, you can see that ball just strains quite a bit. It's been completely misjudged by Ramian Kanuswamy, and he's going to depart for a golden duck. Derek's going to come out to greet him. Of course, it is Friday, so Peacock Friday Derek is obviously going to be in store for our viewers. That's going to be the end. Yes, of course, Royal Derek coming out. First ball of the innings produces a wicket. You can just see Ravi Punchal there on the side. You know, the batter, oh dear, well, I don't think we want to have that on camera. We didn't need to have that on camera. We could just see them exchanging the box right there. Hey, I'd be a little bit concerned about the time over here. I think, as you know, if the batter takes more than 60 seconds to make his way out to the middle, then, of course, 5 penalty runs are awarded to the bowling side, but if he takes as much as 90 seconds, then he could be retired out if the bowling side appeals for it. Oh dear, well, still hasn't made his way out to the middle, still adjusting the gear over here. Yeah, looks like he is taking his sweet time. You know, I don't have a stopwatch on me right now, but if I had to time it, he's definitely taken more than at least 60 seconds. And, well, is it up to 90? I got a few messages in the chat about that. Kroom saying, well, that was a pretty awful leave. We got some laugh reacts as well. Royal Derek mentioned too. A very poor leave, wasn't it? Really poor leave. You know, that ball straightening quite a bit. And it went on to be an LBW. So, yeah, I think could have some concerns here about penalty runs. We'll keep you updated. So it's struck straight down the ground. Doesn't have enough power on it to get it out of the ring. And that's going to be a single. It's a big match for both these teams. Of course, Belgrade haven't played in the European Cricket Series here in Croatia for a couple of years. They weren't involved during last year's ECS, so they didn't really have a chance to launch a title defense, but they're going to lose another wicket here. What a disastrous start for them. Arunagiri completely misses that ball, plays the long line, and Osturk grabs a second. Boy, this guy, he's been on a wicket-taking spree over the course of this summer. We saw he bagged a handful over in Bulgaria and gets one over here as well. The batter just backing away, looking to push out of that one, and it strikes his stumps. Another wicket will fall. And what a disastrous start for the Serbian side. They are in dire straits. Well. Belgrade couldn't have had a more challenging start to this match. Look at that scoreline right now. It could very easily be an Aussie scoreline. That's how it's looking right now. But nope, it's just one run and a couple of wickets. So yeah, as I was discussing just before that wicket fell, this Belgrade side didn't really have a chance to launch a title defense during last year's European Cricket Series. They were not involved in the ECS 2023. So yeah, we've not had a chance to see them since they, of course, won the European Cricket Series back in 22. Of course, back then they had the likes of Mike Jones playing for them. We saw him play earlier this year over in Bulgaria, and he was the leading run getter of the tournament overall. So I think not having him for this ECS could be a big blow for them. I wonder if there's a chance that he maybe comes in at a later point in this European Cricket Series. But as things stand, we don't have any information to suggest that he will be involved for this Belgrade side. So yeah, when you lose a guy who was a top run getter. Oh, what a good ball there by Osturk. That one probably just climbing up on the batter a little too high. But yeah, of course, Mike Jones, when he was a part of this Belgrade side during the 22 ECS, he was a top run getter in this series and also the second highest wicket taker. So he had a wonderful all-round performance. That's another great delivery there by Mesut Öztürk. Nice. Bang on the money, isn't he? Bang on the money to start off. You could bet that he was rearing to go out there. Would have been very frustrated to see the rain come down. Wanted to get that opportunity to go out there and bowl, and boy, has he got that now. This comes off the outside edge of the bat right there. End of the first over. And they, of course, find themselves in a pretty tough spot here, this Belgrade cricket side. So here's a look at the graphic for our upcoming European Cricket Championship for women. Of course, it will be starting off on the 9th of December. And what a great way to round out the season, of course. So we're going to get to see 10 sides involved during this year's Women's European Cricket Championship. And it's just great to see it continue to expand. And I hope we get more and more side each year. Yes, of course, we can now return to live action, and Belgrade find themselves 2 for 2. Of course, this is a 3-over bash, so that's 1/3 of their innings done right there. They've only got another couple of overs. Let's see what they can get to. Well, that's a wide. And are they going to try to run some byes here? No, they won't, and it's been signaled a wide over there by the umpire. Here we go. Can he get a legal delivery in? Oh, gets that ball to come back in a long, long way here, Mehmet Sinar. And this is just terrific bowling by Afyon Karahisar. Of course, it is worth reminding our viewers that there are no bonus points in play during range-shortened matches. So, regardless, this Afyon Karahisar side won't be able to get 4 points from this game. That's a no ball. Well, this needs to be smart here, doesn't he, Mehmet Sinari? Obviously got this one wrong. Already bowled as one for the over, and now just sends another one above shoulder height. Let's just take a look at this. Yeah, gets that badly wrong. Yeah, young Mehmet Sinar is obviously very exciting talent. He just needs to make full use of that talent. This one is just going to hold up there, and oh, should be a simple run out. Should be a simple run out. And it's an absolute calamity for Belgrade, isn't it? Nothing is going right for this side to start things off. There's no timing whatsoever on that shot. It just spins and holds up right there at the end of the pitch, and that is about as easy a run out you will ever see. Ali Özdemir whipping the bails off. Another one bites the dust for Belgrade. And really, things couldn't get much worse for them right now, I think. Well, as things stand, are they even going to get to something like 15 or 20? Could they even get to double digits? Really, they look in all sorts of trouble here, and you wouldn't be surprised if Afyon Karahisar come out in the second innings and maybe wrap this game up in an over. Oh, Sinar goes short again. Going to have to check the height on this. This could be another no ball. Let's have a look at the height. Yeah, that should be a no ball. That should be a no ball. It's another one above shoulder height. I mean, I get it. I mean, Mehmet Sinar, you know, you talk about inexperience, but sometimes you just have to use your common sense. I mean, it doesn't take a lot of experience to know that you shouldn't be banging it in short, constantly bowling them over shoulder height. So, yeah, young Mehmet Sinar just making another error over there, and that's going to be another free hit. I've been given a couple of free hits this over Belgrade, but so far, they're really, really struggling with the bat, and they're not looking like the team that won the European Cricket Series back in 22. This one is struck hard. Could be another run out. Could be another run out. Let's have a look at this. And we're going to take a look at this side on here to confirm. Have they lost their fourth wicket? Yeah, this one just played into the pitch. And let's take a look at this here. Ooh, well, I think he might just have slid his bat in time, or has he? Has he? Well, let's just try to zoom in right here. Let's try to zoom in right here and maybe take this back a frame as well. Is there anything over the line over there, or is that bat just stuck on top of that white line? Oh, this is going to be a tough call. It really is. I mean, you wouldn't want to be in the third umpire's shoes over here, and I think they've deemed that illegal delivery, and oh my goodness, it's another no ball. What's he doing here, Mehmet Sinar? Why does he keep trying to bang it in short? That's another one that's gone above shoulder height. And I just had a look at this side on. Of course, going to be bringing you this game, not from the Ice Cube, where I'm over in the Spring Productions production room. And so getting a chance to view all the different camera angles all at once. That's going to block this one out, unable to take advantage of the free hit. I mean, come on now, it's a free hit. You've got to swing hard here, you really do. Why are you looking to block out a free hit? I just don't understand that. That one just stays a little low, and just going to have a look at whether that's gone over the tram line or not. Yeah, that should be a legal delivery. Just fine there by Mehmet. Soon our chance to dive into the chat. Helix asking about Peacock Fridays. Well, come on now, Helix. It's really cold today. We're talking about 9 to 10 degrees Celsius. You know, most of us are wrapped up in a couple of jackets. I think we could put Peacock Friday on hold for today. And yeah, of course, going to be bringing you this game from the Spring Productions cabin, and we can, of course, this gives us a chance to look at all these cameras at once. But of course, at times the field might not be as visible as it normally is from our vantage point at the Ice Cube. So here's a look at the groups for the upcoming ECC. As you can see, the host nation, Croatia, they're over in Group 1. A very challenging group for them. We, of course, got the likes of Estonia and Isle of Man, will be big favorites in that group. Koskinen just getting that one wrong over there. Very wide delivery. Yeah, so Belgrade, I mean, we're 2 overs in. They managed to make just 8 runs. This is the final over of the innings. Surely they have to get something here. I mean, these are rather awkward conditions to play in, but this is still, you have to say, fairly poor batting by Belgrade. I mean, capitalized by the fact they didn't even swing at a free hit earlier. No boundaries either so far this innings. I mean, how often do you say that in a T10 game? Worked away for a single. Yeah, it's going to be tough to field in those conditions really well. I mean, that field is still fairly soggy, but both teams are really eager to go out there and play. I think they were all getting a little bit frustrated on the sidelines watching the rain come down. They're like, look, we really want to get a game in, and I'm glad we've been able to. Got him! That's another wicket for this Afyonkarahisar side. Koskinen joins in on the party as well. And Belgrade find themselves 10 for 4 as soon as they crack the double digits. The ball just staying a touch low, but in all honesty, it wasn't the best shot either. Very hard to describe that. It's more of a nothing shot. And the batter just had a word with the umpire as he was walking off. Wonder what it was about, because obviously can't really debate that decision because he was clean bowled. Yeah, I just had a word with the umpire as he was making his way back towards the dugout. This is going to be Basha coming on to bat. We've got a couple of new batters out there. I mean, Karupasamy has been there for 5 deliveries, but he's failed to score a run. Looks to make some room to cut that one away, and it's a dot ball, of course. This Afyonkarahisar side were involved in the ECS over in Bulgaria, and things didn't quite go their way, did they, over the course of that series? They had a couple of wins against Pleven, a side who, of course, not managed to win a game for 2 years. A couple against a very inexperienced Blacksmith side who, of course, have a lot of people still learning the game. Just the one win against Pac Falcon Cricket Club of Viren. But overall, I don't think they'll be too pleased with how they did over the course of that ECS. End of this innings, and Belgrade managed to muster just 10 runs. So in theory, Afyonkarahisar could wrap this game up in a couple of balls in the second innings. This very poor performance by Belgrade in this innings. There's no other way to put it, I think. Of course, the conditions are very difficult to play, and you have to sympathize with a lot of the players, but you'd think they'd do a lot better than that. You really would. Well, of course, take a look at the highlights of this innings. And, well, what an alarming start to this innings when Ramayan Kanuswamy was out for a royal duck. Mesut Öztürk getting a wicket off that delivery. Then get rid of Aruna Aranargi as well. Cleaned him up. Both the openers departing for Golden Ducks. This was that run out by Ali Ozdemir. He's not going to have too many easier run outs than that. That ball barely traveled. Just kind of spun like a top at the edge of the pitch. This was a close call for a run out, a very tight decision, but in the end, he was deemed to be in safely. This ball just staying a little bit low there. Ahmed Kozkun picking up the wicket to get rid of Akilan Subayan. And, well, what a puzzling innings. We got a 3-over bash, and in all honesty, we didn't have much bashing during the course of that innings. Didn't see a single boundary struck over those 3 overs. And we'll now take a look at the scorecard here for Belgrade, and boy, not really much to talk about is there for Belgrade. I mean, the highest scorer managed to make just 2 runs. It was a pitiful performance with the bat, in all honesty. There's no way to sugarcoat this one from Belgrade's point of view. We'll then take a look at Afyon Karahisar's bowling figures as soon as we're done. Having a look at the scorecard, just took a while to come up, but here it is. As you can see, 7 runs of extras over these 3 overs, so they only managed to make 3 runs with the bat over the course of 3 overs. It is a difficult performance of Belgrade. Of course, they're going to have to find a way to acclimatize with these conditions. But I guess the one positive is the only way is up for them for the rest of this ECS. You can't really do much worse with the bat than what they did over those 3 overs. And we'll take a look at the bowling figures here. Mesut Öztürk bagging a couple of wickets. He continues to pick up wickets this summer. Of course, we saw him pick up a huge bundle over the course of that ECS in Bulgaria when he managed to pick up a good 15 wickets, so he adds a couple more to his name this calendar year. And of course, we come halfway stage of this innings, and Afyon Karahisar need just 11 runs to win this match. So, of course, we'll take a short break, and we'll be right back for the second innings. Can Afyon Karahisar wrap this one up quickly? You'd certainly expect them to.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back, and we are set for the start of the second innings of match 22. Belgrade with a fairly pitiful performance with the bat in hand in that first innings. They managed to make just the 10 runs. Yeah, that was a real struggle, wasn't it, for the champions of 2022. They're just not looking like the team we saw a couple of years ago. And, of course, I think we were expecting better things from Belgrade, but the conditions certainly played a part. They had a difficult time out there. And in the end, they managed to muster just 10 runs. So Afyon Croatia could, in theory, wrap this game up in a couple of balls. And, of course, it would mean the Turkish side get off to the perfect start in this ECS. So they're going to have a short third or a fly slip in place. And let's see if we're ready to get underway. Should just be a few seconds before we can have the first ball of the second innings. So the umpires are ready. The players are ready, and we are moments away from starting this second innings. As you can see, Belgrade given just a 3% chance to win this game. I'd say 3% might be optimistic as well, considering Afyon Croatia just need to get 11 runs to win. Here we go. First ball of the second. And it's a dot ball to start off over here. Karkin not really getting close to the line of that ball. Just going to have a look at this one more time. Yeah, misses that ball by a fair bit. This is played away towards deep third, and it's going to go away for a boundary. So the first boundary of this match. We, of course, didn't see Belgrade strike a single boundary over the course of their innings. They managed to make just 3 runs off the bat itself. The other 7 runs they managed to get were all courtesy of extras. So a boundary at last. A boundary at last. So a 6 would tie the scores here for Afyon Croatia, and they're now getting set to wrap this up very soon. Ooh, play towards mid-wicket. Could be a run-out chance. Should be a run-out. Oh, he's made a meal of that. Now, the ball's probably a little bit slippery because of all the rain, but let's have a look at this one more time. Yeah, it should be a fairly simple throw, and let's just watch the bowler here. Yeah, that one just slipping right out of his hands, and I would have thought that he'd be able to grasp it, but yeah, the ball must be like a bar of soap right now with that very wet outfield. Ball's just going to return to his mark. Got him! Gets a wicket here. And Karkin is going to depart. Having struck a 4. Besir Karkin out for a run of ball 4. And Gaja Karupasamy picks up the wicket, of course. Karupasamy failed to score a run in the first inning, so he'll be looking to make amends for some of the issues he had with the bat. And yeah, you can see that one. No real foot movement there for Besir Karkin, and just goes between the gap between bat and pad, and he will depart. That's going to be the end for the skipper of this Afyon Croatia side. I could just see the frustration as he walks off. He would have wanted to knock off the winning runs for his team. Of course, they don't need too many runs here. Afyon Croatia, just 7 more will be enough to win it for them. Swing and a miss there from Shamuradi. So yeah, this Belgrade side, of course, we're all a little bit surprised by what we saw from them in the first innings. Granted, conditions are playing a part in this game, and it's difficult to bat out there, difficult to field as well. It's still quite wet But I think all of us would have expected to see a little bit better from Belgrade. Now, this Belgrade side, last time we saw them in the ECS, they won 6 out of the 8 games they played in during the group stages. In 21 as well, they won 7 out of 8 games. So whenever Belgrade have played in the European Cricket Series, they've generally been very consistent, and they've always been right up there. So we've got 11 days to go until the start of the European Cricket Championship, the marquee event on ECN. Really looking forward to this one. Of course, the host nation, Croatia, are going to be involved in 11 days' time. They will, of course, play the ECIs on the second last day of our tour of Croatia, and then on the Sunday they will travel over to Cardama and be set to play on Monday. So, yeah, big event. Our marquee event of the year is getting closer and closer. There we go. Afyon Karasar find themselves 5 for 1 at the end of the first over. Yeah, so Belgrade done a good job to take this into a second over. I mean, would have thought that Afyon Karasar would have wrapped this up very early in that first over, but yeah, clearly conditions obviously playing their part. It's quite difficult to bat out there. Very open stance here for Shah Muradi. That one just climbing up on him, and they're not going to run. Just it's going to be a dot ball. And of course, Belgrade played in the first ever ECS in this country back in 21. They were top of the group, had by far the best net run rate, won 7 out of 8 of their games. But then, of course, they had an absolute nightmare on finals day. They had a chance to play in a couple of qualifiers to make it to the final, and they lost both of them. Beaten by Zagreb Sokol in the first qualifier, and then losing to Ljubljana in a 5-run thriller in the second qualifier. So back-to-back losses for them in that 2021 finals day, which saw their hopes of lifting the 2021 crown just go up in flames. And they came back the next year and once again finished top of the table, winning 6 out of 8 on that occasion. And then they took part in a rain-hit final against Ljubljana. It's played away. Might want to just check the height on this to make sure that it's okay. Now the ball's going to hold up in the outfield. It should be able to come back for a second run fairly comfortably. The throw's just gone to the wrong end here. Really needed to go to the bowler's end. We'll grab a couple more runs. Let's have a look at the height one more time and just see if this might be a no ball. There we go. Should get to it. And, ooh, well, let's just go back a frame or two and just see how close that is. Looks tight. Looks really tight. He could be in some trouble here, the bowler. Oh, well. It's going to be deemed illegal delivery in the end. They've had a good look at it. So the third umpire deeming that it might just be sneaking below the waist. But yeah, of course, this Belgrade side did win in 2022. The final was rained off, but Belgrade ended up lifting the trophy by virtue of having a better record than the other finalists, Ljubljana, during the group stages. And this should go away for 4 runs, and that is going to be the game, as Afyon Karasar beat Belgrade by 9 wickets with 8 balls to spare in this little brief 3-over bash. The conditions certainly made things quite challenging for the players out in the end, but they were so eager to go out there and have a game, and I'm glad we did manage to get this match in. So Afyon Karasar will be very pleased with this result. Belgrade, I think they need to look back at some of the issues they had with their batting. Granted, it was challenging to bat out there, but I'm sure they'll feel they could have done a lot better. And Afyon Karasar, who of course would have been disappointed to see the first match of the ECS for them get rained out earlier against the Zagreb Chiefs, but they get to make their way out on the field this time around, and they pick up the victory. So we'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game, and it's not too far away, just 10 minutes until the start of that match. If there are any delays, I'll make sure to inform you. And yeah, it looks like there is going to be a 10-minute delay, so 20 minutes until the start of match 23. Zagreb Chiefs, of course, saw their game rained off earlier against Afyon Croatia. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. And, well, this innings itself could pretty much be a highlight. That's how short it was. It lasted just the 9 deliveries. And so saw a few wickets fall. Saw this wicket fall right here. Besir Karkin, he struck a boundary, but then got cleaned up by Gaja Korupusamy. Ali Ozdemir at the other end didn't get to face a single ball over the course of this innings. I mean, how often do we say that someone opened the batting, but they didn't face any deliveries? But that's how brief this innings was. We'll take a quick look at the scorecard, and, well, in all honesty, there isn't too much to say. They were chasing down a target of 11, and Besir Karkin managed to make a run of ball 4 before he was dismissed by Gaja Korupusamy. Habibullah Shamrudi making 7 of 6, and those 2 contributions were more than enough for their side to see it over the finishing line. We'll turn our attention to the bowling card for Belgrade, and you'd have to say I thought they bowled pretty decently over those 10 deliveries. Gaja Korupusamy and Lennon Kumar certainly tried to make it as challenging as possible, but they just didn't have enough runs to defend. You're not going to win cricket matches if you put up just 11 runs in 3 overs on the board. And granted, conditions played its part. It made it challenging out there to bat, but Belgrade, I mean, a side who, of course, have done so well here in Croatia in their last 2 ECS appearances, know they can perform a lot better than that. So let's see if we see an improved performance from them in their upcoming match 23. And we'll have a quick reminder of what occurred in this brief 3-over bash. Belgrade managed to post just 10 runs on the board over the course of their 3 overs. And keep in mind, only 3 of those runs came off the bat. They got the other 7 runs off extras, and then Afyon Croatia are chasing this one down in 10 deliveries. So we'll have a quick 15-minute break before we're back on your screen for the start of match 23.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
We are set for the start of another exciting match. Match 23 is about to get underway between the Zagreb Chiefs and Belgrade. Belgrade have won the toss and decided to have a bowl first. We'll take a look at the fantasy dashboard for upcoming games. So Belgrade start off with a loss over here. And the Zagreb Chiefs, of course, off to a pretty good start so far in this European cricket series. They are 4-2-2. Obviously would have been very disappointed earlier this morning when they were defeated in the fashion that they were, I should say. Talking about Belgrade, of course, who suffered a rather disappointing defeat at the hands of Afyon Karahisar. We'll take a look at the win predictor. The Chiefs, 89% favorites heading into this game against Belgrade. Yeah, it doesn't quite look like the same Belgrade side we saw in our last two editions in the ECS. There's a number of different players. I think if you look at those two squads, a lot of those same names that were there for Belgrade aren't around this time around. So, yeah, let's see what Belgrade are capable of doing in this upcoming match against the Zagreb Chiefs. So we're just moments away from the start of this game. The Zagreb Chiefs, of course, are out of the middle. Two very similar kits between both these teams, so it's going to be hard to differentiate them at times. Yeah, of course, the Chiefs are the ones batting. The Chiefs had a pretty good campaign so far this year. Of course, they were pretty disappointed last year when they missed out on finals day and only managed to muster 16 points over the course of 15 games. Of course, 4 of their matches were washed out, so that certainly played a huge role. Right, let's see how the Chiefs will do here against Belgrade. And Kurupasamy starts off with a wide, so they managed to pick up a wicket in the last match, didn't he, Maja Kurupasamy, the sole wicket that Belgrade were able to get. Yeah, so just to confirm for anyone wondering, I can see a few people asking this in the chat. I think the full 10 overs here. This one's gone up in the air, and it's going to be taken by the fielder out in the deep. A slight juggling act there by Abu Taib, but he's able to hold on to it. So Kanusamy does the trick again, gets the wicket. You can just see Tushar Kulkarni reaching out of that one. He kind of drags that, doesn't he? And it's taken really well there by Taib. You can imagine it's pretty challenging to take catches in these conditions. And, well, not often you see a player with a beanie on during a cricket match. You know, you tend to see your baseball caps, your floppy hats, or your bucket hats, but a beanie certainly is a first. He makes his way back there to the dugout. So early breakthrough here for the tourists. Belgrade, who have obviously made the trip over from Serbia for this European cricket series. Just taking a peek out of the window from our position, and I can see a long off is in place as well. So yeah, must be long off and long on. So the plan here needs to be to bowl full and straight. Another swing and a miss there. So a nice bowling here to start off for Kanusamy. Yeah, so the Chiefs, they've had some good results over the course of this series. The biggest one, of course, was when they managed to beat the reigning champions, the Assassins. Just gets a little bit of bat on that. Doesn't have enough to go towards the boundary rope. Obviously, this outfield's taken quite a beating over these last 16 hours or so. We had a massive downpour overnight and a lot of rain this morning as well. The forecast does look rather optimistic for the next few hours, so hopefully we should be able to get our remaining games in. But yeah, glad the skies have just cleared up and finally starting to see some better weather. Just misses the line over there by a few inches. Going through, that's going to be a dot ball. That does look like it could be a pretty low-scoring game. Obviously, plenty of moisture in that wicket as well, which will certainly assist the bowlers. But that outfield is just going to be soaked, isn't it? It's going to be so difficult for that ball to travel in. One thing, though, is it is going to make it rather tricky for the fielders as well. I think there might be a lot of difficulty around that run-up as well. Could be pretty damp over there. So challenges for both batters and bowlers, but you just feel like these kind of conditions really do favor the bowling side. Up in the air, and it should land safely and go away for 4 runs. So catches a thickish outside edge, and the Chiefs got a lucky boundary to end the over. The Zagreb Chiefs are 6 for 1. So, of course, this Zagreb Chiefs side managed to get 6 runs off the first over, and it's a quick chance to remind you that we've got 11 days to go until the start of the European Cricket Championship, the marquee event on ECN. Yeah, should be very exciting. Of course, we've got a new format this year with the Challenger and the Premier Division, which makes it just that much more exciting, allows sides to go up against other teams at a very similar level. So even teams like Croatia, who historically have struggled in the ECC, if they've got a chance to go up against teams at a pretty similar level in Group 1, and maybe they could pick up some European victories. Yeah, of course, so we did have a full day of morning of rain, and well, the players were eventually sent out for a shortened match 22, and hopefully we'll get a full game over here for match 23. That conditions are obviously going to have a major impact on this game. That one's going to be a wide, just gets that wrong. And I did mention that the bowlers could have an upper hand with such a damp pitch. The ball could grip and skid unpredictably, just making life tough for those batters. And I think, if you're a seamer, you've really got to look to attack those stumps. You really do. I mean, you never know what could happen, and just some natural variation from this wet surface could create all sorts of issues for the batters. So it's a golden opportunity to get plenty of wickets today. Big swing and a miss. That's going to be a dot ball, though. Croatia is rather interesting. I mean, generally speaking, artificial wickets tend to be pretty true, but we do know that this wicket tends to misbehave a little bit, has variable bounce. We saw that on display on Tuesday and Wednesday. And I have been told by a number of people in the local federation that when this wicket is wet, the bounce tends to be a lot more true. And we certainly noticed that during yesterday's play, that as the wicket dried up, the bounce started to get a little more variable. Another swing and a miss. It's a dot ball. This gets a little bit of away movement over there. And of course, it's going to be such a challenge, isn't it, for this Zagreb Chiefs side? I mean, what's the par score in this kind of a situation? I mean, 80 to 90. I think maybe that's a good score with these sort of conditions. If they can get to somewhere like 70 or 75, I think having seen the kind of batting Belgrade have, will certainly back their chances in the second innings. And, let's see how the pitch dries up as well over the course of this innings. If we do get a little bit of sunshine, you just expect that it would get a little bit better to bat during the course of the second innings. Gets that one wrong. It's going to go past the keeper as well. And it's a good bit of fielding out at deep third to prevent that from going away for 4 runs. He's saved us out of boundary. Let's just take a look at this one more time. Yeah, that one just veering away. And I mean, he slips over in the end. And it's clocked him on the forehead. That's painful. He's just rubbing his forehead over there. Oh my goodness. I mean, you talk about putting your body on the line to save your team some runs and really giving it your all. We do say use your head when you're playing cricket and use your head when you're playing any sport in general. I think he's taken it a bit too literally there. It's actually clocked him right on the forehead. Ouch, that will certainly hurt. Yeah, looks to backs away a little bit, looks to make some room to try to play that booming cover drive, but ends up not getting too close to the line of the ball there. Yeah, this Chiefs team, it's a little slow start for them, but it's what we expected in these kind of conditions. Yeah, I've seen 5 runs off this over so far. They've all come courtesy of wides and byes, so no runs off the bat just yet. There we go. Might see the first run off the bat this over, and they should pick up at least one. And well, we'll grab a second one here. It's a misfield out in the deep by Abu Taib. Yeah, I could have done better. We saw him take a good catch earlier, or I should say a juggling catch. But he lets that ball just slip past him. Yeah, of course, it will be going through today's action solo. Charlie will be back tomorrow for a bumper day of cricket. Got a huge set of matches coming up tomorrow, and let's hope the weather plays ball as well, and we're able to get a full slate of games. Although, yeah, I like to be very optimistic about the weather and things in general, but looking at the forecast for tomorrow as well, I mean, let's just say I wouldn't be shocked if we have some shortened matches or maybe even lose the odd game here and there. I think conditions over this weekend look pretty grim, of course. If you do read the news stories from the local papers, there's a lot of talk of Cyclone Boris, which is currently circling the area. That's another wide over there. Goodness me. Those extras really starting to add up. It's going to be tougher to grip the ball in these kind of conditions, I think. Wouldn't want to be a spinner today, would you? You really wouldn't want to be a spinner. We'll always have a few wide balls, I think, creeping in today when the ball just slips out of the bowler's hands. Are they going to pinch a quick single here? Yes, they will. And it looks like we've come to the end of the second over. Just see now the umpire making his way over towards square leg. So the Chiefs are 16 for 1 at the end of 2. So yeah, most of the runs in that over coming courtesy of extras. Is a 10-run over, and only 2 of those 10 runs came off the bat. Here's a look at the standings. The Chiefs currently sitting in 3rd place with 17 points to their name. Sir Oliver Split, of course, at the top of the table after a fantastic start to their European cricket series. Yeah, they've been quite a story, haven't they, Sir Oliver Split? This was a team that, of course, have struggled historically in the European cricket series. Their last couple of appearances were ones where they were stuck at the bottom of the table, not managing to win too many games. And they've won more games at the start of this ECS than they have in both of their previous European cricket series combined. So, yeah, big improvement for this Sir Oliver Split team. I'm looking forward to seeing them when they're back in action. There's a wide by Karupasamy, and wides are going to be an issue, you would imagine, over the course of this day. Going to be tough to field as well. I mean, the ball's just going to feel like a bar of soap out there, and going to have to watch out for their footing as well. You wouldn't want to be a boundary rider, would you? Up in the air, and does that have enough to go for a 4? It's just going to slow up on that very soggy outfield. And they'll grab some runs. Yeah, Paul Kempen in the chat saying that hopefully the rain doesn't come for the rest of the weekend. Yeah, I hope so too, Paul, but, you know, I think you do have to be realistic. We're definitely going to see the rain again at some point over this weekend. It's, you know, the forecast is never that badly off. I know that, you know, sometimes a few people can talk about how accurate some of these weather forecasts are, but it's highly unlikely it's going to be off by too much, of course. It has been fairly accurate, I have to say, over these last couple of days. It's rained as much as predicted. The rain's also stopped when predicted. I think I'm just going to have a look at what's forecasted for the rest of the day, taking a look at the AccuWeather app, and it hopefully just clears up for the remainder of this day. Big swing and a miss again. Lots of swings and misses here by Ansari. Yeah, both these two batters really struggling to even go out or run the ball. Their strike rate's just a little too slow at the moment. Belgrade's extras are just keeping them in this game. Otherwise, they'd really be behind the 8 ball right now. Trying to get funky and innovative there, but that's just good bowling by Kapurasamy. I mean, he just sees him try to bring out the old ramp shot and just adjusts his line accordingly, and in the end the batter ends up looking quite silly. One of those shots really, if you execute it, looks perfect, but otherwise can look like a fool sometimes. It looks to go over long off, and just getting over the fielder's head. And did that have enough to go for a 6? We'll have a look at this replay. That's a slot bowling there, just gets that one wrong, the bowler, and yeah, just in front of the rope. It bounces right in front of that rope, and it's going to be 4 runs. So and I've just had a look at another weather app I have, and it seems like we've gone past the worst period of rain, at least according to this app. It does claim that there is a chance we could get a shower in not too long, but it predicts that'll probably be a brief passing shower. So at least according to the forecast, we've managed to somehow weather the worst period of rain for this day, and hopefully things will be better during the course of this afternoon. When I look at tomorrow's forecast, though, it looks like things are forecast to be better in the morning, but as the day progresses, I think things do look rather tough. So, you know, looking at the weather for tomorrow, you'd think that last game might be in a bit of jeopardy, especially because we've got a 6-game day coming up tomorrow. So, like, trying to squeeze in 6 matches with sort of weather we have forecast could be a challenge. End of the power play, and of course the Chiefs are 25 for 1, so we're going to see Lennon Kumar coming in to bowl the first over after the power play. Struck firmly, shouts to catch it, but it was never quite going to get to that fielder, was it? Just going to be a single. Let's see what the Zagreb Chiefs can get to here. I think I mentioned that, you know, if you can get to even 75 or 80 with these kind of conditions, it'd be potentially be a competitive total. But the expected score is currently listed at 94. Of course, that expected score, you'd feel would be a pretty good total with the kind of conditions we have over here. The Helix saying he's just had a look at the rain map on windy.com, and it looked okay for a while. It does. It does. I mean, I haven't had a look at the radar, I'll have to admit, over the last hour or so. I looked at it this morning. And the original forecast I saw didn't see things clearing up until about 2 o'clock local time, which would be an hour from now. So things thankfully cleared up earlier than originally forecasted. And I just hope that that's the case, yeah, that it continues to get better. Goes for the big shot over here, and is that going to be enough to go for a 6? Not quite, but it will. We have 4, so Govindaraj gets his first boundary of this innings. Yeah, good use of the feet there by Govindaraj. Gets to the pitch of the delivery and just manages to help it away over extra cover for 4 runs. Just gets that one wrong. That's going to go away for some more runs. And I think he's managed to save that cleanly. We'll have a look at it to confirm. But yeah, should have no problem whatsoever over there. We're just going to take a look at this boundary. Yeah, you see that he just missed it on the first attempt. And on the second attempt, yeah, it looks like he has grabbed that very cleanly, well in front of that boundary rope. Didn't really slide his bat in all the way, as you're taught to. Just gonna get set for our 5th delivery. 9 runs off this over so far. Another one just going down the leg side, and the keeper's done quite well in the end to handle that. It's, of course, Ramayan Kanusami, who's the wicket keeper for this Belgrade side. Not to be confused, of course, with Gaja Karupasamy, who we have seen bowling over the course of this innings. Yeah, those extras really adding up here for this Belgrade cricket team. They're currently at 14. Oh, that has missed the leg stump by a whisker. Let's just see how close this one is. We'll have another look at this delivery. I was so close to crashing onto the leg stump, and he's going for that leg stick Yorker, and misses it by a few inches. Oh, that's a poor delivery. It really is. Lands well off the pitch. That's going to be a no ball. So a free hit's coming up here now. Did see Belgrade get a free hit earlier and block the free hit out. That was rather odd. And let's hope we don't see that again. Let's see if he actually swings hard at this one and tries to get a boundary. Yeah, bowled 4 consecutive legal deliveries to start the over, but now can't find his radar, Lennon Kumar. That's a nice ball on the free hit there. Really difficult ball for Ansari to get away, but second misfield we have seen in that position by that very man, Abu Taib. Saw took a nice catch in the first over, but again, such challenging conditions for the fielders to field in. So you would expect to see a few misfields over the course of this innings. The Zagreb Chiefs find themselves 39 for 1. As we're 4 overs in, that run rate you can see is just a shade under 10. Here we go. It's going to be Basha bowling the 5th over. A full toss. Doesn't have enough to go the distance. Oh, it's gone to Abu Taib, who puts that one down. So he's having a mare in the field, really is. After taking that catch earlier, that was there to be hit. It was served on a silver platter. And really, in all honesty, the batter should have sent that all the way for a 6. Instead, he's picked out the fielder, who spills what should have been a fairly easy catch. Ooh, let's take another look at this. Let's see this again. Is that a wide? Oh, tight one. I mean, some might argue it's just landed on that line and it's the perfect wide Yorker, but that is close, really is close. Keep in mind, if even 1% of that ball catches the line along the way, much like you of course see in tennis, it is deemed a legal delivery. Just see an ambulance. I should say hear an ambulance as well in the distance. Looks to try to get this one away. Does it have enough to go to the boundary? Not quite. It's going to slow up in the outfield. It'll come back fairly comfortably for a couple of runs. So just keeping the scoreboard ticking here, the Zagreb Chiefs, I think. Obviously, it's tough to bowl with all this moisture, and a few balls are just slipping out and going for a wide bit. I think the Belgrade will be hoping to do a lot better. This is a great shot, an absolutely terrific shot. Beautifully hit through the line by Ansari, who gets this one away for 6 runs. A gorgeous shot, absolutely gorgeous. Just gets underneath that, able to get that elevation on it, and it goes all the way for a 6. Let's see if Basha can get this right. Can he get the length right? Gonna be an out. It's been given. And you could, of course, see the stumps very clearly over there. The only question would be if there was some bat involved, and we'll confirm that on the replay. But he certainly feel like it was going to go on to strike the stumps. And let's just take this back a frame or two, and we look to just zoom that in. Yeah, it looks like he would have been gone. Don't really feel like there's too much bat involved. That's going to be the end for him. He will depart. And Ashraf Ansari will score 24 runs. And he's now back to at the dugout. So Zagreb Chiefs find themselves 50 for 2. We'll take another look at this replay of that decision. Well, slight question as well about the impact. I think the impact is in line. It's most probably going to go on to hit that off stump. You can see the stumps very clearly over there, and I think that's what undoes the batter in the end. Full toss, pumped down the ground. Has it got enough on it? Oh, the fielder overran that. He is having an incredibly difficult time. Is that Abu Thaib again? I just wonder. Let's just see if we can get a look at the back of his jersey over here. That was Abu Thaib. At this point, you've got to move him out of that position. You really do. I mean, he is having an incredibly difficult time. He's already made a number of misfields. You just can't keep expecting him to not make mistakes, and this one just slips over there, the batter, as he plays that shot. The bat popping out of his hands as well. But yeah, just going back to that point about Abu Thaib, just making so many mistakes out of that long on position. It's now up to 4 or 5 misfields I've seen from him there. Of course, you can include a dropped catch amongst that figure as well. And at this point, just for his own sake, you've got to move him from that position. We'll take a look at this year's European Cricket Series calendar. And while spanning the breadth of Europe, the 2024 European Cricket Series has been a tapestry of cultures, landscapes, and thrilling cricketing action. Of course, all started all the way back in Cyprus in January, and since then it's been quite a journey across the continent. We've seen cricketing drama unfold against the backdrop of some of Europe's most iconic cities. And of course, this series has helped us grow our community here in Croatia. And, well, a few years ago, the words Croatia and cricket really wouldn't have gone together. But slowly, we're just starting to plant the seeds of our great game all over Europe. And it looks like we're about to write a splendid Croatian chapter in the annals of the great game of cricket. And it gets another wide in, so just take a look at that wide counter right now. It's up to 19 runs of extras, 16 of them courtesy of wide. So and they really have to clean up in that department. Well, again, this is where I think Umaje really should be looking to just open up the offside. Well, he's trying to bash this one towards that mid-wicket region, but if you play that ball to its merit, could get some runs. Out. Soft. Really soft dismissal there for Umaje. Just pops that one up, and it's catching practice for the bowler. Let's take another look at this. Yeah, it's nicely chipped up, and well, you're not going to take too many easier catches than that off your own bowling. Another one bites the dust for the Zagreb Chiefs, who, well, you take away all the runs they've managed to gain off extras, and this total would look very, very embarrassing. We'll take one more look at this catch. Yeah, it just goes up in the air. Simple as it gets. You take tougher catches than that when you're doing catching practice in the morning. Vinod Supaya grabs his first wicket of this match. This gets a little bit of away movement over there, and it's of course Anupam Singh who's come out here to bat, and him and Prakash Govindaraj, you feel like they're just going to have to build some kind of a partnership that they can get their side to that 98 expected score. I think regardless of how they've batted, they'll be pretty pleased with that total and feel like in these kind of conditions they'll have a good chance against Belgrade. Shouts to catch it, goes up in the air, inside out shot, and it's really well taken. A great hold, and Anupam Singh will depart for a duck. It's a two-baller for Anupam Singh. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, looking to use his feet and get that one away, but it's hung up in the air, and it's taken really well by Chetan Atri. Off they go, and of course, well, there is Rainy Peacock Derek. I think debuted here in Zagreb, and he's just finding a way to keep wading through the rain, and he's not letting it dampen his spirits. And in the sixth over, the Zagreb Chiefs are 56 for 4. We'll have a look at the scorecard here, and as you can see, just the one score in the double digits so far. That was by Ashraf Ansari, who was, of course, caught LBW by Ansar Basha. Huge wicket. And you look at the rest of that scorecard, no real scores of note. Extras have really helped out this Zagreb Chiefs team over the course of this innings. They've just not been able to get it done with their batting so far. Most of this order have really struggled in these conditions. I think one thing about this Chiefs side, though, overall over the course of this ECS, you'd have to say they're the kind of team who bowl a lot better than they bat. We, of course, saw them pick up some impressive victories against the likes of the Assassins because of how well they have bowled at times. You just take a look at this Zagreb Chiefs record. On average, they're scoring just 94 runs over the course of this ECS and conceding about 99. So Yeah, this is a sign we've got a pretty decent bowling unit, but not quite able to get it done with their batting. Let's take a look at some of the matches they've had. So the Zagreb Chiefs, of course, started off their campaign against the Warriors in a range-shortened match, which they managed to win. They restricted the Warriors to just 87 runs in the first innings, and then the rain came down at the 3.4 over mark, and they were able to win by the Duckworth-Lewis method. They were, of course, sitting on 37, having lost just the 1 wicket at the 3.4 over mark. And Helix in the chat saying that peacock outfit is definitely the one I need. Well, Helix, I might be wearing that right now, but unfortunately, because of the weather, I won't be able to show it to you. That's a wide down the leg side. Yeah, Helix, I guess you'll never know. Let's just take a look at his delivery one more time. Yeah, that's one that just slipped out of his hands, and it's going to be an extra. Looking to play across the line over there. That's a dot ball. And of course, then the Zagreb Chiefs lost their second game of this European Cricket Series. They were beaten pretty handily by the Assassins, who made 115 and restricted them to just 65. That was enough for the Assassins to pick up all 4 points. That was, of course, back on day 1. So a mixed bag of a day 1 for the Chiefs. But really, day 2 was when they really came alive and made a big impression. They managed to win all 3 of their games on day 2. They started off with a bonus point victory against the Zagreb Warriors. And then in the afternoon, during the lunchtime match, they managed to knock off Zagreb Sokol, a side we of course know are very consistent in this European Cricket Series. So we've got a chance now to look at the ECCW, and we are geared up for a thrilling cricketing extravaganza in December, as of course we'll see 10 sides battle it out over in Cardiff. What a terrific way to round out another great season of European cricket. It's our second ever edition of the ECCW. But of course, over in day 2, the real highlight for the Zagreb Chiefs was when they were able to pull off that incredible win against the Assassins. Right at the end of the day, they had restricted the Assassins to just 91 runs. Edged, and that's going to be the end for Utri. He will depart. And the Chiefs lose their 5th wicket. Half their side has been sent back to the dugout. Let's have a look at this one more time. Just catches an edge, and it's taken really well by Amit Kumar. Just look at that shot. I mean, his balance is just all wrong, isn't it? I mean, his head's going one way and his bat's going the other. Let's just take a look at this stroke one more time. And he obviously, as you can see, gets this one all wrong. You just watch how his weight is leaning towards the leg side, but then he's just trying to push with his bat towards the offside. And he couldn't have got that more wrong. Couldn't have got that more wrong. Yeah, Helix making a comment that it's good to see cricket in beanies and hoodies. Yeah, I mean, you don't tend to see cricket players with beanies and hoodies on, and especially, you know, we're only we're not even to the halfway point of September just yet. So, yeah, Croatia also not a country that tends to be this cold this time of year, but yeah, it looks like we've got some rain. Cyclone Boris obviously coming in. Another ball goes by there. The Chiefs 60 for 5 with a ball to go in the 8th over. And well, of course, continuing the story of how the Zagreb Chiefs ECS has gone so far. The last time we actually saw them able to play in a full game was that incredible result for Sir Oliver Split, when Sir Oliver Split managed to get all 4 points against the Zagreb Chiefs team. This one going straight down the ground, and it's going to take a hop, and it's going to be fielded quite well in the end by Anil Subayan, who holds on to that one. The Chiefs are 61 for 5 at the end of the 8th over. Yeah, of course, the Zagreb Chiefs posted 85 runs on the board against Sir Oliver Split, and Sir Oliver Split chased it down in 6.4 overs, managed to get all 4 points out of that game, and then the last couple of Zagreb Chiefs games have been abandoned due to the rain, of course. I think they might consider themselves rather lucky that those games have been abandoned. On a couple of instances, they were, of course, struggling at the start of that game against Zagreb Sokol. Zagreb Sokol found themselves 61 for no loss at the 3.2 over mark when that match had to be abandoned due to the weather. And then this morning as well, they were off to a very slow start. Or I should say yesterday morning against Sir Oliver Split. Found themselves 16 for no loss at the end of the power play, but that match got abandoned. So the last couple of abandonments have really favored this Zagreb Chiefs side, just spared their blushes in games they were struggling in. Inside edge, and they're going to come back for a second run. It could be a quite tight single, and just about able to make it back on time. Penultimate over here. We often say that it all happens in the 9th on ECN, and let's see if the Chiefs can get going in this over. A full toss on the pads, asking to be punished, and is punished. Away it goes for 4 runs. Look at nothing. Just gets that ball badly wrong. Let's take one more look at this. Yeah, he's just helped that on and away for 4 runs. There are 10 deliveries left in this innings. Just a few things that were here by his equipment, just strapping his gloves back on there. Govind Taraj currently batting on 16 of 15 deliveries. Big swing and a miss here, and that's going to be a dot ball. We haven't seen too many boundaries over the course of this innings. And we see 22 runs of extras, so almost a third of the runs for the Chiefs have been off extras. And we've seen just a 6 boundary, so 5 4s and 1 6. Just gets a little bit of seam away over there, Loganathan, as we come to the end. A 9th over, I should say. Still got 1 ball to come in this 9th over. Beg your pardon. Only the 8 runs off this over so far. Just managed to get 3 straight dot balls in here, Loganathan. Just straying down the leg side with his line, and he's going to be punished. Really nicely struck there by Govind Taraj, who manages to get that one away for a 6. And we'll take a look at the bowling figures here for this Belgrade side. Of course, the pick of the bowlers has to be Vinod Sapayan, with figures of 2 for 10 over the couple overs he bowled. Gajah Kurupasamy doing such a good job opening the bowling at the top of the order, figures of 1 for 15 for him. And The rest of that unit just a little bit expensive, in particular Kumar and Ansar Basha. Here we go. Got 1 over left. The Chiefs 75 for 5. Now, can they get into the 90s? They need another 15 runs to get to 90. Struck towards cover, and they're going to grab a single. Here we go. Got 5 deliveries left in this innings. What can the Chiefs get to? Nice change of pace there by Patel. Just takes a little bit of pace off that ball, and Govindaraj has to wait on it a little bit, and the ball gets past him. Hit out towards mid-on, and are they going to push for a second run here? No, they're just going to settle with the single. Oh, what a shot. Firm hit. Really firm hit, and doesn't have enough to go for a 4. Oh, the fielder just lost his footing as he was going towards the ball. He slips up, but it looked like that ball just struck the rope along the way. So should be 4 runs. Let's just have a look at this again. Yeah, it feels like to me that it's just going to strike this rope, and I can just see he loses footing, and there it is. Confirmation that the ball has touched the rope. I think they might want to have another look at that. Now, in the end, it's been signaled a 4, so it does seem like that's all right. Here's another look at that boundary. That will just confirm that it is indeed a 4, and it looks like it makes contact with the rope over there, or makes contact with where the rope would have been. So the Chiefs really struggling this over there. They've only managed to make 6 runs off it so far, and Belgrade get a good over in here. I think they know that smart batting in the second innings will be more than enough to take them over the finishing line to grab their first victory of this ECS. So we come to the end of the first innings, and the Chiefs will be a little bit disappointed with the score they have posted on the board. They won't feel like these are enough runs, will they? They would have liked to get a lot more. But obviously in these tricky conditions, it could be a challenge for Belgrade in the second innings, especially considering some of the issues they have with their batting. It's time to roll the highlights reel. And of course, it was Ashraf Ansari who top scored for this Chiefs side with 24 runs of 19 deliveries. Prakar Gushara managed to make 23 of 21. Then you can see plenty of players in that middle order with scores in the single digits. Tushar Kulkarni departed for a Royal Duck. He was out on the very first ball. And one of the players really struggled to field was Abu Taib in particular. He wasn't even moved from that position despite all the errors he made. We'll have a look at these wickets. Quite a few wickets fell for the Zagreb Chiefs. They found themselves 82 for 5. And here's one of the key moments. That was going to be the end for the batter. This one just hung right up in the air, and it was taken, or should have been taken, out in the deep, but instead it just went beyond the fielder, Abu Taib, with probably was his 5th misfield of that innings. We'll see some of these shots. We did see some nice bright moments. That was a good catch, well taken by Akilan Subayan to get rid of Anupam Singh. Then, of course, Keval Patel would grab a wicket off the... and he'd get rid of Chetan Attari. Raman Kunusami taking a good wicket. Good catch, I should say, to get rid of Attari. So struck out towards square leg, went all the way for 6 runs. We saw just a couple of sixes over the course of this innings, and 6 fours were hit as well. And let's just see this right here. That looked like it just made a little bit of contact with the rope along the way, or it certainly would have touched the rope, since he did manage to move that rope, the fielder, as he went to make that effort. So it's now time to have a look at the scorecard for this innings. Ashraf Ansari top scoring with 24 off 19 deliveries. Prakash Govindaraj with 23 of 21. Madhukumar Vidian with a run and ball 6 right at the end. But outside of that, no real scores of note for the Zagreb Chiefs. Time to turn our attention to the bowling figures for Belgrade. And Belgrade, as you can see, a good all-round bowling performance by them. Just a couple of balls in there might have been a little bit expensive, but all in all, they all managed to pick up wickets. They all really chipped in and can be very proud of their performance, including the captain in particular, with figures of 2 for 10 for him. So the Chiefs have managed to post a total of 82 runs on the board, and Belgrade need 83 runs in the second innings to take this one. We'll have a short break, and we'll be right back on your screen at the start of the second innings of match 23.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back, everyone. We are set for the start of the second innings, and Zagreb Chiefs managed to post 82 runs on the board. You'd say it's a slightly disappointing total, especially considering all the help they had courtesy of extras. They were given 23 runs of extras, so that's more than 25% of their runs coming through that avenue. So you would have expected the Zagreb Chiefs to make a few more runs, but 82 you feel in these conditions, and especially based off what we saw from Belgrade in their previous match when they mustered just 10 runs over the course of 3 overs, means that you would fancy the Chiefs' chances of being able to defend this total. Definitely not be easy, but it's very doable. So, of course, we're just moments away from the first ball. It looks like Vinod Supayan and Avinash Loganathan are going to be batting for Belgrade. And, well, both of these guys had a pretty difficult time in that opening match for Belgrade against Afyon Karahisar. Yeah, so 28% of the Chiefs' runs in that first innings came courtesy of extras. Yeah, just going to take a peek outside the window, and we're set for the start of this innings. And it's a wide to start off. Might want to have another look at that. That looked pretty close. Oh, okay, yeah, I think the umpires made a mistake there. It's just an honest mistake, and yeah, that one looked like it was well out inside the tram line. The umpires have been pretty harsh on wides over the course of this series. Let's have a look at this. It's been given wide for height. Must have. And look how far forward the batter is over here. And yeah, I mean, if you consider the fact that if he would have been all the way back at the popping crease, that one would have gone well over his head. So a good call there. Yeah, keep in mind that's his one for the over gone as well. I'd love to see all the conversation, the chat. Thank you everyone for all the patience you've had over the course of this series. We've obviously had a number of rain-affected days. I think Tuesday and Wednesday were probably the only 2 sunny days we've had so far this series. So yeah, thank you so much for all the patience you've shown over the course of this series, and how active you've all been over in the chat as well, just allowing us to have such fruitful discussions. And especially when you've got a solo day, it really helps to be able to engage with you all. So thank you very much for the engagement and all the lovely comments. Oh, that one's rattled him, but should be a no ball because he's already bowled his one for the over. Yeah, this should be a no ball, and it's not the first time we've seen this happen. Of course, we saw one of the Afyon Karahisar bowlers do something very similar as well, where he just kept banging in bouncers despite having bowled his one for the over. So a very interesting bat lift over there. And then, yeah, well above shoulder height. That's going to be a no ball. Sometimes you just got to play with your head. Don't quite understand why they would want to pitch the ball as short as they have it. I mean, especially with these kind of conditions, with a bit of moisture in this wicket, I mean, it's going to be tricky for the batters out there. The plan has to be surely to bowl stump to stump. You want to aim it at the stumps, and then you could get that little bit of movement. If you want, could just skid on. They could pick up some wickets. Oh, well, this one is rather funny, isn't it? Oh, let's take a look at this again. This is one for the blooper reel. Well, watch how he slips over here. Goes for the big shot, and he's lost his footing. And, it's a good thing that it hasn't turned into a hit wicket. My word, what a moment. What an incredible moment. Oh, that is going to get replayed again and again. The batter just slipping on what is a rather slippery artificial wicket. Takes a tumble and how has that not gone on to be a hit wicket? And we're just getting away there from the keeper, and she'll be able to scamper across for at least a single. Well, definitely going to have to add that one to the old highlights package. Still haven't gotten over that slip. I think love to see what people have to say about that in the chat. They're going to have a few funny remarks in there as well. Let's check the height on this one. He's obviously, well, forget about 1 for the over. He's bowled 2 for this over. Another one above shoulder height, and oh, that was close, but yeah, just about legal. Another wide, and wides, of course, plaguing both these sides. We're now up to 4 wides so far this over, and a no ball. The extras have been an issue for both these teams, and there we go. The laugh emoji is just starting to come into the chat. I can see that all of you have just had a chance to witness that moment, and everybody's having a laugh at the expense of the batter. So end of the first over, Belgrade, they are 8 for no loss. And as things stand, just going along that required rate, they need to. Here's a look at the bonus point equation for this match. So of course, if Belgrade are able to chase this down in 7 overs or less, they will pick up all 4 points in this game. Now, typically in an ECN match, if you saw a side trying to chase a target of 83, I think in most countries you would say that, yeah, they would be bang-on favorites to go on and grab all 4 points in the game. But here in Croatia, we do know that it's a little more of a bowler-friendly country, should we put it that way. And also with these sort of conditions, you'd expect us to have a fairly low-scoring day today. Another wide, so umpire getting a good stretch in. I think extra is plagued every side that was bowled so far today. That ball must feel like a bar of soap in some of the bowlers' hands, so tough to grip it and get the right line. Yeah, much better ball there by Ansari, just following the batter really well as he looked to step across. Yeah, Ashu's saying their shoes don't have any spikes. Well, you're not allowed to have spikes on your shoes. I mean, you're on an artificial wicket. If they had spikes on their shoes, that would damage the wicket. That was just slipping past the keeper again. Tushar Kulkarni not doing the best job. Little mistake by him right there. What you could have, though, are some of those pimple studs that you often see in sort of AstroTurf futsal if you play any five-a-side. And, you know, obviously you do see some players with sort of pimple rubber studs in indoor cricket as well. So they could use that kind of footwear. Look at that bad angle there for Loganathan. It's almost pointing towards a kind of fourth slip or gully position. No, it could be a run out. Could be a run out, but the keeper's had a bit of a mare, is unable to hold on to that. And worst of all, it's going to go away for some more runs. So they're going to grab some runs off overthrows as well. Let's take a look at this throw. Well, not the best throw. It isn't the best throw, but could the keeper have done a little bit better? I think both of them kind of might look to share a little bit of blame on that, but I think you can see that Govindarat certainly should have got that throw a lot better. Just going to see that the bowler helping out Supayan with his equipment here, his helmet just coming off, and I was just going to try to put it back on over here. And yeah, of course, this brief pause in play will just allow us to tell you a little bit about some of the other matches we have coming up tomorrow. So Sir Oliver Split are going to be involved in 2 games right at the end of the day. They'll be taking on this Belgrade side in match 24, and then of course they play Afion Croatia at the end of the day. And once again, the batter slips over. Yeah, that pitch is fairly slippery, and this slip not as funny as the last one we saw, but yeah, it looks like just keeping your footing is going to be pretty challenging for the batters as well. There must be quite a few damp spots on that pitch, you feel. Oh, is there something there? And it just kind of goes between that gap between bat and pad. You just kind of wonder if it takes a bit of glove along the way. Well, doesn't look like that was the case. We'll take another look at this right here from the reverse angle, and maybe just brushes some of his shirt along the way. And as we will, of course, come to the end of the second over, Belgrade find themselves 12 for no loss. Has a chance to look at the standings. So the Chiefs, of course, the much improved performance from last year when they missed out on one of the spots to make it to finals day. This time they're sitting pretty in 3rd place, and Belgrade, of course, suffering a loss in their opening match, a rain-shortened match against Afion Croatia when they mustered just 10 runs in 3 overs. Helps that one away towards cover, just gets past the fielder, and are they going to risk a second here? No, they won't. Just the 1 run. Nice ball there. Nice ball. Really good ball by Autry. That's kind of where you want to be bowling it. It really is where you want to be bowling it. That is a top-notch delivery. That required now just increasing to up to 9.13. Struck firmly. And it's going to be a throw over there. And the batters will just about make it back in time safely. Take one more look at this shot, and the incredible thing about this Belgrade side is they still haven't struck a boundary so far this series. They are 5.3 overs into the ECS for them. Of course, they batted 3 overs against Afion Croatia, 2.3 so far. So they haven't struck a boundary so far in this ECS. Really is very concerning for Belgrade. I mean, we expected big things from this team, and well, what an interesting stance there by the batter, putting Chunderpal to shame. Yeah, that bat lift angle really is quite something, isn't it? I mean, the way he held it there, it was, the back of the bat was almost facing towards point. This is struck towards mid-wicket, and it's going to be a single. Managed to get that one inside the tram line, and it looks like it's going to be a fairly quiet power play here for Belgrade. Slightly fuller delivery, gets some bat on that, and it's really well fielded at mid-wicket. That's a stellar bit of work by Anupam Singh to make sure that one doesn't get away from him. So Belgrade are 17 for no loss at the end of this power play, and they still haven't struck a boundary so far this European cricket series. Really is quite alarming. It's not something you typically see. Yeah, going it under a run the ball despite all the help they have had with extras Seen 11 runs of extra so far. So once again, extra scoring more runs than the batters. We of course saw their 3 overs against Afyon Croatia go for just 10 runs. The batters themselves managed to make just 3 runs over the course of the innings. We saw 7 runs of extras, and yeah, that's similar case over here as well against the Zagreb Chiefs. Yeah, both these batters, they got such an unusual bat lift. I mean, that bat angle is very awkward, isn't it? Facing gullies, sometimes even point at times. It's very unconventional, and you know, it does pose a couple of risks to have the angle like that. I mean, with the bat face so open, you know, it can cause a number of issues. Not quite textbook sort of Joe Root-esque, is it? So hard to bring the bat down in a straight line consistently when your bat lift angle is that awkward. Oh, just in and around the channel. That one probably didn't bounce as much as the batter expected. One thing about this sort of bat angle, though, is just it does set you up very naturally to sort of carve balls through square or guide them towards that point region. Oh, another wide right there, and let's just take a look at this. Yeah, batter stepping across, and a good idea there. It really is. I think, you know, with the rules we have about that that tram line not moving with the batter, if a batter shifts that far towards the offside, the only option ECS bowlers have is to go for that leg stump. So it was a good idea there by Govind Raj, just wasn't able to execute it. Straight back towards the bowler. He gets a hand to it, and it's just going to be the 1 run. Huge swing and a miss there by Loganathan. Look at both these batters. I mean, 4 for 11, 3 for 11. I mean, I'm not sure about what the rest of this Belgrade batting lineup is like, but you know, at some point you surely have to consider retirement. I mean, the rest of this batting order can't be much worse than this, or am I wrong about that? Gets a little bit of bat on that and squirmed out towards point for the sole run, but I mean, at this point, I think, how much longer can you stick with these two? You know, obviously, Anshar Basha is the skipper. He's currently sitting in the dugout, and how much more of a rope is he going to give both Supayan and Loganathan? You know, at some point, I think, with their struggles, you just have to turn to someone else in your batting order and hope that maybe they can get a few runs here. As things stand, they're just going on top of that blue line, and the only reason they're even going at this rate of under 6 is because of all the generosity from this Zagreb Chiefs side in the extras department. They managed to make just 8 runs with the bat so far, and that really is, I have to say, it's been a fairly dismal performance with the bat in hand. You know, you don't want to be too critical of these players with these kind of conditions, but you know, there's not too many positives to find from the way Belgrade are batting so far. Oh, that one stays really, really low. It practically rolls along the pitch. That's how low it was. Oh, well, there is nothing the batter could have done about that. And that's why you have to aim for the stumps. That's why you have to aim for the stumps. There were a few bowlers during that power play who were really trying to bang it in short. You've got to bowl full and straight at the stumps with everything that's in this wicket. I mean, especially with all that moisture in this surface, you know, you never know if one could just skid on, or one could practically roll along the pitch like the one there, and if it's at the stumps, there's nothing the batter's going to be able to do about it. Yeah, balls with a slightly slingier action there is just he's not really able to replicate that same bowling action, is he, Chetan Attari? His bowling action looks fairly inconsistent. And again, it's tough for the bowlers, isn't it? That run-up is very soggy and damp. So I'm sure they've had to make a few adjustments to how they bowl, and you know, that'll only make things even more challenging for them. Yeah, there's Suraj in the chat here saying these are the most annoying kind of batters from a scoring perspective. They keep everything from hitting the stumps, but aren't scoring many runs. Oh, it's true. You kind of get the worst of both worlds, don't you? When you see a couple of batters batting like this, and you know, I mean, I hate to say this, these really are test match strike rates if you look at the way Supayan and Loganathan are going over here. You know, at this point, you're better off just getting out of the way and letting someone else have a hit. Still haven't seen a boundary from Belgrade so far this ECS. We obviously saw them bat the 3 overs in the previous match, and we're halfway through the 5th over here, and they've barely been able to clear the inner ring so far. .56 needed a 33 now, and well, the way things are going, you might need 9 extras and over for Belgrade to have a chance to get to that target. Oh my goodness, well, an overcorrection there by Attari, and it's now 5 wide so far this over. I mean, there's no way to sugarcoat this, but really both these sides are struggling massively. You wonder how much the conditions are playing into this. You wonder how much it's the players themselves who just aren't quite at it. Finally, a legal ball. A legal ball at last, and get one after a couple of wides. Oh, great ball there by Attari. That's where he needs to be. It's in the channel around that 4th stump line. Yeah, Ashu's saying that. Well, again, he just goes a little bit slingier there, doesn't he, Attari, and isn't quite able to get that one right. Misses the line by quite a bit over there, Loganathan. And, you know, honestly, if you're the Zagreb Chiefs, you just want to keep the ball outside the off stump and let these two face out another 25 dot balls until the end of the innings. Really, that's the only way you can ensure that you're definitely going to win this game and maybe even pick up all 4 points in this match. Here's a look at the fixture list tomorrow. We got a bumper day of cricket tomorrow. Charlie Hunt will be back to join me. We've got 6 matches. As you can see, Afiel Karai Sar play a couple of matches in the morning against the likes of the Chiefs and the Assassins, and we get to see this very Zagreb Chiefs side taking on Belgrade again in match 28. The Assassins, of course, have a triple header tomorrow, taking on Afiel Karai Sar, then Belgrade and Ljubljana, who we're going to see for the first time in this ECS. The 3-time finalists are going to be coming back for match 30 and 31. There, wonder if there was a little bit of bat on that. It's hard to tell. Let's just freeze this right on impact. Ooh, well, was there some bat involved? I think that might be the only thing that could save the batter. Otherwise, it does look very close. Struck out towards extra cover, and oh, well, it's like he's in an ice rink. It's like he's in an ice rink, isn't he? He's just skating along that surface. Let's take a look at this one more time. He's just trying to put the brakes on here, but he's like, wait a second, my car is skidding. I can't stop. And then he just manages to get a hand back. And, you know, full credit to Chetan Attari there for finding a way to get the job done. seen a couple of comedic moments, haven't we? Because of these conditions, I think. We obviously saw one of the batters slipping over earlier in this innings, and then we see one more moment right there. That one staying very, very low. Oh, got him. And that's why you have to just aim for the stumps on this pitch, because you never know which one just might stay a little bit low and skid on. I'll take a look at this delivery. It's actually bowled quite short. It's a back of a length delivery, and look how low it stays. Yeah, barely getting above that shin. And it goes on to strike the stumps, hits the off stump, and yeah, just keep it on the stumps in this wicket. It's nice and simple, and you're bound to grab a whole back full of them. So Belgrade finally lose a wicket. This partnership lasted a long time, but unfortunately for the Serbian Cricket Club, they managed to make just 31 runs as the required now shoots up to just under 12 and a half. Yeah, so thank you very much for that little bit of advice there, Dare Stewart, saying it's Ljubljana. Yeah, of course, always a tough name to pronounce for English speakers, isn't it? So yeah, Ljubljana playing tomorrow. That was just probably sliding down the leg side there for Patel. He's getting a bit of advice from Imans on how to pronounce the name, of course, our resident director for today's broadcast. Belgrade find themselves 31 for 1. We'll take a look at the scorecard here, and both, as you can see, just 10 runs off the bat so far this innings. It's been a real struggle, hasn't it, for Belgrade? They're pretty much living exclusively off the charity of this Chiefs side. 21 runs of extras for them. Big swing and a miss, and oh, well, the keeper just decides to go for the run-out attempt there. Let's just have a look at this side on and see if he's managed to get the run out over here. Wasn't too animated an appeal. Yeah, just looks like he's managed to get that foot back, but we'll have a look at this one more time to confirm. Yeah, it's okay. No need to have another look. I think, yeah, they just want to see this again. Ooh, could be close. Let's see. Yeah, I think they're satisfied with it. We'll return to live action. Nice ball there by Govindharaj, and very good length. It was right up there. Yeah, it seems like we just started to get a bit of a discussion in the chat about how to pronounce Ljubljana. I'll try my best. But I'll admit I might be off by quite a bit. You know, I'm having a very funny incident right now. I'm still on talkback to our director trying to practice how to say that name. You know what? Ljubljana. Nope, that's probably very badly off. It's probably very badly off. Ljubljana. I just rushed through that, hoping that no one could actually hear me clearly. I didn't pronounce it strongly enough so that you could kind of just assume what I must have pronounced. Yeah, I think that's one that I'm going to have to work on tonight. before tomorrow's games. Really focus on how to pronounce that. But yeah, no promises. Let's see how Charlie fares with it. Let's see how Charlie does. I mean, as you know, he does quite well with foreign names. And well, I am someone who normally would say that I get a number of foreign names right. Of course, there's a lot of foreign names to, of course, pronounce here on the European Cricket Network. Players from so many different backgrounds, of course, playing on the network. So I think the pronunciation of the capital of Slovenia is going to be quite challenging. Should I just call it that, the capital of Slovenia? Is that how we should roll for the rest of this series? Of course not. Here's a look at the groups for the upcoming European Cricket Championship. Of course, the Isle of Man and Estonia are over there in Group 1 alongside the host nation of this ECS. Croatia also have Bulgaria and Slovenia in there. We'll get to see a Slovenian side later in this ECS, and I'm not going to try to pronounce their name again. I'll leave that for practice for tonight. And I just wonder if we had a retirement. So, yeah, let's just take a look at this. Yeah, I think we just had a batter retired. So, yeah, Avinash has been retired. So, I kind of say it was about time. It really was. You know, I'm really surprised he hasn't been retired earlier. Avinash Loganathan batting on 5 of 23, like an opener trying to negotiate the new ball on day 1 of a test match. And, of course, his opening partner at the other end, Vinod Supayan, with 6 of 18. Yeah, neither one of them will be very happy with their performance. They both struggled mightily over the course of their innings, and you know, if they had someone who was even able to go at a run a ball during these first 7 overs, yeah, they would have been in prime position to go on and win this game. I mean, just have to do the math here. If they've got to run a ball, that's 42 runs plus the 22 they've had of extras. They'd be on 64 right now. I mean, how good a position would 64 for 2 or 3 be at this stage? You know, they'd be in prime position to go on and win this game, but yeah, I think Belgrade have a lot of issues to iron out with their batting. Full toss over here. Might want to check the height on this delivery. Let's see. Ooh, well, let's take a look at this ball closely. Ah, it's a tight one. But it seems like they might be able to get away with that. Yeah, it's another wide over there. Now, we're up to 24 runs of extras. That's going to be a no ball. That is going to be a no ball. And it's going to be given a free hit, so yeah, it's all about the extras, really, isn't it, so far this innings? I think it's a good match to just dive into the chat and listen to some of the conversation. I can see that there's still a few people talking about how hard it is for English speakers to pronounce Ljubljana. I know I got it wrong. I'll try my best tonight. And, of course, Dave talking a little bit about some of his heritage and how his background comes from, of course, Poland and Ukraine. So he does have a fair bit of Slavic heritage, as he's mentioned. A good question here by Luca Papastops. What's the harder name to pronounce, Ljubljana or Afyon Karahisar? Now, of course, got Imans as our director. I mean, I know I'm struggling with the pronunciation of the name, but hey, have a go at Afyon Karahisar, Imans. I mean, I think you're going to struggle with that as well. So am I, but so might you. I think you're at least going to have an issue with that second name. All right, so Ljubljana. Is that better? No. I know it's not better. Oh, it is? Wow, I've been told it was a slightly better attempt. This one is just struck away over the rope. And a boundary at last. Belgrade strike their first boundary of this European Cricket Series. Hallelujah. We've had to wait 11 overs for them to strike one. Oh, that one coming right out of the middle of the bat. Goes over point. Oh, a boundary at last from Belgrade. We'd forgotten that he hit boundaries in T10 cricket as well. That might be just the second or third ball that has gone beyond the inner ring. So a 4 at last from this Belgrade team. Oh, what a moment. What a moment. You finally got something for the highlights package. Well, just have a look at that initial movement. That was rather comical, wasn't it? Just trying to throw off the bowler. But it's not worked, and it's going to be a dot ball. But yeah, wow, what a wait it's been to finally get a boundary. There's a bit of width on offer there. That's cut away. Goes towards the fielder, and well, at least we've managed to get out of the inner ring a couple of times. So some positives, I guess, for Belgrade, who, let's face it, having a very, very tough time with the bat in hand. Well, Luka Papastubbs, of course, being from Croatia, says that, and pronouncing the name of the Slovenian capital is a lot easier for him because of how similar Slovenian and Croatian are, but yeah, he obviously struggles with the name Afyon Karahisar. Yeah, I mean, let's face it, there's some challenging names in this ECS. There most certainly are. And that's a real test of your foreign language skills when you're covering the European Cricket Series here in Zagreb. Got another 8 deliveries left in this inning. Just have a slight hold up in play as a looks like the umpire just in communication there with the match officials table. Just going to pick up a run over here. The keeper was almost just in danger of skidding and sliding a little bit. So 12 runs needed of 7 balls. I mean, it's not often that a side scores 83 runs and they have a chance of picking up a bonus point in the game, but the Tigers certainly have. Could it be 2 boundaries? Could it be 2 boundaries? It will. We get our first 6 of this innings. What an incredible hit there by Kanaswamy. Let's take a look at this shot. Oh, he's managed to pump that away for 6 runs, so what a wait it's been to get the first 6 of this series for Belgrade. We've waited 12 overs, ladies and gentlemen, for Belgrade to hit a 6, and they managed to do it at last. Wow, what an over. That is the first time we have seen 13 runs off the bat in an over, and Belgrade now have a chance to pick up at least a point out of this game. Yeah, it's going to be a dot ball to start this over, so we've got a flurry of runs in that Anupam Singh over. That's a nice ball, really is. A nice hard length delivery. Just climbs up on the batter. Very awkward height there for Patel. And it's going to be a dot ball to start the over. Keeping this one nice and wide. And I mean, as long as they don't bowl wides, which I think is very hard to trust this Zagreb Chiefs attack not to bowl wides, considering they've given up 26 runs of extra, 20 of those runs off wides. Now, the plan surely has to be just to keep a nice and wide line over here. Just inside that tram line. That's where they should be aiming for. Just towards point now. 5 runs needed of 3 balls for Belgrade to get a point out of this game. Of course, they did get a point from that match against Afyon Karahisar despite their drubbing. That's simply because of the fact that rain-hit games can't have bonus points in them. That's for just that simple reason. Big swing and a miss there, so they need to hit a 6 off the last ball to pick up a single point out of this game. Look how far he's batting outside his crease and ends up missing that delivery. Goes for the big shot. Is it going to be a 6 off the last ball? Yes, it will. Belgrade pump a 6 off the last ball on the side who struck just 2 boundaries over this entire innings. Hit a 6 off the last delivery to pick up a point out of this game. And what an incredible shot right at the end of this innings. And you could just see, steps forward, meets that one on the half volley, pumps it away for a 6. And, well, they will manage to get 1 point out of this game. And that will be pretty encouraging for Belgrade, who, let's face it, had a lot of issues over the course of that innings. Here's a look at our upcoming fixture between Sir Oliver Split and Belgrade. Belgrade will, of course, bowl first, since Sir Oliver Split have won the toss and decided to have a bat. So you'd expect Sir Oliver Split to post some big runs in that first innings and then try to get rid of this Belgrade side pretty cheaply and maybe even pick up all 4 points from this game. So it's now time to roll the highlights of this innings, and in all honesty, it's going to be pretty tough to find highlights, although we will have a few comedic moments. There were a couple of funny slips and slides over the course of this innings, but we saw just 3 boundaries over the course of the innings. This was a big shout for an LBW, and the fact that we're showing you that in this highlights package really shows that we had to dig deep to find interesting moments to think, well, Imans, he's just done a terrific job, hasn't he, to find something to show you in this highlights package. This ball just staying really low and going on to hit the off stump. That was the wicket to get rid of Vinod Supayan. He made 6 of 18. Both the openers had a very difficult time. We'll, of course, show you that when we have a look at the scorecard. Avinash Loganathan making 5 of 23. He was eventually retired out. We saw 3 boundaries over the course of this innings. We had to wait until the 8th over to see the first boundary of this series by Belgrade. And then, of course, we saw them hit a 6 on the last ball to pick up a point in this game. And this innings comes to an end for Belgrade. They somehow pick up 1 point from a match in which they managed to make just 33 runs with their bat. That's, of course, making a quick calculation there. So, yeah, just 23 runs off the bat for Belgrade that entire innings. They got 26 of their runs of extras. We'll now have a look at the scorecard here for Belgrade. And as we can see, both the openers struggling mightily. Just seems like we might have some issues bringing up the scorecard for you, but it'll be on your screens very shortly, and you'll just see some of the information I'm about to read out to you. So Vinod Supayan making 6 of 18. Avinash Loganathan with 5 of 23. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. Those are test match strike rates. We don't tend to see that in this format of the game. And I'm a little bit surprised those two weren't retired out a little bit earlier. I mean, imagine someone like Ramayan Komaswamy was up there opening the batting. I mean, how different a game could this have been for Belgrade? Could Belgrade have potentially won this match, especially with all the help they had because of extras? So I think Belgrade really missed a trick by leaving Supayan and Loganathan out for as long as they did. We'll take a look at the bowling figures here for the Zagreb Chiefs, and boy, a good bowling performance by a number of their bowlers. I think Ashraf Ansari did a great job, as did Prakash Govindaraj. Extras ultimately is the biggest issue for them, giving up 26 runs of extras over the course of that inning. So in the end, the Zagreb Chiefs, despite posting a pretty paltry total on the board, will pick up a fairly comfortable win. Of course, very close to grabbing all 4 points in that game. They'll miss out by just a run from getting all 4 points. So the match summary for this game is that the Zagreb Chiefs have beaten Belgrade by 23 runs. We're going to have a very short break, and we'll be back on your screens for the start of our 4th match of the day.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back. We're set for the start of match 24. So Oliver Split about to take on Belgrade. Let's head over to the coin toss.
SOS, is your call? Head is the call. And it is head. SOS won the toss and decided to bat first.
Thank you very much to match referee Nilkesh Patel for that update. And yeah, Sir Oliver Split are going to have a bat first. So they'll most certainly be heading into this game as big favorites against the Belgrade side, who have really struggled in their first two matches. Their batting has been a massive concern for them. And you feel they're going to have to restrict Sir Oliver Split to something really low to even have a chance in this second inning. So we'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game between Sir Oliver Split and Belgrade Cricket Club. It's just not the same Belgrade CC team we've seen in the past, of course. You know, Belgrade made their last two ECS Croatia appearances over in 2021 and, of course, 2022. And both those years they did really well. They were on top in the group stages, and in 21, of course, they only missed out on the final because of a shocking display on finals day where, in all honesty, they kind of choked, if we have to put it bluntly. And then they managed to win the trophy over in 22. So it's just not the same side we saw a couple of years ago. A lot of changes for them, of course. No Mike Jones either, who was such an integral part of their championship winning team in 22, leading the way with the runs. And, of course, he was the second highest wicket taker back then as well. He did play earlier this summer over in Bulgaria, won a trophy for the Sofia Stars, but it just doesn't seem like he's available for this Belgrade team, which is a huge blow for them. We're just seeing some of the players make their way out to the middle. We'll take a look at the win predictor for our upcoming match, and well, rightfully so, Sir Oliver Split fancied as 93% favorites. That's very lopsided. I mean, that is up there with some of the win predictors you're seeing when Plevin was playing over in Bulgaria. Really, you wouldn't give too much of a chance to this Belgrade team. I think, you know, it's all about just getting a few positives out of this game for them. Can they just keep extras to a minimum while they're out there bowling? Can they at least go at a run of ball with a bat in hand? I think those are two realistic goals they have to aim for over the course of these next 20 overs. And let's see how they fare. There we go. We're set for the start of the match. It's the dangerous Manav Nayak on strike. And boy, has this man, this young prodigy, that's such an incredible ECS. Of course, he's been making runs for fun over the course of this series, but I think today might be his last day of cricket for this Sir Oliver Split side. I don't know whether he'll be available for some of their remaining games, as he'll, of course, have to head over to university. It's a bit of width on offer there, and he'll cut that away for 4 runs. What a sweet, sweet sound off the bat as that goes away for a 4. Yeah, Manav Nayak, the young gun, has been amazing over the course of this series. He's been piling on the runs. He's one of the leading run getters over the course of this ECS, the second highest run getter right now, just behind Dani Kula. And I think it is worth pointing out that, you know, Manav Nayak has a better average. He's up there with an average of 52, the highest average in this ECS. Of course, the reason he doesn't have more runs is that he didn't get a chance to bat in his first match. In the second game, he came very low down the order. But I think eventually, when Manav Nayak played that blinder of an innings against the Zagreb Assassins, his side realized that they really needed this guy right up there at the top of the order. And, of course, he'd make a brilliant 61 against the Assassins. giving his side hope in a game where it looked like they had no chance to win, and then he followed that up with a brilliant score of 40-odd, and then, you know, since he's been asked to open the batting, he's been on an absolute roll, just making runs for fun game after game. He's really enjoying himself right now. He's having the series of his life. I think also, you know, he's got such a high standard, doesn't he, Manav Naik? I mean, he's played a lot of cricket all over the continent. You know, played in some countries which are a lot more challenging to play in. Let's, you know, be honest. Obviously, plays a lot of his cricket over in Hungary as well for the Budapest Blinders. This one just dabbed away nice and late. So, you know, let's just be honest about the standards in Croatia. Probably not the highest standards by ECN standards. It's maybe one of those countries that's a little bit lower in quality than some of the other nations we go to. So, and I'm sure he's just relishing being here. I mean, a player with his talent, you know, he'll really back himself to make a lot of runs against some of these Croatian bowlers. Sam Houghton opening the batting here as well. He opened the batting in the first couple of matches and then demoted himself down the order, I think. You know, he was very good at playing that anchor role, wasn't he, for his side. I think he was someone who normally just looked to rotate the strike at the start of the innings, and then as he got to the later stages, he started to accelerate. He's got a strike rate of 144 over the course of this ECS, which isn't the highest, but it's not particularly bad either. I think his average of 21.7 just shows that, you know, it's a pretty consistent run getter, I think. You know, Sam Houghton is someone who you can just rely on to play a good, steady innings. And we'll have a look at the groups for the upcoming ECCW. And as we can see, the Challenger Division, of course, has the likes of Spain, Austria, Germany, Jersey, and Czechia. And then over in the Premier Division, you got the England 11 alongside the Irish and Scottish 11. And then, of course, the Netherlands alongside Italy. I got a question here from Ashisa asking why Nathan Burks is not opening the batting. Yeah, Nathan Burks obviously has been opening the batting alongside Manav Naik for the last few games, but I decided to make a small change. Sam Houghton coming back up the order. There are sides through Oliver Split who do play around with their batting lineup a little bit. You know, we've tended to see them just employ a number of different batters in different positions, and you know, at the moment, the only person who you kind of know for a fact where he's going to bat is Manav Naik. Manav Naik is always right up there at the top of the order, and then I think, you know, the skipper, Sam Houghton, is just happy to rotate the rest of the batting lineup a little bit, give a few different players some opportunities to spend some time out in the middle, and, well, he's happy to push himself up as well, and why not? He's done a pretty good job. One, of course, lineup news that is worth pointing out is no Mohamed Borhan in this game, and Mohamed Borhan, of course, made a great score of 70 of just 31 deliveries in Sir Oliver Split's opening match of this series. And since then, he, you know, obviously struggled a bit with injury issues, and I wonder if they're just not playing him this game, maybe because of the conditions as well. Let's just have a look at that again. The bowler losing his shoe over there. I've seen a few players slip over, but yeah, needs to tie his shoelaces, doesn't he? He needs to tie his shoelaces properly. That one just slipping right off his foot. But yeah, I think it's not a bad idea to not play Mohamed Borhan today. I mean, maybe there's a few availability issues for him as well today, but you know, with these kind of conditions, we know he's carrying an injury as well. And it's probably for the best that he's not playing today. Just going to take a look at that blooper one more time. That's nice delivery there by Supayan. Good wide Yorker. Naik is just forced to reach out of that one. Throws his bat at it. Picks up a run. And Ashu making the comment here that Burks is a great hitter. Houghton just takes singles. You know, Houghton's somebody who, he is capable of hitting big shots. We've seen that over the course of this ECS. Oh, that one just staying really low. Not much Houghton could have done about that except pray that it missed his stumps, and fortunately for him it did. But you know, Houghton is somebody who's capable of hitting big shots when necessary. You know, he's managed to strike now 9 boundaries over the course of this series. 7 4s, 2 6s. He's a good stroke player. Now, is he the same kind of hitter as someone like a Nathan Burks? No, I wouldn't say so, but I think Houghton, you know, his task obviously is always to just look to anchor that innings for his side right at the top of the order, and I think that's what he's doing here. I mean, you could also make the case for someone like Kasser Sayem to open the batting. He has a strike rate of 212, which is the second best in this side after Manav Nayak himself. He's got a very healthy average too. Top score of 68 for Kasser Sayem over the ECS, and that's a misfield. That is a misfield out at long on. It looked like it was going to be a regulation bit of fielding, but this one just slips past the fielder. Oh, I should have done a lot better. Just overruns that one. And that's going to go away for 4 runs. Yeah, I like this comment here by Luca Papastup saying his mom's not there to tie his shoelaces, I guess. And I love this one. I said, I guess you could say this is a shoe-in for Split. Get those shoe puns in if you can on the chat. Would love to hear some of them. Dave saying that is what we call a slipper. It's the end of the second over. Sir Oliver Split are 18 for no loss. I think it's starting to obviously dry up a little bit out there. The conditions have improved somewhat. Obviously still got some just gray clouds overhead, so plenty in it for the seam bowlers. They should get some nice movement. Here's a look at the standings. Sir Oliver Split currently at the top of the table, and Belgrade down there really struggling to start out this ECS. A couple of losses for them to open things up. Goes straight down the ground, and it doesn't quite carry the fielder, and watch another slip over there. I think we're going to see quite a lot of that over the course of this innings. Well, just having a look at it again, it did carry to the fielder. It should have been caught, in all honesty. I mean, he managed to get a hand to it, but he slips right after that. So you have to put that down as a chance. You have to put that down as a chance. I mean, officially speaking, Manav Nayak has been dropped on 7. Nayak, this is struck towards long on, and yeah, one thing about Houghton is he's not going to face too many dot balls, is he? He's always rotating the strike, keeps that dot ball percentage to an absolute minimum. I think his task is simple. Just get Nayak on strike. Let Nayak attack. I like the way Karupasamy has bowled over the course of these first few matches. Looks like a very solid bowler. Stabs that one away late towards deep third. It should slow down in this outfield. They will grab a couple of runs, though. Yeah, so no fine leg in place here for Manav Nayak, which is... Oh, yeah, no, Ashu, I have to say, I mean, I've always kind of thought that it's one of the unique things about our product that we get to engage with our fans during the game, and it just makes it, I'd say, a more enjoyable viewing experience for all of you, and great for us as well, of course. You know, we're here for some long hours throughout the course of the day, covering a lot of matches, so having that chance to interact with the fans just makes it better for everyone, I believe, and, you know, it's truly one of the sort of unique propositions we have here on ECN. Oh, looks to go over mid-wicket, and does that have enough to go all the way for a 6? It most certainly does. And very good shot there by Manav Nayak. That's the first 6 we have seen so far this innings, and it comes right at the end of the power play. So a very decent power play here for Sir Oliver Split. They're going along at just under 11 and over. Of course, you know, we've gotten accustomed to this side going at rates of 13 or 14 in the first 3 overs. But I'd say, looking at these conditions, it's not too bad. Not too bad at all. 32 for no loss. I think you'll take that if you're the batting side on what should be a fairly tricky day to bat in. I got Dave asking why a few Belgrade players are wearing hoodies. Well, it's because it's cold. That's the simple answer. It's very chilly outside. I mean, there's a few people with a couple of jackets out there as well among our crew. Yeah, it's a very chilly day here in Zagreb. You wouldn't think it's the 13th of September if you look outside. Yep, autumn is indeed coming. You can just sense it. Of course, we also got Cyclone Boris around the corner as well. Looks like the wind is starting to pick up. On a width on offer, it's cut away, and they're going to come back for a second run. They will very comfortably. Houghton will grab 2. So Loganathan coming here to bowl, and Loganathan obviously had a really difficult time in the last match against the Zagreb Chiefs. It was a disappointing performance by him, and probably for his sake, he should have been retired earlier during that game. He was batting with a strike rate of less than 25, which when do you see that in T10 cricket? It's a good ball there by Loganathan, really is. I think that's where you want to be bowling it, especially on this day with that little bit of spice that wicket will have with that bit of moisture. They've obviously got the odd one that could just skid on this surface, so you just want to keep it full and straight on the stumps. Everything needs to be stump to stump if you're bowling today. When it's just a wind, gets the line wrong over there. Loganathan just trying to sling that one in. You could just see him change his action ever so slightly, and it gets that one wrong. Yeah, it's just about 10 degrees Celsius here in Zagreb. Maybe it'll drop to 8 or 9 as well at some point this evening, according to the weather forecast. It's getting his line wrong here, Loganathan. He's just pushed a couple wide down the leg side. Got Peter van der Steen in the chat saying easy win for Split, according to him. He's looking forward to watching Burks play, who's a wonderful player. Oh, poor delivery. Shocking delivery, and well, Manav Naik is going to feast on that, isn't he? He's not going to get too many easier balls than that. Could have left it alone and let it go for a wide, but a credit to him, he's punished that and sent it away for a 4. So he just got a glimpse of where I'm positioned for today's games. Not out in the ice cube. We're over in the production cabin just because of some of the weather conditions. You did hear about some of the equipment issues we've had over the last few days due to the weather. So yeah, it's nice to be just sheltered in here, especially when it was just drizzling a little bit during some of the matches we had at the start of the day. Yeah, it's just been told to wait here by the umpire. Yeah, but going back to my comment about Nathan Burks by Peter van der Steen. Such a talented player, isn't he? I mean, obviously plays his cricket over in Plymouth. Very talented player. Of course, came over to Split to play on a cricketing tour for Plymouth University, and then he got recruited by the Split team, and here he is over in the ECS. I think the good thing for this Sir Oliver Split side is that he's going to be available for the entire course of this ECS. Although they will lose Manav Naik at the end of this week, they will still have another talented player in Nathan Burks. And yeah, I really do love Burks as a player. I mean, he's a fantastic bowler as well. Got lovely action, nice tall bowler as well. Gets plenty of bounce. And then his fielding is just incredible. Already produced one highlights reel catch, and I'm sure he's going to have many more. Up in the air. Is this going to be a catching chance? Yes, there's a fielder underneath, and he'll grab it. Very well taken. And Sam Houghton, who just pushed himself up the order, looking to play that anchor roll. Just kind of pushes out at this one a little bit. Isn't quite able to get the timing on it. Not enough power in that bottom hand, and maybe a little early on that one. Was kind of pushing away from his body, and he's going to chip that one up for a catch. So the skipper will be a little bit disappointed that he's not able to put a bigger score on the board over here. And oh dear, look at the anger. Throws the bat in frustration, and there goes the helmet as well. Oh, the captain really annoyed with his innings. And in comes Nathan Burks, who's of course typically been the one who has opened the batting alongside Manav Nayak. I think we're just going to have a look back at Sam Houghton's anger and frustration as he walked back towards the dugout. Just clips that one off his pads there, Sam Houghton, and that's going to be a couple of runs. They're going to run back here for two, and well, these two are so athletic that they're able to do it very comfortably in the end. I'm not sure too many pairs would have been able to grab 2 runs in that situation. So Sir Oliver split 45 for 1 at the end of the 4th over. Yes, of course, so we're going to take a look at the worm here for Sir Oliver split. A run rate of 11.25 for them so far this innings. They're going along very nicely, and well, Nathan Burks, who has just made his way out to the middle, he's had a pretty solid ECS so far. Strike rate of 181 for him. Top score of 35. Made some quick fire runs. Got one 30-plus score. 103 runs for him over the course of his innings. The main thing for him is he's not been dismissed much throughout this series. 5 not outs for him. I'll get some bat on that one, Manav Nayak. Is he going to carry to the fielder? Just going to fall short of him. Just going to fall short of Shiva Dinangaran, and he should be able to make it back there, Nathan Burks. I think even if the bowler, Patel, had been able to just grasp that one cleanly, I'm fairly sure that Nathan Burks would have been back in safely. You know, these two, you know, when they're out in the middle, they're really going to look to put a lot of pressure on the fielders with their good running between the wickets. Of course, this is a pair who know each other very well, and Nathan Burks and Manav Nayak, and we'll wonder what's just going on over here. Yeah, I think the rain just starting to pick up, and yeah, that's the issue, of course. Well, we're kind of tucked in quite comfortably in this production cabin, but yeah, as I can see outside right now, that rain has picked up a fair bit, and the players are going to be taken off the field, so yeah, it looks like we're going to have to suspend play for now, and it really is frustrating. I mean, the weather has been a huge factor throughout these last few days. We're just going to cut to the drone shot here, and well, we really wish that that's what the playing field looked like, but unfortunately not the case. Yep, that's more accurate. That's a lot more accurate. It's continuing to rain here. The showers have come back. It looked like it was going to clear up for the rest of the day, but the rain has come back, so we're going to have a stop in play. And hard to tell when things will clear up over here. The covers are being brought on as I speak. Ground staff alongside some of the players rushing to bring those covers on. And that just seems like it's going to be that kind of a weekend, isn't it, here in Croatia? As I mentioned, the forecast looks pretty grim for this weekend, and I think we really are quite fortunate we did manage to get a full game in our last match. And it's extremely unfortunate for both these teams. Of course, Sir Oliver split. They'll want to get out in the middle. They're a team who've been in great form over the course of this ECS. And even a team like Belgrade, sure, they're big underdogs in this match, but they've traveled here all the way from Serbia to play some cricket. And the fact that their first day in this country has just been interrupted by intermittent showers just is very displeasing. There you can see the covers being brought on. So match 24 between Sir Oliver Split and Belgrade has been interrupted. Of course, Sir Oliver Split are currently 47 for 1, 4.1 overs into this innings. And of course, Sir Oliver Split, just the one loss so far this ECS. You saw the win predictor at the start of this game. It had them as 90+% favorites. So they would have been very keen to get out there, maybe get all 4 points against this Belgrade side. But there's not much you can do. The heavens have opened up once again, and it really is coming down on us. All right, looks like we were building towards something rather special in that game, but the weather had other ideas, and it's just been so frustrating, hasn't it, with the rain? I think that's a word we're going to keep using to describe what it's like. And unfortunately, it's going to be more delays here in Croatia. Let's take a quick look at the highlights of what we've seen so far this innings. And it's been a pretty brief inning so far, just a 4.1 overs. But we've seen some nice moments, particularly some good shots by the likes of Manav Nayak, who's currently batting on 27 of 12. And this young prodigy continues to impress. He's up there as one of the leading run getters in this ECS. He has one of the best averages so far in this series, making some great runs. He's had 4 30-plus scores over the course of this ECS, and he played some fine shots in this innings as well. 4 boundaries for him, 27 of 12. He opened alongside his captain, Sam Houghton, who of course is currently batting on 13 of 12. He managed to strike 1 boundary. He opened the batting instead of Nathan Burks, who has been Manav Nayak's partner for much of this series. That was a good catch there by Keyur Patel off the bowling of Avinash Loganath to get rid of Sam Houghton. And you can just sense the frustration there from Houghton. He knows he could have done a lot better. He's a quality player, but that wasn't a quality shot. So, yep, unfortunately, it's much more of the same, isn't it, here? It's becoming a familiar tale in Croatia over these last couple of days. The rain has come down again. And, well, you're just going to better hope that it's a passing shower, that we don't get a massive downpour. Of course, the ground staff, along with the players, rushed on, as you can see, to bring the cover on. But as I can just look outside this window, it's quite clear that it's going to continue to rain. So we're just going to have a short pause over here in the broadcast booth, and we'll keep you updated with the situation in regards to the rain.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Well, good news, everyone. We're ready to get play underway. However, we will have this match shortened. It's going to be a 7-over game now. So, Sir Oliver split have another 2.5 overs left. We have currently got Manav Nayak and Nathan Burks out in the middle. Nayak batting on 27 of 12 and his partner Burks on 2 of 1. And that one just stays a little bit low and just sneaks underneath the bat. That's a wider delivery, just lands off the pitch. Yeah, that's going to be a no ball. So we do know this Belgrade side have a lot of issues bowling extras. To be fair to them, they've certainly improved so far this innings. It's now 6 runs of extras, but yeah, that's the first no ball we have seen so far this match, and that's one that just lands off the pitch. So free hit coming up. That's going to be another wide, so there's still going to be a free hit. It's not going to be Nathan Burks who's going to get to face this free hit. And we know Nathan Burks is very explosive, very talented batter. We, of course, have seen him bat with a strike rate of 181 over the course of this European Cricket Series. So certainly someone to fear as a bowling unit. It's getting it all wrong here. Just bowling a few looseners is Patel. Not quite able to get this line right. Taking a peek outside the window from our cabin, and I can see a fielder out at deep cover and long off. Yeah, it's massive, isn't it? I mean, there's definitely going to be some runs tacked on to this Sir Oliver split total at the end of this innings, but it's such an odd situation, isn't it, when you're a batting side? I mean, been going in, batting as if you're going to face the full 10 overs. Just tries to reach out of that one. It's a wider delivery. Wonder if he spoiled a wide there, but it might be worth taking another look at it. Let's just take one more look at this delivery, and yeah, it was definitely going wide. Definitely going wide. Burks would have been better off just leaving that one alone. Taking the run and the extra ball. And Burks clearing that front leg, going for the big shot, but just too far. Was the offside? Got 1 ball left in this 5th over, and Patel has bowled a few too many wides over the course of this over, and let's see if he's going to get punished for those extra balls he has delivered. No, he won't, as that one is sent straight to the fielder, out at mid-wicket. Nathan Burks hauls one out to the deep, and that's going to sting. That's really going to hurt on a cold day. It's caught really well out in the deep. That's Avinash Loganathan who has taken that catch. Yeah, it's a cold day and it's very chilly outside. You got that hard cricket ball coming at you. It's gonna hurt. It's not a day you want to be taking too many catches. And here's a look at the graphics. Of course, we got a shortened match, so we'll have a 2-over power play in this 7-over bash, and only 2 bowlers are allowed to bowl a couple of overs. So it really does make things very interesting tactically for the captains of both these teams. I mean, who are they going to decide to give those 2 overs to? Yeah, I think it's just a case of a match where you just got to ride the hot hand. Whoever bowls a good first over gets a second. That's really, I think, just the way you have to look at it. So Nayak just gets this one away for a 4. A very nice shot. Plays that one nice and late. Gets his hands underneath it as well, just to allow him to carve that ball over the ring. And it goes away for 4 runs. So he's been joined by Kasper Saim at the other end. These two have the highest strike rates in this Sir Oliver Split team. They're both very aggressive and explosive batters. Oh, cut away gorgeously and all the way, 4-6. You can't afford to bowl short and wide to Manav Naik. I think it's very clear to all of us that he's an incredible cutter of the ball. Look how fast his hands are. His eyes just light up the minute he sees it go short and wide. And he's managed to strike that away for 6 runs. And he's just been tormenting bowlers throughout this European cricket series. He's now up there as the highest run getter this series. No, this one is just swept away. It's going to go for 4 runs. Another boundary. Back-to-back boundaries here for Manav Naik. Now the bowler just getting that one wrong, just a bit too far down the leg side. He could tell what he's trying to do. He's looking to get it up there in the block hole, but he's ended up missing that line and length by a bit. And he's going to get punished for it. Brilliant shot, the way he just got down towards that delivery and sent it away behind square leg. Can't afford to bowl to him there, really, if you are Supayan. Loves to target that fine leg boundary, and he's so strong through point as well. Probably his 2 strongest locations to go to. They look to go through cover this time, and just going to slow up in the outfield, and the fielder took a tumble as he tried to get to that ball. That just means that these two are able to get a couple of runs quite easily. And the good thing about this top order for the Sir Oliver Split side is they're all very good at running between the wickets. They all run that first run extremely hard, and that just puts the pressure on the fielders, and then they're always onto those second runs in a flash. Got such a quick turn. This is going to go away for 6 runs. Beautiful cover drive. It's just so difficult to perfect that stroke, and the timing on this shot is absolutely exquisite. Away it goes for 6 runs. Just a hallmark of great batsmanship when you can see someone playing these classic elegant strokes like the cut and the cover drive with such proficiency. Better delivery, much better delivery by Supai, and that was in the channel. So difficult to play. Just didn't have the room to play the stroke he desired. And if only Supai had bowled a lot more there, then this over might have been a lot quieter for him. So Sir Oliver Split find themselves 75 for 2. 6 overs in. I think the one disappointing thing for Sir Oliver Split is they can't pick up bonus points in this game now because, of course, there aren't bonus points in a range-shortened match. So I think they'll just look for the victory. You'd feel like 75 runs, probably already more than enough against this Belgrade side, based on what we've seen from them so far with the bat in hand. So I think now the plan for Sir Oliver Split has to be to just get as many runs as possible so that they can really use this match to boost their net run rate. Here we go. Final over coming up, and it's going to be Lennon Kumar to bowl this one, and Kasser Siam is facing up on strike. Up in the air, and that's going to go all the way for a 6. A great effort, but has this just caught him on the side of his face? I think it has. Sensational effort there by Avinash Loganathan, but I think he's just been caught on his cheek right here. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, I think that ball just catches him on the side of his face. That looks like it's going to be pretty painful, and We just see one of our match officials, that's Ravi Panchal, going over to check on him. And they're going to have a good look at him, and he's a tough player, isn't he? He's a tough cookie. Avinash Loganathan, he's definitely going to soldier on, and he's just indicating that, nope, I'm fine, ready to keep going, and that's just going to sting that much more on this very cold afternoon here in Zagreb. Yeah, so of course, got a few people talking about the Formula One as well in our chat. Had this very interesting comment by Luca Papa Stubbs. That one going away for 4 runs as well. It's going to be a no ball, so it's a minimal and a boundary. Let's just have a look at this ball. Yeah, gets that one all wrong, and yeah, just gets an edge along the way as well. So the batter's going to get credited for those runs, which is the good thing from his point of view. But yeah, you could just see it was well above waist height. That was definitely going to be a no ball, so it's a minimal. Free hit coming up here for Kasser Sayam, who doesn't really need a license to go big. Better, much better ball there by Kumar. That's where he needs to be, nice and full, coming off the toe end. Off the bat. Yeah, just going back to that reply by Luca Papa Stubbs. He said that, are we going to see more slipping here at the cricket in Zagreb or over at the F1 in Baku? Yeah, is it raining a little bit there? I mean, I think when you mentioned it, I just had a look at what was going on. And, yeah, of course, at the moment, you have to say there'll be more slipping over here in the cricket in Zagreb. These players doing a stellar job to brave through these conditions. They're all just so eager to play, really want to be out there, and well, you love to see the way they're battling through these very challenging conditions. Nice ball. Really nice ball there by Lennon Kumar, although that will be the 50 for Manav Nayak. He's looking to come back for the second run, and he's going to raise his bat here as he's brought up another half century, his second of this European Cricket Series, second overall as well of his career. He is having an absolute roller coaster of an ECS so far. Out towards mid-wicket, and it looks like they're going to push hard and come back for a second run, and amazing running between the wickets. That's what you just love about this Sir Oliver split top order. They all just run so hard between the wickets. It's such a joy to watch them run. And it's like a perfectly rehearsed dance when they're going about it. Sharp, instinctive, always in sync. They run the first hard and immediately put the pressure on the fielders. Just gets away from the fielder there, and that's going to be another boundary. That was Gaja Karupasamy trying to get at it, and he's unable to get to that ball. He covers a lot of ground there and sticks a hand out, but he's unable to stop that going away for a 4. A great shot, isn't it? It's going straight down the ground, and 20 runs off this Lennon Kumar over. It's gone magical. Well, it's a full toss down the leg side, asking to be hit, and is hit. Manav Nayak tying his career top score. Just felt that ball hit the bottom of our production cabin. Yeah, it's a great shot there by Manav Nayak, just outside the leg stump, and it's been helped away for 4 runs. A good looking shot, and we get 24 runs off the final over, the most expensive over of this inning. Sir Oliver split end up with 99. Let's see how many more runs are tacked onto their total, so they could obviously end up with a score north of 100 in this innings. And now let's have a look at the highlights of this entire innings. And of course, the rain came down in the middle of the 4th over, but we'll start from right at the top of this innings. Manav Nayak opened the batting alongside Sam Houghton. Houghton looked to play that anchor role. He made 13 of 12, struck a 4 over the course of his innings. That opening partnership was worth 43 runs. Manav Nayak looked to play the role of the aggressor, while Sam Houghton was keen to just rotate the strike and let him face as many balls as possible. And Nayak played another very fine knock. 10 boundaries for him over the course of his innings. 3 of them were 6s. Houghton would hang one up for Keyur Patel, and then he was absolutely disgusted with Nayak, and Sayam would end up with 99 runs. You'd imagine a few more runs will be added to this total because of the fact that the rain came in during that 4th over. So we'll see exactly how many more runs this Sir Oliver Split side will end up with. And of course, unfortunately for Sir Oliver Split, because this is a rain hit game, bonus points are not going to be in play. And he certainly would have felt like the way that they have batted and the way we've seen Belgrade bat over the course of this ECS, that their chances of getting all 4 points would have been pretty strong. So we'll have a look at the scorecard of this innings. And of course, as we can see, Manav Nayak top scoring once again with 61 of 24, his second career 50, tying his highest score of his career. And Sam Houghton managed to make 13 of 12, an almost run a ball score for him. He was very disappointed with the way he got dismissed. Nathan Burks couldn't quite get it done in this match, just 4 of 5 for him. And then Kasser coming in the end, hitting a couple of boundaries, just giving his side a little boost they needed right at the end. We'll take a look at the bowling figures here for Belgrade, and all in all, it was a pretty tough outing for them. Very expensive overall for most of that unit. Lennon Kumar, of course, going for 24 in the sole over he bowled. They certainly have quite a few things to work on. Things are getting slightly better in that extras department, giving up 10 runs of extras in that innings, which is a lot lower than some of what we saw from them in the previous matches. So we're halfway through this one, and Belgrade, as things stand, need 100 runs to win off 42 deliveries. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be back on your screens for the start of the second innings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back, everyone. We're set for the start of the second innings of match 24. So we're about to witness the Belgrade chase here against Sir Oliver Split. So I obviously posted in the chat the new Duckworth-Lewis method target, and Belgrade are going to have to chase down 108 runs. So 8 more runs tacked on to that Sir Oliver Split total. They, of course, ended up with 99 runs at the end of their 7 overs. The rain came down right in the middle of that 4th over. Of course, it has been a bit of a frustrating day at times, hasn't it? The rain has certainly made its presence felt, but the good news is that there's still plenty of cricket to come. Of course, got this match in our final match of the day to come. I'm pretty hopeful that the worst is behind us, and the ground staff has done an excellent job working tirelessly throughout the day to ensure that we can get plenty of cricket. I think we got a lot more cricket in today than we would have initially expected, and all of that is thanks to the fine work the ground staff has done. I just had to look at the radar, and it appears that the bulk of the bad weather has passed us, and the forecast gives us reason to believe there's plenty of action to come for the rest of the day. So I think we've gone past some of the gloomiest period, and things should turn around, and hopefully the outfield will drain nicely as well, and we can get plenty of cricket to round out this day. Yes, for Belgrade, of course, it is going to be a stiff task. That one just shooting up off the surface, and a nice ball there by Nathan Burks. He's someone who's really able to get that extra bit of bounce off this surface. It's another dot ball. Yeah, really is so tough to go up against someone like Nathan Burks. He gets that extra bounce and carry. He's got a nice high release point as well, and with all the demons in this pitch, you get the odd one that stays low as well. So you're never quite sure what's coming. And when you get one that just shoots up off the surface, and the next thing you know, and as you're backing away, one just skids and stays low, and you're out. It's extremely economical over the course of this ECS. He deserves a few more wickets than he's actually managed to get. He's picked up 4 wickets over the course of this ECS, but the most impressive thing is that economy rate of 7.2 throughout this series. Well, just so we'll just take a look at this one more time over here, and is he going to be in some trouble? Let's see. Has he managed to ground that bat in time? Yeah, I think he will probably be just about safe in the end, or is he? So hard to tell. It's touch and go, isn't it? Have the bails been dislodged when the bat is in the air? That's the big question. Are they off that groove? And the umpire has deemed no, so yeah, he's in just about by the barest of margins there. They're going to tentative, nervy start here for Belgrade. Oh, and it's hit towards that fielder at third, and just gets right through him. In the first over, Belgrade are 4 for no loss. So of course it's a chance to just look at some of the events we've been to over the course of this year. And well, what a year it's been so far on the European Cricket Network. It's a season that has provided us plenty of thrill and excitement. We've taken cricket fans across a grand tour of this continent, and each destination we've been to has offered its own unique blend of culture and cricket. We're really privileged to be here in Croatia, this beautiful country that has treated us so well over the years, and each place we've been to has just helped us continue to grow the sport in that country, and it really is blossoming at the moment in Europe, and well, long may that continue. What a year we've had, and I'm glad there's still a lot more to come. It's up in the air, and this one's going to hang up, and it's going to go all the way for a 6. What a shot there by Dinagaran. So they get a 6 in the power play for the first time this European cricket series. We've seen them strike just 3 boundaries over the course of the 13 overs they've batted prior to this match. But we don't have to wait too long for the first boundary of the innings this time around. Ends up missing the line of the ball by quite a bit. Looks to uppercut that one, and it's been given a wide. Let's just check the height on this delivery. Yeah, look, just to bang that one in short, and whoa, well above the helmet. That ball just dying down on the wicketkeeper. Yes, of course, it is just worth reminding our viewers that there are no bonus points in rain-hit games. Yeah, I'm just seeing a few comments about that, so that 70 really doesn't matter. If it's a rain-hit game, both sides will get at least a point out of the match. So Belgrade will leave this game with at least 1 point, no matter what their score is, even if they get bowled out for 13 runs. They will always grab 1 point from a match if it's been affected by rain. So the most Sir Oliver Split can get from this game is 3 points. Just failing to connect here, Dinagaran. Not really able to get bat on ball. Yeah, it just feels like it's going to be a long innings, doesn't it? You know, this Belgrade side, you wouldn't fancy their chances to get 108 even in 10 overs the way they bat, let alone 7. Oh, big appeal over here. It's kind of hard to say from that camera angle how close it is. We'll have to have a look at this front on to see the merit of this appeal. Let's take a look at this. The umpire did, of course, end up giving it. Oh, yeah, he's gone. That is as plumb as it gets. It just stays really low, which makes it that much more challenging for the batter. And he's going to have to depart. He's on his way back to the dugout. And Kasır Sayam picks up a wicket. Shiva Dinagaran, who managed to hit a 6, will depart later in the over in which he hit a 6. Let's have another look at that wicket. Yeah, just watch that ball. It stays very low, and definitely going to go on to hit middle stump or maybe even leg stump. It's just gone. It's as plumb as it gets. I think. Yeah, how would Dave say it in the chat? Plum pudding with plum sauce? Yeah, I think that's the way to describe that wicket. Nathan Burke's coming in for the 3rd over. Lowish full toss. And that's going to go straight to the field. So the power play has come to an end. Keep in mind, just a 2-over power play in the 7-over matches, and a couple of bowlers are allowed to bowl 2 overs. So they decide to give Nathan Burks a 2nd over, which is a very good decision. He's obviously been extremely tight throughout the course of this series. And he's someone who you can certainly rely on to get you 2 good overs as a captain. I wonder who else will get a second over. I think the strategy really has to be to just see whoever can bowl a quiet first over gets a second over as well. So personally, I'd go on and use 3 more bowlers after Nathan Burks, and then whoever out of those 4 bowlers who are left other than Nathan Burks bowls the good first over will get a second one as well. I think that's how it should work. Use 5 bowlers until the final over, and whoever bowls the best over out of all of them gets the final over as well. Of course, that means whoever bowls a 6th won't get much of a shot at bowling a 7th over. Looking to just pull that one away, but this gets that extra bit of bounce and carry through to the keeper there, Nathan Burks. I mean, we've seen a few stay rather low, and then Burks just hits the deck hard, and that one rises up a fair bit, and Kanuswamy is unable to get any bat on that delivery, and it does well here, Burks. You can just see Kanuswamy looking to back away to create the room to play that shot, and Burks follows him really well. So Belgrade are 15 for 1 at the end of the 3rd over, and yeah, things looking pretty dismal for them. As you can see, as Sir Oliver split side managed to make more than 15 runs in 2 of their last couple of overs, so not going well here for Belgrade. Once again, it just looks like a familiar story for this team. They have had so many issues with the bat in hand over the course of this ECS. Manan Naik is coming in to bowl the 4th over. So Manan Naik's been very impressive with his bowling. He's picked up a bag of wickets over the course of this series. He's currently the leading wicket taker in this ECS with 8 wickets to his name. So wide delivery, we'll get some bat on that. It was probably going to be a wide, so yeah, Naik's going to be quite pleased that he's gotten some bat on that. Couple of runs here. Yeah, so of course Naik, he's leading the way with the runs and with the wickets. He's been an incredible all-round performer over the course of this series. He has been expensive a couple of times though over the course of this ECS. He's a wicket-taking bowler. He takes a few risks to try to get wickets, but that does mean he has the penchant to go for runs on the odd occasion. It's going to land safely. It's not going to carry to Burks, who's coming in from mid-on. Yeah, I don't think he has to worry too much about that against this Belgrade side. They don't quite have the power to get him away for a boundary, so pretty sure he'll back his chances here to add to the wicket tally and also keep things tight and improve his economy rate. Takes all the pace in the world off that ball, and well, there could have been a run-out chance at the bowler's end as well. So, well, let's just take a look at this once. First we'll look at this at the keeper's end. So let's have a look at this at the keeper's end first and see if there's a run-out chance over here. No, there isn't. And now let's switch to the non-striker's end, the bowler's end. So I can see Sam Houghton does manage to strike the stumps from there. Let's have one more look at that moment. Now let's just go back to that throw there by Sam Houghton. Yeah, let's just see. Want to see this moment right here. Does he get his bat back down in time? I do have to return to live action. That ball just skidding on, rushing the batter, a little bit of extra pace. Yeah, I do wonder though if how close that Houghton one was. It's been deemed to be perfectly fine, so wasn't out, just coming off the inside edge of the bat there for Eswar. John Gray talking about some of the issues Belgrade might have to raise a team for an international tournament. I mean, they have been able to raise a team in the past. As we mentioned, in 2021 and 22, they were really good in this tournament and finished on top in their group stages in both of those tournaments. In 21, they headed into finals day as the favorites, and then, in all honesty, they just choked on finals day. They lost a couple of matches, didn't make it to the final. Then, in obviously their second year in the ECS, they did manage to go on and win it all. They didn't feature during last year's European Cricket Series, so it has been a couple of years since we've seen them, but they're just not the same team anymore. Of course, we've got David Skinner in the chat, who knows Croatian cricket extremely well, and he pointed this out as well, but a lot of the names that you see from the 2022 team aren't there anymore. And one of the biggest names is, of course, Mike Jones, who was an integral part of that Belgrade team. He was the top run getter in the series and also the second highest wicket taker. You just take a player like that out of the team. That on its own can have such a huge difference, but there's a number of key players who are missing for Belgrade from the side that had so much success in 2022. We'll just have a look at some of those names that are missing from that series, since it looks like we'll have a bit of time until the end of this innings, as in all honesty, it doesn't look like Belgrade have much of a shot of winning this game. That required has gone well past the point of no return. So Murugan getting a chance here to bowl. I think it's a good opportunity for Sir Oliver Split to maybe give a few other players a chance to have a bowl. Yeah, let's just take a look at some of the players who were, of course, part of that 2022 team for Belgrade. Swing and a miss there, and we're going to scamper across for a few runs, courtesy of Buys. Let's have a look at this side on and just see if there was a chance for a run out here. It doesn't look like a particularly convincing appeal. Yeah, he's just able to slide that foot back in time. So yeah, just taking a look at some of the names that are missing for Belgrade. I'm going to start off with, of course, the batters. I mean, that is the department where this Belgrade side have struggled the most with. And that's their batting. Of course, mentioned Mike Jones missing from this team. I mean, how good was Mike Jones in 322 runs over 8 innings. Strike rate of 176, averaging 64. We, of course, saw Mike Jones earlier this year over in Bulgaria playing for the Sofia Stars, a side that, of course, went on to win that European Cricket Series. But you've also got the likes of Alexander Dzia, who are also missing for this Belgrade side. Of course, apologies if I'm not pronouncing his surname right. He chipped in with 103 runs as well. And just looking down this list for Belgrade, there's a number of players who are part of that team who are no longer in this side. Yeah, let's just take a look at this right here. It just feel like the shoe is behind the crease. And you've also got the likes of Braithen Pecic, who are not a part of this Belgrade team for this year's European Cricket Series. Robin Vitas as well. A lot of very important names missing. Wintley Burton. I mean, how good was he back in 2022? Such a consistent player for them. Chipped in with some good runs. Was very consistent with a good average of 20.5. And well, hopefully we'll get to see some of those players playing for the Serbian national team, who will, of course, be involved in Group 2 of the Challenger Division. They've got a tough group there, don't they? I mean, Czechia, you'd have to say, are going to be the big favorites to win that group. We've also got the likes of Luxembourg who will be snapping at their heels as well. Cyprus had a pretty decent summer as well, of course, highlighted by that upset victory against Malta over in the World Cup qualifiers. Looks like this one's just going to hold up on the outfield, so it will pick up a run. But yeah, I mean, I just read off a number of names to you of players who are missing. And I'm just looking at some of the batters. And you can also, if I go into the bowlers, you got someone like Vukasin Zimonjic, who was not a part of this Belgrade team either. And I think it's just, if you're missing that many, key players, I mean, you can add in Bogdan Dugic as well, a very handy bowler who, of course, picked up 7 wickets during the last ECS. It's very tough, really is very tough. And I'm just looking at all the names. I mean, there's hardly a name from this current squad in that team which toured last time around. Daniel Petrovic as well, who is very tight with his economy rates over that ECS. 6.5 for him. This one won't quite carry to the fielder. They'll pick up a run here, though, Belgrade. And yeah, as things stand, doesn't look like they'll even get to 50 over here, Belgrade. It's going to be incredibly tough for them to get to that mark. It's going to be. Well, I got Paul Kempin coming in with a prediction in the chat regarding the ECC. He believes Italy can go on and win the men's ECC. So, yeah, it's an interesting shout. I mean, Italy, obviously, a very, very talented team, and you'd certainly put them down as dark horses at the bare minimum. I think one thing about them is they have so many talented batters. I think they're helped by the fact that they're obviously from a country where they're very privileged to have great cricketing facilities. I think that just aids their growth and development, especially the Roma Krekron. If you have a look at that, now that is a proper wicket. I mean, if you can make runs on that Roma wicket, you are set for success. Oh, just a little inside edge, and he's going to tickle that one onto his stumps. Ganusami will depart, having made 4 runs. He's had a pretty miserable time out in the middle. Another case of a batter for this Belgrade side struggling. And Anthony Razmilic grabs another wicket. Been a very handy player, Anthony Razmilic. Been a bit of an unsung hero for this Sir Oliver Split side. I think he's always chipped in with handy contributions when his side need him. Good all-around player, someone who can make a few runs with the bat, grab the odd wicket when he needs to break a partnership, and then he's a good fielder as well. So just a player you love to have in your lineup, don't you, as a skipper, Anthony Razmilic. Struck straight down the ground towards Nathan Burks. Yeah, so going back to that comment about Italy. Yeah, so Italy obviously in Group D. I mean, that is such a tough group for them. The first thing for them is they have to get out of that group somehow. Of course, their group play starts on the 12th of October. I think one thing about Italy is if Italy are able to get out of that group, then they're immediately one of the main contenders to win the trophy, because if you can get past the likes of the Netherlands 11, Jersey, Sweden, Norway, that shows you've got some real quality. That really does. And that is going to be such a stiff test for them, because every game in that group is going to be tough. It's a group of death. Many people have labeled it the group of death. I think Group A is very challenging as well. Group B is probably one of the most unpredictable groups, but Group D, it's right up there as a group of death. You got a couple of really strong sides in the Netherlands 11 and Jersey, who will both be up there as some of the main favorites in that group, and then Sweden and Norway. They've got such powerful batting. We'll take a look at this side on here just to see if there's a chance for a stumping, but Peel doesn't look too animated, so yeah, it should be okay. Oh, well, that might actually be a little bit closer than he thought, because typically a batter would slide that back foot in, but he's gone for the front foot. He'll just take that back a frame or two. Yeah, so it looks like it's fine for them. And they're pretty happy that he's not out. It's very similar delivery here, a carbon copy of the last one. And once again, the umpire wants to have a look at it. Let's see if he's actually managed to get his man here. Oh, yes, he has. Oh, yes, he has. That's going to be gone. That's a wicket. And the second time of asking, Sir Oliver Split will indeed get rid of Porkawan Eswar. And Manish Madhu manages to get this wicket, just pushing it wide. Eswar with a rather unconvincing shot, kind of pirouetting on the spot when he plays that. And he will depart. Another one bites the dust for Belgrade. As you'd have to say at this point, they're just 6 deliveries from being put out of their misery, but it looks like they're enjoying themselves regardless of this result. So they're having a good time. We're all having a good time as well, covering this fine bit of action here in Croatia. We'll take a look at that stumping once again. Yeah, sharp glove work by the captain, Sam Houghton. Will grab a few fantasy points for those who have him in their team. It is interesting to see quite a few people talking about the ECC now in the chat. I see Paul bringing up his prediction that he thinks Italy could go on to win the whole thing. A lot of it up also, I think I'm looking forward to seeing how Gagandeep Singh and the likes of Dinadu Morage are for that Italian team. I think he just struggled for form a little bit during the ECS in Rome with the bat in hand. I think if those two can really click over in Cardamom, then Italy can go on to do some pretty great things. But as long as they get out of that Group D, they are in for what could be a very special run. But getting out of that group, first of all, is going to be an absolutely massive challenge. You could argue that getting out of that group might be even more difficult than Championship Week itself. The one advantage of obviously being in Group D and then getting Championship Week as well. It's another wide, just struggling here. Madhu with his lines. But yeah, the one advantage of being in the last group is that you're kind of going to be in a cricket playing groove heading into Championship Week. Whoever comes out of Group D is going to have a great chance to go on and win it all, because first of all, you obviously go through a pretty stiff test in your group, and then you go into Championship Week flowing with great rhythm. You compare that to a team like, say, Ireland or Scotland or France, Portugal, Guernsey, the sides who are in Group A. I mean, whoever comes out of that group then has to sit at home for almost a week and a half before they get to Championship Week, and that's not great, is it? It's the old thing of rest versus rust, and I think in a shortened tournament like the ECC, rust could be a huge factor, and you want to be heading into Championship Week having a lot of games under your belt, having played in the preceding days. Here we go, just one ball left in this innings until Sir Oliver Split wrap this one up and grab another victory. And that is going to be the game. Belgrade will fall again, still looking for their first victory in this European Cricket Series. And Sir Oliver Split continue to march on up this table. And it's going to be smiles all round for them. Delightful performance for the Sir Oliver Split side, who of course will be back in action in 25 minutes time to take on Afyon Karahisar. We just We'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming games. Afio Croatia involved in a couple of matches this morning. Their first game was abandoned without a ball bowled, and they had a 3-over match against Belgrade and managed to come out on top in that. Afio Croatia have won the toss and decided to have a bowl first. I wonder if they just have the weather in mind over here, and that is their reasoning for going with that option. So we'll have a look at the highlights of this innings. And Belgrade, well, they struggle. They really struggle. Managed to strike just one boundary over the course of this innings. They've struck 4 boundaries now over 3 matches. Granted, one of those matches was a 3-over bash, so that's 4 boundaries over 23 overs. I mean, if you bat that way, it's really hard to win cricket matches, I think. The way this Belgrade team are playing, you would really fancy that the Zagreb Warriors have a chance of beating this team. I mean, the Zagreb Warriors may be able to snap this massive losing streak they've had for a couple of years against this Belgrade team. We, of course, just saw that stumping there by Sam Houghton. A sharp bit of work by him to get rid of Porkovan Eswar. Belgrade, in the end, would muster just 41 runs. That would be the end for them. So we'll have a quick look at the scorecard here, and as we can see, everyone went single-digit score. No strike rate over 100 either. Nobody was able to go at about a run of ball. And of course, that's certainly very disappointing from Belgrade's perspective. It does look like it's taking a little bit of time to bring up the scorecard, and yep, there it is, right there. So just single-digit scores for that entire Belgrade team. Once again, they're helped out quite a bit by extras. It's now a couple of games they've been involved in where almost half their runs are coming courtesy of extra. They just really struggle with the bat in hand, and you're gonna struggle. You're really gonna struggle as a team if you're not even able to get batters who can go at a run a ball in this format. I'm very interested to see how it's going to be when Belgrade take on the Zagreb Warriors. I have a feeling that the Zagreb Warriors might have a solid chance against this Belgrade side. We'll take a look at these bowling figures here for Sir Oliver Split. Yeah, good figures all around. Nathan Burks just continuing to bowl economically. And we saw wickets for Kasir Sayem, Anthony Razmilic, and Manish Madhu. So match 24 is in the books. Sir Oliver Split win this one by 66 runs. Madhav Nayak with a great score in the first innings. He ties his career highest by getting his second career half-century, 61 of 24 deliveries for him. And in response, Belgrade managed to muster just 41 runs. It's a disappointing defeat for him as we come to the end of this game. So we'll have a quick break, and we'll be back on your screens in 20 minutes time for our final match of the day. And hey, make sure to get your random questions in.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Well, we're set for the start of our final match of the day. Afyonkarahisar are about to take on Sir Oliver Split, who are just coming off a victory against Belgrade. Let's head over to the coin toss.
Head is a call, and it is tail.
You won the toss?
Yes.
You will bowl first.
They won the toss and decide to bowl first.
Well, thank you very much for that update, match referee Nilkesh Patel. So, interesting decision by Afyonkarahisar. They decide to have a bowl first. We'll, of course, have a look at that fantasy dashboard. As you can see, Afyonkarahisar with that sole victory earlier today against Belgrade. Their first match of this ECS was abandoned without a ball bowled. Meanwhile, for their opponents, Sir Oliver Split, they're now up to 7 victories for this European cricket series. And let's see if they can make it 8. They'll, of course, be heading into this match as big favorites, you would expect. And it should be an exciting game between these two teams. Of course, Afyonkarahisar did feature over in the European Cricket Series in Bulgaria. They had a few issues over the course of that series. Didn't quite have the record they were hoping for. Meanwhile, for Sir Oliver Split, it's been a very different story. They're a side who've historically struggled in the ECS here in Croatia, but this time around things have been rather different. They look in good form, and they're up there as one of the favorites in this series. So there it is, Sir Oliver Split, 89% favorites. Not at all surprised to see that. As I mentioned, I did expect Sir Oliver Split to be big favorites in this game. They're looking to go out there, post a big total on the board, and put a lot of pressure on Afyonkarahisar in the second innings. And of course, the players are now making their way out onto the field. So it's going to be Nathan Burks opening alongside Manav Nayak. No surprise whatsoever over here I think this is the opening combination we expected to see in the last match, but instead Sam Houghton came out to open instead of Nathan Burks. But yeah, this combination has obviously worked very well for Sir Oliver Split. So Burks, as we know, a very explosive batter, a powerful hitter. I think Manav Nayak and Kasir Sayam would also be a very good opening pair. I wouldn't mind seeing those two, the two young guns, batting together. Of course, Nathan Burks, mind you, he's a very young cricketer as well. He looks a lot older for his age. Very big, very tall, very strong. But yeah, he's certainly also down there in his early 20s. There we go. Mesut Öztürk is going to bowl the first over, and well, he grabbed a bag of wickets over the course of the series he was involved in Bulgaria. Oh, just straying down the leg side over there, and oh, what an unconventional and awkward way to field that, but he gets the job done somehow. Let's take a look at this. I wonder if that just flicks the pad along the way rather than bat. He just slips and then, tries to stick a leg out to stop that going away for a 4. It's job done in the end. You got to credit him. You know, he just found a way to save those runs. So, yeah, they're given leg buys. You can see he just flicks his pad along the way. Now, a width on offer here, and shouts to catch it, but it's going to go away for 4 runs down towards third. So Nathan Marks is off the mark with a 4. So 4 over here for Burks. Nice looking shot. Oh, extra bit of bounce there. That one really taking off. Yeah, interesting thing here by Wayne. Wayne saying that 11% is a bit too low in his opinion. I would say that Sir Oliver Split are firm favorites for this match. By how much, I'm not quite sure about it. But there certainly are firm favorites. And I wouldn't even say 11% is that far off. And of course, you're pointing out that Mesut Öztürk, as he could take a couple of quick wickets. Well, you know, hey, stat padding. That's all I'm going to say. I mean, a lot of Mesut Öztürk's wickets have come against sides who you'd expect him to get wickets again. I mean, of course, we saw him over in Bulgaria bowling a lot against the Blacksmiths, who, well, let's face it, didn't have much of a lower order at all, and then grabbed a pile of wickets against the likes of Plevin as well. This is cut away very nicely by Manav Nayak. It's going to be a run. But hey, he finds a way. I mean, credit to him. You can only dismiss those who are in front of you. And he picked up 15 wickets in the 24 overs he bowled over in Bulgaria. It's the second highest run getter as well, 155 runs in 11 innings. Struck away, and is it going to go straight to the fielder? Looks like it has. Yup, it's been taken. So Nathan Burks with another low score. Of course, made just 4 runs in the last match, and this time he won't do too much better with a total of 5. That is well held onto at mid-wicket. Well, right on cue, Mesut Öztürk picks up a wicket, so, well, what stat padding is what he's going to say. He picks up an important wicket here, gets rid of Nathan Burks. Sir Oliver Split find themselves 8 for 1. Well, he's a quality player, you have to say, Mesut Öztürk. He certainly is somebody who can run through a lower order, but he does find a way to get wickets in regular intervals, has a knack of taking them, and he gets rid of Nathan Burks here as well. He isn't quite able to time that as nicely as he would like, Burks, and he will have to depart. A good chance to say hello to a few people in the chat. So Jake Stewart joining us as well. Hope you're having a great day, Jacob, and Monica Ramos Acosta as well over from Colombia. We just had a chance to look at some of the upcoming events on ECN. Of course, that is the schedule for the remainder of the year. Although I'm also somebody who loves to give the underdog a shot. Well, Wayne, I think I always tend to root for the underdogs, especially when it comes down to big tournaments. I always find myself rooting for some of the weaker teams. You know, whenever it's a World Cup time or any major international tournament, you're always going to see me rooting for the minnows. But yeah, I think, in all honesty, Sir Oliver Split are big favorites for this match. Oh, edged in. Oh, that one just shoots up off the surface. What a jaffer. What an absolutely incredible delivery there by Kozgun. We'll have another look at this. Draws the edge. Gets that extra bit of bounce. And oh, well, not much the keeper could have done about that. What an outstanding delivery. Now that's a wide down the leg side. Oh yeah, credit to you, Wayne. You were definitely right about that. I did mention that just at the end of the over, I believe. You were absolutely right about that. No question. I mean, you called it. I do have to point that out. Oh, another wide down the leg side. Good work here by Hassan Yaner, covering a lot of ground to get to that, saving his side a few runs. Short and wide, and it's overcompensating over there. Kozgun, he pushed a few down the leg side this time. That one just sticking in his hand a little bit as well. He just needs to get this right, doesn't he? Another wide. Yeah, come on now. Let's see if Kozgun can get this right. Struck away and just going to go over the fielder's head. And they should be able to grab a couple of runs. Better, much better, and it just looks like he's starting to settle into his rhythm a little bit. We saw a few wayward deliveries by him earlier this over, perhaps just trying a little too hard and obviously overcompensated a bit as well, but that's much better. Much better. Just closed the face of the bat there, helps it away towards fine leg. That's going to be a run for Al Mamoun. So Al Mamoun pushed up to number 3, obviously, to have quite a few options here, and the likes of Sam Houghton, who could be batting in that position as well. And you got Kasser Siam, who has been incredible throughout this series. I mean, personally, I think opening with Kasser Siam alongside Manav Nayak wouldn't be too bad an option. It really wouldn't. I think both of them have been the two most explosive batters so far this series for Sir Oliver Split. We'll have a look at the standings here. And of course, as we can see, they're sitting pretty at the top of the table at the moment. Pushed away there by Manav Nayak, and they're going to come back here for a couple of runs. Terrific running between the wickets by Al Mamoon and Nayak. Of course, that was Al Mamoon who played that shot. He managed to get that away for a couple of runs. Yeah, I love the way this Sir Oliver split side run between the wickets. Always run that first one hard. They're quick to turn for the second as well. They've got great communication. They just put so much pressure on those opposition fielders. Now looks to flat bat this one straight down the ground. And, oh, that's going to go away for a 4, so off it goes for a boundary. Nice shot here by Al Mamoon, looking to bang this one in short, and it just set up really nicely for him, and it's almost like a tennis forehand, isn't it, the way he plays that straight down the ground. Away it goes for a 4. He'll make some room and plays this one through cover. Beautiful stroke there by Al Mamoon. Such incredible timing. This is a glorious stroke. Absolutely wonderful. Joy to watch. Let's have a look at it one more time. Plays that beautifully besides the ball and gets it away for 4 runs. Excellent placement as well. He's pitching outside the leg stump there, so it can never be LBW. Pick up a run over here, Sir Oliver split. And going along at a similar rate to what we saw them during the power play against Belgrade. Here we go. Last ball of the power play coming up. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely wonderful stroke there by Manav Nayak. He's so good at just playing these little late cuts, just able to get his hands underneath this one and help it away for 4 runs. Plays it beautifully nice and late. And it's a great boundary to end the over. So 15 runs coming off the third, and Sir Oliver Split find themselves 35 for 1 at the end of this power play. So terrific batting by this Sir Oliver Split side. I think once again they'll be very pleased with the way they have started off. They're right out of the blocks, and they'll be looking to get one of those big scores, something up there in that 130s or 140s area. It's going to be Mehmet Sinner coming into bowl this 4th over. A lot of good young talent in this Afyonkarahisar SAR side. Mehmet Sinner, just 18 years of age, and you got to catch a glimpse of him over in Bulgaria. Bowled 10 overs, picked up 4 wickets. It was a touch expensive, though, at an economy rate of just under 14, which, especially in that pretty low-scoring series over in Bulgaria, was probably just a little bit too expensive. But he just gets better and better. You can see the qualities there, and I'm sure with time we'll start to bring that economy rate down and develop into a very handy player for this Afyonkarahisar side. Oh, glorious. Absolutely glorious. Then he holds the pose as well. Beautiful batting by Al Mamoon. He has played some gorgeous strokes over the course of this innings. Beautiful straight bat shot. And he has played that right over extra cover. That is a textbook cover drive. And then watch him rehearse that shot as well right after playing it. Great hitting by Al Mamoon. And there's so much quality in this Sir Oliver split side. Their top four has been so good throughout this series that there's probably a number of talented batters in the middle order we just haven't had a chance to witness. And Al Mamoon is taking full advantage of this opportunity that's been granted to him. He's climbing up here on the batter, and well, let's just take a look at this delivery once again. Might want to check the height. That's wide. As you can see, just umpire making the signal there for the one for the over. There's another wider delivery. Yeah, a good point there by Wayne. I mean, you obviously want to have your strike bowlers bowling as early as possible. No point saving them. You certainly want to get rid of someone like Manav Nayak as soon as you can in the innings, especially considering the rich vein of form he's in. Getting rid of him could really be the key. That one just has a nice and wide line. It's outside Al Mamoon's reach. I think Al Mamoon is the kind of player who's probably looking for those balls, just pitching outside the off stump so he can play those gorgeous cover drives. Wide down the leg side. Yeah, 3 wides so far this over. Let's see if he can get it right here, Mehmet Sinner. Better. That is perfect. Let's see if he can hit that length with a lot more consistency. That's where he needs to be, right up there. Yeah, it just gets that to land right in between the feet. Huge swing. And a miss here by Al Mamoon. High up in the air. It's got plenty of height on it. Not sure about the distance. The fielder's coming underneath him, but it's just going to fall short of him. And that's going to allow Al Mamoon to come back pretty comfortably for a second run. I think going to be greedy and maybe even go for a third. Not quite. And this over comes to an end. 11 runs off it. It was quite a long over, a 9 delivery over because of those 3 wides. And I think in general, it took him quite a while to get through that. And there was half a chance right there at the end to get rid of Al Mamoon. So Manav Nayak will be back on strike in the 5th over. And let's see what they do here. Do they go back to someone like Masood Ozturk, who of course picked up a wicket? We do know that Masood Ozturk has a penchant to take quite a few wickets. And with this matchup against Manav Nayak, someone who's obviously a very key player for the Sir Oliver split team, is this where you bring him on and hope he can get rid of the young prodigy? Looks like they're going to go with Noor Ahmed in this over. Let's Struck out towards cover, just going to be a single. Ooh, that one was probably going very, very wide. I wonder what the appeal was about. That was optimistic and a half, wasn't it? No, would have needed a second or third set of stumps for that to be out. Well, not really anything going for that, in all honesty. And this is a great stroke by Al Mamoun. Almost a carbon copy of the glorious lofted cover drive he played earlier in this innings. Let's just take a look at how beautiful his cover drive is. You know, gets that nice front foot forward, plays it underneath his eyes, and then he's got that high elbow as well. Now plays the cover drive so nicely and also meets the ball with the full face of the bat. Just a gorgeous driver of the ball, isn't he, Al Mamoun? We'll take one more look at this shot, and yeah, absolutely middled that one. Timed it to perfection. Going along very nicely here, Al Mamoun, and it's good to see him taking full advantage of this opportunity that's been handed to him. He hasn't always had the chance to bat this high up the order over the course of this series. He's grabbed this opportunity with both hands, and he's really capitalizing on it. It's like a golfer driving it off the tee, isn't it, when he plays that cover drive? Effortless yet powerful. Well, this is going to go stroked away over mid-wicket, and that's going to go for 4 runs. So, well, we've seen some really pretty-looking shots. That one wasn't probably the most aesthetically pleasing, but it certainly got the job done. Just kind of falling away a little bit towards the offside as he played that stroke, but he got outside the line of the ball and helped it away towards square leg. Oh, that one stayed really low, didn't it? Stayed very low. He's unable to get any bat on that. Not too much any batsman could have done about that delivery. End of the 5th for Sir Oliver Split. They're 57 for 1. So it's a chance to remind you that we've got 10 days to go until the European Cricket Championship, the marquee event on ECN, and really looking forward to this one. Of course, we got a new format coming up this year with a Challenger Division and a Premier Division. So gear up for our thrilling cricketing extravaganza. We got plenty of great games lined up for you, and it's going to be a full tournament full of magic with both the bat and ball. The initial shout was restrict them to a single, and that's exactly what it's going to be. They'll only get a run from this ball. Wide down the leg side. See if he can get this ball right here. Oh, very nicely played away by Al Mamoun. That goes straight to the scorers table. There he is, the project manager, Maz Bhaji, with a great bit of fielding. Sends that one straight back towards the wicketkeeper. And, well, how good a job has he done, as well as the entire Blue crew, to help us get so many matches over the course of these last couple of days where we've been affected by all this rain. I got to say, the Blue crews, they've been the real heroes over the course of this series, well led by Maz himself. Played out towards square leg, and there's a fielder coming across, and oh, it's just going to sneak underneath him. And does that go over the boundary rope? I think it does. It's just a little hard to see that rope, but to me it looks like it's gone for a 4. That's been confirmed by the umpire. Yeah, you can see it goes well over the rope. And he doesn't really cover himself in glory, does he there? That was Sihan Altun who was in that position. Up in the air, shouts to catch it. Oh, it's been put down. Could that be a really costly drop? Al Mamoun put down on 43. Goes for the Aussie style catch, and in the end, it's a pretty good thing. It hasn't clocked him on the head. Oh, now it's going to be a wide, and they're going to pick up an extra run of buys as well. Just kind of falling apart for Afyon Karaisar a little bit these last few deliveries. Lack of concentration. These few moments, you of course see Altun with the misfield, and then the catch put down as well for Al Mamoun. Up in the air. Another chance. And he's going to drop it again. It was so similar to the previous opportunity he had. Ahmad Shahab had a chance to make amends for the one he dropped earlier. Once again, goes for the reverse cup. And he's not quite able to corral it, just in and straight out. It's almost a carbon copy of the opportunity he had earlier. And you kind of feel absolutely disgusted if you're Noor Ahmed. I mean, you've seen a couple of balls go to the same fielder in the same position, and both have gone down. Nice ball there by Ahmed. Lovely shape on that delivery. So, ends the over. 14 runs coming off it, and there could very easily have been some wickets in that over as well. So we'll take a look at the scorecard here. Al Mamoun has been the star batter. Not often that Manab Nayak is out in the middle, and he's not the one capturing the headlines. It really has been the Muhammad Al Mamoun show. A brilliant 45 of 25 deliveries for him, and I think all of us have really enjoyed those gorgeous lofted cover drives he's played. Those have probably been the two best shots of the day. So Mesut Oztur coming on to bat, and have they just held him back a little bit too late here? Is the question. He's of course the only one who's managed to pick up a wicket. There was a few opportunities to get him bowling to Nayak in particular at the other end with the new ball, and they didn't quite employ him right. And instead he's going to come in here in the 7th over and bowl to a settled Al Mamoun. So run off leg buys over there. There we go. So this is the matchup I think we're all waiting for. Watching Ozturk go up against Nayak. So Nayak with a fairly slow start to his innings. Largely playing second fiddle to Al Mamoun. He's on 8 of 7 deliveries. Oh! That one took a nasty bounce. Really sharp bounce. Just caught Nayak by surprise. And in the end, I'm sure he's just glad to be at the non-strikers end. Oh, just coming off the splice of his bat. And that stayed rather low. Ozturk taking pace off that ball. Nice off-pace delivery there by Mesut Ozturk. Just mixing things up very nicely here, keeping the batters guessing, not allowing them to settle in. Looks to go big. And that's going to go into the gap away for 4 runs. Al Mamoun is now 1 run away from a half century. Great shot. Picks out the gap really well over here. This just goes right between the fielders. Deep square leg and cow corner. Very well struck. Got such an open batting stance, doesn't he? Is this enough to get his 50? Oh, he's been put down again. He's been put down for the 3rd time this innings. But he will bring up the half century. He can breathe a sigh of relief. So he's been put down 3 times in the last 7 or 8 deliveries. That's his half century. I'm not sure if he's realize that he's ridden his luck a little bit for the last 10 or 15 minutes. A wonderful ball there by Mesut Öztürk. And well, you have to say he created opportunities. He certainly did. And in the end, he's quite unlucky not to pick up a wicket. Of course, a catch dropped off his bowling. Managed to beat the outside edge of the bat a few times as well. And Mesut Öztürk with a fine bowling performance, 1 for 12 over his 2 overs. Of course, we might see him for the ECC as well. Haven't quite had a chance to look at the Turkish squads for the ECC just yet. And of course, you look at Turkey's group over there. They've got the likes of Croatia, Slovenia, Bulgaria, and then, of course, Estonia and the Isle of Man. A lot of these Afyonkarahisar players had a good look at players from at least 3 of those countries they'll be facing. Of course, they were over in Bulgaria, had a chance to go up against some of the Bulgarian internationals. And over the course of this series, they'll, of course, take on a lot of the Croatian internationals, as well as members of Ljubljana. Hopefully that was a better attempt at pronouncing the Slovenian capital. I know I've struggled with saying their name. Oh, just gets a little bit on that. And it's going to go away very fine towards deep third. A little tickle there, more of an edge from Al Mamoun, and he's able to run that down towards third. It's probably gone a lot finer than he would have expected. Yeah, it's coming off the top edge. Wasn't really a textbook shot, but it does get the desired outcome. Away it goes for 4 runs. Oh, played away for 4, and that should get to the rope. Beautiful. This is a much better stroke. I think you could say he got a little bit lucky with that last shot, but no luck for this one. He's just dabbed that one very nice and late, uses the pace of the bowler, and away it goes for 4 runs. So we've seen back-to-back boundaries. The pressure is on Ahmet Kozgun. Looks to go big, and this is a little bit lucky here. Throws the kitchen sink of this one, and it goes away for a 4 towards deep third. Yeah, streaky boundary, very streaky boundary here. When he'll take these runs, however they come, 13 of the first 3 deliveries. Oh, gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Well, we've seen a few streaky boundaries, but in between, it has been sprinkled in with some absolute magic dust. This is another gorgeous shot. There's just such elegance in execution. The timing is everything on this stroke. It's lovely. The weight transfer is just right, and he gets the full extension of the arms over there, gets underneath the ball as well, and he has lofted that one away for 6 runs. Just goes soaring over the rope. Love these lofted drives by him. You know, they're not just about brute power. They're a perfect blend of finesse and precision. It's a real signature shot for him, isn't it? Oh, well, it's gone to the wrong end. It's gone to the wrong end. That should have gone to the bowler's end. And he could hear a fielder say that as well. They go to the bowler's end, go to the bowler's end. There wasn't a run-out opportunity at the striker's end. Beautifully played by Manav Nayak. He loves to get outside the line of the delivery and just work it away behind square leg. And he's got such fast hands, doesn't he? He's able to catch up with that delivery and help it away behind square leg for 4 runs. A gorgeous shot and a rather expensive over from Afyon Karahisar's perspective. 24 runs coming off it, and I think Ahmed Kozgun will just be a little bit disappointed with his figures in this match. He'll end up with 0 for 36 in his 2 overs. So we saw some really good-looking shots in that over. Of course, Kozgun will feel a little bit hard done by an edge or two in that over, but it was just sprinkled in with some really gorgeous strokes. Very close to getting that 100 partnership. Just 6 more runs. We'll bring up the 100 partnership for Nayak and Al Mamoon. And of course, Al Mamoon really has played the role of the aggressor in this partnership. That's been given a wide there by the umpire for a minute. I was just a bit thrown off when I saw that signal. I thought, wait a second, is it a no ball? No. Umpire signals that a wide. Was just holding on to that jumper and hat. Just goes a little bit shorter here. It'll go past the fielder at fine leg. That's Sihan Altun, who's not quite able to stop that. He's made an error or two in the field today, I think. Afyon Karahisar will definitely have to look back at a few moments they've had in the field. And there he is once again, Maz with another little fielding display. Goes big and falls over after playing that shot as well. Well, you talk about throwing the kitchen sink at it. He has thrown the entire kitchen at this one. Boy, has he struck that hard. And he takes a tumble as well after hitting this shot. Big wind up. And well, you could just see the bat face closing a little bit as he plays that stroke. And he gets it away for 6 runs. And by hook or by crook, Al Mamoon has just found a way to strike boundaries throughout his innings. 79 now of 36 deliveries. And nope, I'm not going to say it because I don't want to hex the batter. And you all know exactly what I'm talking about. High up in the air. Is this going to carry? Not quite. And he will only pick up a single. So yeah, it's going to be a lot tougher for him to achieve that milestone I'm thinking about now. So he's got 9 balls left in this innings. Another 20 runs to get. Still haven't seen a century so far this ECS. Yep, there we go. I did say it in the end. Out towards cover. That's going to be a single. I really love this comment here by John Gray. He's going to read it out later. Well, that's a wide. I think they're going to try to pinch a single here. Good early call by Manav Nayak. You could immediately hear him say, yes, yes, yes. And he sprinted to the danger end. Yeah, nice call. Really good early call. Well, looks to go over fine leg, and there's a fielder running towards it. He's not going to be able to get to it. Goes away for 4 runs. And Nayak just getting down underneath that ball and helping it along. Kind of scoops this one away, doesn't he, in the end? It's a very innovative shot. And I just love the flair that Nayak bats with. You know, they're 2 very different batters, aren't they, Nayak and Al Mamoon, but they complement each other so well. Width on offer, and he's always going to pounce on that. His eyes would have lit up as soon as he saw that boundary to end the over. And another extremely expensive over here. 23 coming off it. 47 of the last 2 overs. They're starting to shift up the gears. So Afyon Karahisar, as we can see, have had a pretty mixed innings with the ball so far. Of course, Mesut Öztürk, terrific performance by him. Easily the pick of the bowlers with figures of 1 for 12. And then I can see a couple of players that have just been a touch too expensive. Yeah, so just going to have a chance here to read what John Gray And it's talking about, so of course, Wayne, I believe he plays a bit of poker. And he's currently suffering from a hand injury he had after an accident with a chainsaw while I believe he was at work. And John just writing here in the chat that, well, Wayne, I've been thinking about how you can use your hand injuries to your advantage in poker. If you wince each time you pick up a card as if it hurts, they won't be able to tell if you're doing it for real, and you could just bluff your way through. And I like the way Jacob Jake Stewart responds to that. I said, well, wouldn't it just be an advantage to take the chainsaw along with you to the table? You will fold. You will call, otherwise you're getting this chainsaw. Grab a couple of runs here. 3 runs off these first 2 deliveries. Yeah, so it's important if for Irsat to just try to sneak in a quiet over here if Sir Oliver Split can get something really big and get into those 140s. All of a sudden, even bonus points are on the card, and there we go. There we go. That's the shot he loves to play. Falling away, getting outside the line of the ball. Once again, smacking it away for 6. Oh, he's as good as it gets. That's just paddling that ball away towards fine leg. It's his go-to shot. And so far, I've yet to see a bowler find a counter to that. Manav Nayak, after a rather slow start to his innings, he was 8 of 7, is beginning to accelerate. And it's been a wonderful display of batting by him these last couple of overs, as they're just starting to get away from them here, aren't they, Sir Oliver Split? Struck away for 6 more runs. It's back-to-back Maximos. He just gets the length here that he needs to elevate this one over the rope for a 6. Irsat's getting that length slightly wrong, and he's going to get punished for it. It was a change of angle for him. He decided to go around the wicket. I think, of course, the idea by going around the wicket is that it's just going to be harder for him to play that shot over fine leg. But he's got so many strokes in his arsenal. He really is a 360-degree cricketer, isn't he, Manav Nayak? So, only if you give him that kind of length, he's just going to pump it away for 6 runs. A lowish full toss, hits straight to the fielder at mid-off. And are they going to come back for a second run here? Oh, that would have been a run out. That would have been a run out if the bowler had been able to just collect this one cleanly. He's calling for it to come to his end. The throw is just a little bit off. It's not close enough to the stumps. And yeah, the bowler just can't quite hold on to that one. Here we go. Last ball of the innings. Oh, that one just staying a little bit low. It's a streaky boundary to end the innings. We've seen some absolutely gorgeous shots over the course of this innings, but it's going to end with one that just stays low, catches the outside edge of the bat. It's a slice of luck there for the batter. That one just flies off the outside edge, squirting past the keeper and the fielder at short third, and it raced away towards the rope. That's just the cruelty of this game sometimes for the bowlers. And those two won't mind whatsoever how those runs came at the end. Both of them batted superbly, a fantastic partnership for them. Here we go. We'll take a look at the highlights of this innings. Nathan Burks departed rather early in this innings. He hit a 4, and then shortly after that was dismissed. A good catch by Ahmed Kozgun off the bowling of Mesut Öztürk. Öztürk certainly made a lot happen during the course of that first over. He was easily the pick of the bowlers for Afyon Croatia. Was a little bit unlucky in the end not to get more wickets. Created plenty of chances. Mohamed Al Mamoon was pushed up the bat at number 3, and he certainly took advantage of that opportunity, the highlight of which were some of those gorgeous, elegant cover drives that he may have managed to play, those lofted cover drives. It really was just like a golfer driving off the tee, effortless, yet so powerful. Such elegant looking strokes. He executed them to absolute perfection. And it was a joy to watch. It really was a joy to watch that fine innings. He ended up making up 81 runs of 38 deliveries. Gave all his bowlers a tough time, really did. At times, of course, they get lucky with a few edges, but as they say, fortune favors the brave. They were going hard at every ball, and luck would be on their side. At the a few outside edges would fly away past the keeper, but make no mistake, they absolutely deserved every run they got. They played some beautiful strokes over the course of this innings. We saw Manav Nayak just play that lovely lap over a fine leg, a shot which he has absolutely perfected. He just loves to take a couple of steps towards the offside, just shuffle across, and then help it away towards fine leg. And this was the last ball of the innings, one that just agonizingly went right in between the wicketkeeper and the fielder at short third. So we'll have a look at the scorecard for Sir Oliver Split, who end up with 146 runs. Manav Nayak managed to make 42 of 18. He started off a little bit slow. Keep in mind, he was on 8 of 7, was content to just rotate the strike and let Al Mamoon tee off at the other end, but eventually he would start to accelerate and ends up with another fine score and what has been an incredible ECS for him. Mohammad Al Mamoon, though, he is the star performer. 81 of just 38 deliveries for him. Such a beautiful innings to watch. Played some elegant lofted drives, never looks to overhit those cover drives, does he? Just has the perfect wave transfer and always gets that full extension of the arms underneath the ball to send it soaring for a 6. You just saw the Afyon Karahisar bowling figures there. Not much to say. Most of them were rather expensive. Mesut Öztürk really is the only one who could be rather pleased with his performance. He did really well, was probably held back a little bit too late as well. He picks up a wicket, unlucky to not have a few more. So Sir Oliver Split are going to end up with 146 runs in their first innings. So we'll take a quick break and we'll be back for our final innings of the day here in Croatia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Well, it's time for our last innings of the day. Well, it's really been an incredible job by the ground staff and everyone in the Blue Crew to get in as many matches as we have, as well as the players who have, of course, been so eager to get out there and play. They've, of course, helped out quite a bit with bringing the covers on and off as well. And it really is great that we've been able to get in as many matches as we have. There's a couple of shortened games, but otherwise we've been able to get in a pretty decent program of cricket. And especially having come in this morning, I have to say I was very pessimistic, as were many people who were at this ground, about our chances of getting as many games as we have. So credit to everyone involved. We have really managed to somehow get this incredible day of cricket. Starts off with a wide here, Nathan Burke. So yeah, we'll have a look at the bonus point equation over here. So if Sir Oliver Splitside are able to restrict Afyon Karaisar to 102 or less, they will take all 4 points from this game, and we'll have Afyon Karaisar chase this down in 7 overs or less, which will require them to go at almost 21 and over. They will leave with the bonus point. Highly unlikely we will see that, in all honesty. I mean, we're at the start of the innings and Afyon Karaisar already been given just a 2% chance to win this game. That's one. Nathan Burke just has had a few issues with extras over the course of this series. Otherwise, he's been very economical, one of the most economical bowlers over the course of this ECS. Well, just pushes at this one, and he's off the mark now. Karkin. Yeah, Karkin was out for 4 runs in the last match he was involved in against Belgrade. Hit a good-looking shot for a 4 and was then dismissed a couple of balls later. So we're looking to hang around for a lot longer. Of course, we're into our last match of the day, so feel free to get your random questions in. This gets a nice bit of a wave movement over there. Nathan Burks and Yanar just looking to lean into that and drive it, but he's missed out on that delivery. This is a well-directed shorter delivery by Nathan Burks, and they'll scamper across for a run. A big appeal over here, but I think he's pretty safe. Let's see, just to confirm. Let's take another look at this. That should be okay. Should be okay. The batter was just a little bit slow out of the gates, and oh no, he's gone. Well, the direct hit has him in trouble. And I think based on the initial reaction, it didn't seem too animated. Well, that's going to be the end, so it's a run out. It really is. Let's just have a look at the batter making his way back towards the dugout. So in the end, he's going to have to pay for the fact that he was just a little bit slow out of the gates, just hesitated a tiny bit. And that's going to be a run out. So, well, that's what happens with direct hits. I mean, initially when you see the reaction, it just doesn't feel overly animated, but Raz Milic producing a moment of magic once again. I mean, how good has he been over the course of this series? Always coming in with some handy contributions, taking some crucial catches, getting wickets, getting some runs when his side needs it, and he's involved in a run out here. Yanar will depart for a 2-ball duck. Oh, clips this one straight to the fielder at square leg. Ahmed departs for a first baller. It's a golden duck and a sharp catch over at square leg. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, he's not quite sure where that ball is going, and then he looks up, and all of a sudden he sees that the fielder at square leg has found a nice celebration there. Fires a couple of shots. It's gonna be the end for the batter, so makes his way back towards the dugout. Of course, the batter's been dismissed here is Besser Karkin, so he's gone for 1 run of 3 deliveries. Yes, of course, Nur Ahmed at the non-strikers end at the moment, so Besser Karkin is the one who's been dismissed. Yeah, a couple of low scores for him, 4 in the previous match, 1 run over here. It's back-to-back wickets in this over. Sliding down the leg side there. Oh yeah, you could just see that one is going down the leg side. So we'll take a look at the calendar for this year's European Cricket Series, and as you can see, we've been to a plethora of destinations throughout this year, and the European Cricket Series really has revolutionized the traditional cricketing world. It's flung open the gates of opportunity and acted as an ambassador for the thrilling sport, and of course captured hearts and planted the seeds of cricket in lands where the willow and leather were once strangers. When you go back a few years, you ever put the words Croatian cricket together? Probably not. And thanks to the ECS, we're now hosting our 4th European Cricket Series in this country. Oh, well, what's going on here? I mean, this is absolutely suicidal. What is Nur Ahmed doing? He just goes for a wander. He's got plenty of time to just sprint back inside his crease, but he just gives up. Let's focus on the running between the wickets over here. So they set off pretty slowly for the first run. You should run your first one hard. And then Nur Ahmed, when he sees it, he's like, well, you know what? I'm not going to bother trying to go back. And this is going to be a run out. So total breakdown in communication. The 3rd wicket will fall for Afyon Karahisar. This could be a very painful innings for them, I think. Sir Oliver Split are now going to be eyeing all 4 points in this game. Going to get the field setting right over here, asking one of the fielders to come round his sign. Got a couple of questions coming in the chat. We'll read them after this ball. Swing and a miss for Alton. Kroom talking about Friday night plans. Not much, really. Not much, I'd say, I think. For most of us, it'll just be a quiet night in the hotel. You know, obviously got a big 6-game day tomorrow, so need to be in extra early, even earlier than we usually are. Catches an inside edge, and is that going to just trickle away towards fine leg for a 4? And not quite. It's going to have to run hard here to come back for the 2nd run. And he has been able to make it back safely there, Altunia, covering a lot of ground. He was really sprinting hard to make it back for that 2nd run. And he's able to make it. I got a question here by Wayne. I love this. What were electric eels called before electricity was discovered? You know, I actually Googled that after you mentioned it, and I've just been given a block of text, a really long one, which I'm going to spare myself from reading for the moment, and I'll probably come back to this after this game. How about you answer that question for me? Yep, I've just been Googling that electric eel question. Yeah, so we're just going to have a brief pause in the game here as a couple of things are ironed out. I could just see an equipment change there for the batter. Yeah, it's just getting him some new pads over here by the looks of it, and of course that is Sihan Altun. Making his way back out towards the middle. There we go. Had a change of pads, and now he's set to face his third delivery. Just sliding down the leg side. But I think Altun would have been better off looking to step inside and take the wide there, but he ends up getting in the way of that, trying to play a shot towards mid-wicket. Swing and a miss. That's maintaining a nice line outside the off stump. Another quiet over for Sir Oliver's split. We see just the 3 runs coming off this one, as they're currently at 7 for 3. So we'll take a look at the standings here for Sir Oliver's split. Currently sitting at 27 points, well clear at the top of the table. Afyon Karaisar, you'd feel they'll slump to their second defeat, or I should say their first defeat at the end of this game. Hard to see them taking any points from this match. I think as things stand, I really can't see them getting to that 103 unless they can do something absolutely miraculous. Nice length there by Nathan Burks, who, which is incredible how Nathan Burks has been able to maintain such a good economy rate. You know, despite the fact that he bowls, 2 overs in the power play pretty much every match. He's bowling with fielding restrictions and has an economy just above 8.5 for this ECS. The only issue with him is just maybe bowls a few too many wides at times, but otherwise he's just such a lovely cricketer. He's great at every facet of the game: batting, bowling, fielding. Excels at all of the primary skills. Not too far there from the off stump. You can see the batter backing away, looking to create some room to go over the offside, and that's going to be a dot ball. High up in the air. This one's hung up for an age, and it's just going to land safely in a little bit of a Bermuda Triangle. It'll be just the 1 run there. So, we still haven't seen a boundary struck so far this power play. Keeping things really tight here to start off. Nor this Sir Oliver split. End of the power play. Afyon Karaisar are 9 for 3, and it's another fantastic opening spell for Nathan Burks. Ends up giving up just 5 runs and picks up a wicket. So we can see they're required now for Afyon Karaisar is just hovering at about 20. So we're almost past the point of no return for Afyon Karaisar. So I think we're about that time where we might be looking at whether they can even get to 103. which in all honesty looks pretty challenging. There we go. Manavnaya coming into bowl after the power play. So yeah, I think one thing about this Sir Oliver split side is, of course, the fact that they have such great spin options. Of course, Manav Nayak, who's a brilliant leg spinner, and I think he's really just read this pitch so well and found ways to pick up wickets as regularly as he has. 9 wickets for him so far this ECS. This one just tucked away towards fine leg. It's going to be a big chase there for the fielder, but Razmilic does extremely well to get to that. I'm just a bit concerned about Razmilic. He pulls up rather awkwardly after fielding that. It just happens off camera. And I hope he hasn't hurt himself or anything. He's obviously a very important player for this Sir Oliver split team. Out towards the onside and just the 1 run. Oh, beautiful delivery. Absolutely wonderful. Drawing the batter forward and just getting that little bit of turn. And it just goes past the outside edge of the bat. Oh, this is wonderful. That is a dream ball for any leg spinner. Shouts a catch it, and pretty tame shot in the end that will go towards the fielder for just the 1 run. Oh, just going past that outside. End of the 4th over. Afyon Karaisar are 13 for 3. So we got a question here about the format of this tournament. So it's a very similar format to the second ever European Cricket Series we had here in Croatia, where there's going to be a couple of qualifier matches and then, of course, the final. So there will be 1 match of group play on finals day and then 2 qualifiers to determine who makes it to the final. So match 57 will be played right at the start of finals day. Then we got 2 qualifier matches before the final itself. Pushed away towards point and going to pick up a single. Looks to go big. Hasn't quite timed this well enough, though, but it will go over the fielder at mid-on and land safely. So you got a question here from Jeffrey Mobbs asking if Sir Oliver Split are traveling here each day or staying overnight. No, they are staying in Zagreb. They're located at a local hostel. And, of course, they will have a break in play. There'll be a few days where they won't be involved in any of the cricket here, and during those days they'll of course go back to splits. But no, yeah, currently they are of course staying here in Zagreb. Comes towards the keeper's end and a nice running between the wickets. A little bit of width on offer over here. Up in the air. That's gone very high, but it doesn't quite have the distance on it. Fielder coming underneath it, and he will hold on to that catch Fourth wicket falls for Afyonkara Hisar. Really well taken there by Matthew Johnson. It's not quite worked out so far for Afyonkara Hisar with a bat in hand. Went for the big shot over there, Sihan Altoon, and it hung up in the air for an age. And Matthew Johnson is able to take that one really well. Good catch, well held onto, and there he is with his trademark celebration. Once again, fires off a couple of rounds. Yeah, as things stand, this Afyonkara Hisar side look like they'll struggle to even get to 16. So here's a look at the fixtures for finals day. So yeah, of course, starting off with that eliminator match first thing on finals day when the 4th and 5th place side will face each other. Then a couple of semifinals. Of course, we can see the sides ranked 2nd and 3rd will play each other in the first semifinal, and the second semifinal will involve the top ranked side against the winner of the eliminator. So yeah, that is of course the official schedule for finals day. I think a few of us might have been looking at the schedule on the website, including me. So yeah, just ignore what's on the website for now. That's how it's supposed to be. Of course, yeah, I know there have been a lot of messages about the app and the website in general. I think just having a few updates right now. I know some things are not working as well as they should. It does throw us off here as well. But yeah, just give it a few days, and I think the website will just be up to speed as we just iron out some of these technical glitches. And they'll come across here for a run. So I got a question about how far Split is from Zagreb. It's about a 4-hour drive, I believe, 410 kilometers between Zagreb and Split. Split, of course, is all the way down south in the country. And of course, keep in mind, you know, Croatia does have an extremely long coastline. And just driving down south can take quite a while. That's another wide, just that one wrong there. And of course, Split, located in the Dalmatia region of Croatia, the second largest city in the country after, of course, the capital, Zagreb itself. Is just on that eastern shore of the Adriatic Sea. A very interesting country, Croatia. Has a very rich history and heritage. Let's just see if this is a legal delivery. It's been deemed so by the umpire. Looked rather close. Let's just see if it goes over that tram line, and getting plenty of spin here, Manav Naik. And I just feel it's caught that wide line along the way, so it should be okay. Oh, just gets past the fielder at short third, and it's going to get slowed down by the outfield, and Sheikh Sidhu should be able to collect that one. So yeah, Croatia, of course, is a country with a magnificent coastline along the Adriatic Sea. I mean, it was talking quite a bit about how far this coastline stretches. It's over 1,100 miles, and it offers many pristine beaches as well as charming ancient towns and a myriad of islands to explore. Croatia has 1,244 islands, islets, and cracks to explore, and only 48 of them are inhabited. I mean, much of it is completely untouched. And I think when you do come to Croatia, you know, they're all there ready to be explored by nature enthusiasts. I think most Croatians, when you come here, would tell you that, hey, forget about the cities, forget about Zagreb. You know, if you're visiting this country, you want to go out and really check out our islands and most of that Adriatic coastline. And you could certainly understand why. I mean, you know, we just look at some of the pictures of them, read up about them. It does look like this is a country that really is blessed with a lot of natural beauty. It's home to over 8 national parks. It has some gorgeous landscapes, the beautiful Plitvice lakes, waterfalls, the Brijuni Islands. That's why it's up there as one of the biggest tourist destinations in Europe at the moment. Just a few too many wides these last few deliveries by Sir Oliver Split. Now, obviously, Sir Oliver Split, they're a very good side, and I think, considering the fact that they're sitting pretty at the top of the table, it's no longer fair to just call them dark horses. I remember after I saw them in the first two matches, there was a few people who still doubted them, said, hey, it's only the Zagreb Warriors they've beaten. But if you look at how they managed to win those games, they were just so emphatic, and you could see the technique of some of those cricketers, and you could tell this was a proper team. It was a team who had improved massively, and I remember saying that, hey, this is a side who could be dark horses, but dark horses is no longer fair to them. I mean, they are one of the firm favorites in this ECS, considering they're sitting right at the top of the table. Of course, we still have to see the Slovenian side, Ljubljana, come over to play as well. Maybe just over the tram line there. I'll just take a look at this wide call one more time. I think the umpires got this one right. Yeah, as you can see, just catches a thick chunk of that line along the way. Well, this time he ends up just going down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. Big swing and a miss there for Ella's. I the line wrong here, Murugan. It's the third wide he's bowled so far this over. Got one ball to come in this seventh over, and I think we're at the point where it's highly unlikely that we see Afyonkarahisar even take a point out of this game. So we're reaching the stage where we can pretty safely say that Sir Oliver Split will take all four games. Big appeal there. That was most certainly sliding down the leg side, and the over will come to an end. Afyonkarahisar are 70 or 30 for 4. Yes, of course, got a big slate of games coming up tomorrow, and we'll just take a look at some of them and also discuss these games over the next 3 overs, because there's a lot to break down. Of course, we're going to see the Chiefs in action against Afyonkarahisar. They've got a doubleheader first thing tomorrow morning. We'll get to see Ljubljana as well a couple of times tomorrow, right at the end of the day. I mean, they're up there as one of the unluckier sides in the European Cricket Series. They have been to every final here in Croatia, and they've never managed to win the tournament. This is a full toss that's gone all the way for a 6, pumped away as Ozturk sends that away for a Maximo, a much needed boundary. That goes away for 6 runs. A big appeal there. Razmilic was looking for a wicket. Let's just see. Oh, well, that could have been close. And just pushes this one away towards cover. They will scamper away for a single. Yeah, so of course, Ljubljana, who we will see tomorrow, have been in every final over the course of this European Cricket Series run that we've had in Croatia. It's now our 4th ECS in this country. Of course, very first ECS we had here was back in 2021 over in Split, and They made the final and lost an absolute heartbreaker against Zagreb Sokol, missing out on the title by just 5 runs. Since then, they've went to the final a couple more times against Belgrade in 2022. That match got abandoned, and it was awarded to Belgrade by virtue of the fact that Belgrade had the better record during the group stages. I think the same thing happened again to them last year. Once again, made the final against the Zagreb Assassins. Match got abandoned and awarded to the Assassins by virtue of the fact that they had a better record during the group stages. So, yeah, it just keeps happening to them, doesn't it? Yeah, they would certainly consider themselves quite unlucky. Just inside the tram line there. So Razmilic is over. It comes to an end, and Afyon Karahisar are 41 for 4. Yeah, so interesting. Wayne just finding out that the United States is bigger than Australia today. I thought that was a well-known fact, Wayne. And especially as an Aussie, I would have thought you would have known that. But no, you do know a lot, Wayne, but I think that one is a little bit alarming that you didn't quite know that. Afyon Karahisar, as you can see, are well below that blue line, currently going along at a rate just above 5. There we go, Mesut Öztürk on strike. Just got a few questions about who is umpiring this match. So we have, of course, Dhananjay Singh and Veliko Popovic are umpiring this game. This is just going to land short of the fielder at mid on. A big throw, and it's just a little too hot to handle for the ball, or otherwise it could have been a run out. Yeah, of course, Dhananjay Singh is the standing umpire, and then Veliko Popovic over at square leg. And they're led by match referee Nilkesh Patel. Looks to go big over point, and it's going to take a few bounces and just trickle over the boundary rope. So good shot there. Nice use of the feet. Gets to the pitch of the ball and gets it away for 4 runs. Yeah, so pretty much need a 6 off every ball to pick up a point from this game. So it's highly unlikely that happens now for Afyon Karahisar. Looks like it's going to be an emphatic victory for the Sir Oliver split side. Pushed away towards the offside. Manav Naik is there to field that one. Just going to be the 1 run, I think. Obviously, the sky's the limit for the Sir Oliver split side, the way they're playing. I think the one concern for them, of course, is that a man who's been their star player in Manav Naik is going to be leaving the country at the end of this week to, of course, go back to his home nation to continue university. So they're going to have to find a way to replace all the runs he's getting for them, as well as the wickets. I think the good thing from their point of view is a few other players have been able to find their form these last couple of games. You know, in particular, you look at someone like Al Mamoun, who batted really well. A good shot there by Öztürk, just gets that one away for 4 runs. Yeah, someone like Mohamed Al Mamoun managed to make 81 off just 38 deliveries. Is so big for them, because that just means that, you know, someone like him could potentially fill that vacuum which Manav Naik will leave at the top of this order when he has to depart at the end of this week. There's still a lot of talent, I think, in the rest of that order. Someone like, Anthony Razmilic, I'd love to see what he could do higher up the order. He's been able to come up with some handy contributions at times over the course of this ECS, and he does look like he's a fairly talented player. Of course, Kasser Sayam as well. What an exciting young player he is as well. We've talked a lot about Manav Nayak, but Kasser Sayam is certainly an exciting talent, as is someone like Nathan Burks. The other thing for them, of course, is Mohamed Burhan. I mean, he's not featured in any of the action over the course of this day. He's only really had a couple of chances to bat, and one of them was, of course, a brilliant innings where he made 70 of just 31 deliveries. And then he came in later at one point in the innings when he had to hit a 6 right at the back end of it, and he just hauled one out on his first ball and was caught in the deep. So overall, Burhan, he's also going to have a big part to play for this Sir Oliver split side, and he is struggling with a few injuries. We know that, not quite sure where it is, but whether it's a hamstring or, again, just not aware of the details. Hopefully he's got some time to recover and come back right at the end of the series. That'll be so good for them. Great effort there by Nathan Burks, and he will get a run out here by the looks of it. Let's just have a look at the replay to confirm. So he put in a great dive. It's a terrific dive. And the ball didn't quite carry to him. He wasn't able to take the catch, but then he fires in a great throw. And there's the run out. That's confirmation. That is going to be the end. So another one bites the dust right at the end. And they have lost half their side. That is, of course, Salih Elise, who is making his way back to the dugout. 14 of 23 for him. It's been a really good day of play here in Zagreb. I think when we came in first thing this morning, the weather looked very grim. And we had the feeling that a lot of matches were going to get abandoned. And, of course, it was very disappointing that the opening match of the day was called off. But, yeah, we managed to get this 3-over game in our second match of the day. Both sides were so eager to make their way out to the middle and get a match in. Is there an edge there? Was there an edge there? Well, Sir Oliver Split are absolutely convinced. Can't say I've heard anything in my headset. Nothing really coming through, and well, the umpire doesn't seem to feel like there's a nick there. Well, it's really hard to tell in that replay. Certainly is, and yeah, Sam Houghton, based on his reaction, he would have thought that maybe there was a nick, but I guess we'll never know. Another swing and a miss, and well, Sam Houghton's going to have a pretty straightforward run out over here. And one batter was eager to set off, but Shahab was not matching that eagerness. Let's take a look at this run out one more time. They'll grab another wicket here. That'll certainly do Sam Houghton's fantasy point numbers quite a bit of good. First, he decided to go for the underarm throw, but he decided in the end that it's better to just charge towards the wicket and whip the bails off, and that's going to be the end for Mesut Ozturk. He departs, having made an almost runnable 18. We got one ball left in this inning, so Afyonkarahisar, well, struggling when they go up against a quality side. It was a similar story for them in Bulgaria. They were able to beat up some of the weaker teams in the country, but then when they went up against the quality sides in Bulgaria, they really struggled. They did, and that's why they ended up being a middle-of-the-pack team over in Bulgaria. And I guess the fear for them will be that they might be the same here. Here we go. Last ball of the day coming up. Goes with a big shot, Kozgun, and it's going to take a couple of bounces and just go over the rope. Fielder in the deep is not quite able to get to it. That was, of course, Rajith Kumar Murugan who tried to chase that one down. So Sir Oliver Split will take this game. They win it by 89 runs. A great victory for them. They'll be absolutely delighted. And they continue to expand their gap at the top of the table. It's been a superb campaign so far for Sir Oliver Split. They will get a little bit of rest over the next day. They've had such a busy schedule over the last few days. They've been very patient at times as well. They've been very eager to help out with taking the covers on and off. And you got to say they thoroughly deserve to be where they are in this points table. They have outclassed most of the opposition in this country. So yeah, Sir Oliver Split, as you can see, they're not going to be involved in any of the action tomorrow. They get a much-needed rest day. But Afyon Croatia are back for a doubleheader first thing tomorrow morning. They're going up against the Chiefs and the Assassins. And then, of course, to round out the day, we're going to see Ljubljana for the first time in this European Cricket Series. They take on the Chiefs and the Assassins as well. So a busy day of cricket tomorrow. Got 6 matches coming up. And of course, let's keep our fingers crossed that the weather plays ball and we don't have too many interruptions. So here we go. It's time to watch the highlights of this innings. And well, you have to say it was a match absolutely dominated by this Sir Oliver Split side. They did get some early breakthroughs. Nathan Burks was able to get rid of Besser Karkin thanks to a great catch by Matthew Johnson. This was a great throw by Anthony Razmilic to get rid of Hassan Yanur. A brilliant direct hit. And there's that catch by Matthew Johnson, which I mentioned, to get rid of Karkin. They were in all sorts of trouble right at the start of their innings. They were 3 for 2 and then 5 for 3 after this absolute shocker of a moment from Noor Ahmed. Decided to go for a wander and was then run out. This was hauled out in the deep and taken really well by Matthew Johnson for his second catch of the game. That would get rid of Sihan Altun. And honestly, there's not too many highlights here from an Afyon Croatia perspective. They managed to strike just 4 boundaries over the course of this innings. 3 4s and 1 6. There is one of those 3 4s. It was hit by Mesut Öztürk. He's the only man who managed to hit multiple boundaries over the course of this innings. 1 4 and 1 6 for him. That was a run out there to get rid of Salih Elise. He would depart having made 14 runs of 23 deliveries. And then Mesut Öztürk would get run out in the final over as well. The only batter who was able to go at a strike rate above 100. And this is the 4 on the last ball. Ahmed Kozgun, well, he did technically go to strike rate above 100 as he hit a 4 off the only ball he faced. So Kozgun ends the inning with a boundary, but that doesn't really make much of an effect on the outcome of this game, as Sir Oliver Split take all 4 points from this match and also get a massive boost to their net run rate. Let's have a look at the scorecard of this innings, and well, there's only really a couple of scores of note in there. Salih Elise did manage to make 14, but it took him far too many balls to get there. And Mesut Öztürk with the highest score, making 18 runs off the 17 deliveries he faced. Let's take a look at the bowling card now for Sir Oliver Split. And Nathan Burks with another fine bowling performance, figures of 1 for 5 in the 2 overs he bowled. Kasser Sayem with 1 for 6. Manav Nayak was very economical and tight, 0 for 12 for him. I think a little bit of concern for Sir Oliver Split will of course be the fact that they gave up 13 runs of extras. They might want to iron that out a little bit over the coming matches. So here's the match summary for our final game. Sir Oliver Split take this one. They win by 89 runs against the Turkish side. Afyon Croatia will have a little bit of head scratching to do after that performance. So we've come to the end of what has been a fantastic Friday of cricket. I think coming into this day, we were all rather pessimistic about how many matches we could get in. And in the end, thanks to the great efforts of everyone at the Blue Crew, as well as the match officials, the ground staff, and the players as well for their enthusiasm to get these games going, I think we're able to get plenty of cricket. We'll have one more look at the fixtures coming up tomorrow. And of course, as you can see, big day of cricket, massive day of cricket, 6 matches coming up, and we're going to be here at 7:45 local time to bring you the coverage of our opening game. So it's going to be an early morning for all of us here on ECN, and can't wait to see you all tomorrow for what should be a super Saturday, a bumper day of cricket. So thank you very much to all of you on behalf of the entire European Cricket Network for tuning in. We hope you all have a lovely evening, and we'll see you back tomorrow for more European cricket.